Top of the morning to you, Boise Entrepreneur Week, and welcome back to a jam-packed day 2. We're kicking things off right now, 9:15, live and direct from the studios at Trailhead Boise, and we're going to conclude tonight with our block party at 10 p.m. And just a reminder, our block party starts at 7 p.m. tonight, not at 6 p.m., as previously stated yesterday during a live session. So we'll see you at 7, we'll party with you until 10, and then we'll let you go home. But without further ado, I have a special guest here with me today, the new Executive Director at the STEM Action Center.
Good morning, TM. Thanks for having me.
Good morning, Caitlin.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're the new ED, and we were just joking, 2 EDs
Yes.
live on TV, ED squared. I like that. Tell me a little bit about your transition into the role, what you did before at the organization, and what does an ED at the Idaho STEM Action Center do?
Sure. So I've been with the STEM Action Center since 2017. I came on board to coordinate the iSTEM program, which is a professional development program for educators across the state. And then I also did grant writing and fundraising. And when our former executive director left last year, I was appointed by the governor as the new director. And I feel honored every day to do this type of work to serve educators and students throughout the state. Prior to joining the STEM Action Center team, I was actually a research scientist. So I have a degree in paleontology and used to collect fossils throughout the area.
I had no idea.
Yep. And through my research career, I then went into statistical modeling. And about 2017, I realized my real passion was in STEM education.
Wow.
I had always been the scientist who sort of offered to go into classrooms and inspire the next generation. But in 2017, I decided to make it my career, and I moved to the STEM Action Center and have loved every minute since. So my role as the executive director is really being a connector, making sure that we are connecting employers to educators and vice versa, making sure that we understand what STEM education is going on in the state, and then filling gaps that we identify with new programs that we develop.
So you mentioned that you were appointed by the governor. So this role is obviously you're an appointee. Can you tell us a little bit about just organizationally, is this something the governor brought to life as a
Yep. Yeah, so the STEM Action Center began in 2015 through legislation, through the Auto Administration. And so we are a state agency under the Office of the Governor, so therefore it's a governor-appointed position as the director. And over the last 6 years, we've grown from just one individual to several people working with us and serving the whole state of Idaho.
So you guys exist by law, I can say.
We do.
Very
Yes.
cool. So for some of our viewers who aren't familiar with the STEM, as an abbreviation, or the
Yep.
Idaho STEM Action Center, that is, can you explain to us a little bit about the importance of STEM education?
Sure.
You said you were really passionate as a scientist, and that's kind of bled through to your role today. But give us an understanding of why STEM is important.
Sure. So I don't know if I have all day to talk about this, but STEM's really important in various ways. One way is the act of doing STEM. So STEM education is really hands-on, problem-based, problem-solving way of learning. As a scientist, or you in your day-to-day work life, you're not doing 45 minutes of science and then 45 minutes of STEM. You're integrating all of that at once. And so through the act of doing, students are learning what we call durable skills, like problem solving, collaboration, and critical thinking. I heard in one of your interviews yesterday that entrepreneurs are problem solvers and innovators, and that's exactly what STEM education helps develop for our students. And those durable skills are valuable no matter what career a student pursues. They're highly valuable skills for our employers. And then STEM also teaches more tangible skills like coding or engineering, things that can help them fill the STEM careers that we have in Idaho. Idaho has a lot of available STEM jobs. In 2020, excuse me. In 2020, we had, on average, 2,000 new STEM jobs posted per month. And so it's really important that we start developing our workforce to fill those current jobs and the jobs that we'll have in the future in Idaho.
So you've talked about employers a lot, and when I think of STEM and education, I think of youth, kids, high school, maybe college. And the way you explained it sort of makes me think of STEM maybe being tools in a tool belt that now you can apply to solve problems. But when it comes to STEM education and employers, what is their angle? Why would they care about you doing the work that you do?
Yeah, the business community is incredibly important in the STEM education realm. So STEM is helping develop their future workforce, so it's a great way to sort of support their growth. But it's really important to connect the business community with educators so that they're sort of speaking the same language. It would be great if, or it is great that business leaders throughout our state are coming into classrooms and talking to students about the available careers that they have in their own neighborhoods. It's also important for them to support after-school clubs, robotics clubs or math clubs, because again, we are building our future workforce and really setting ourselves up for continuing with our economic prosperity in Idaho.
So as the stat you mentioned earlier, it was 2,000 jobs a month. As those open positions are piling up, the STEM Action Center over here is planting seeds to make sure that we have the future workforce to meet those needs then.
Absolutely, and it's a long game, right? We're working with K through 12 students, but it's really important for us to invest in those early years so we have a successful future.
Let's change gears and talk about some of your programs.
Sure.
There's one that I particularly like just because when teachers have their summer break, they get the opportunity to go into a real business and work there for some time. But let's touch on that one and maybe some other programs that you want to highlight.
Yeah, so you're talking about our externship program, which is a great opportunity where teachers actually work for a STEM business over the summer, and they get to learn those STEM skills, they learn what it's like to be in the workforce or the workplace, and then they bring what they've learned back into their classroom and let their students know about available jobs in their communities and the skills needed to pursue those jobs. So we've had a number of teachers go through this program. It's wonderful to see the teacher perspective, but also the business owner perspective. Teachers are hard workers, and we've never had a business say, oh, this person didn't work out. They're very excited to have educators working with them. It's learning on both sides of the equation, and it's really just a win-win program. So we're excited about that one. Another program we run is our iSTEM professional development. By training a teacher, we can reach more students because a teacher serves hundreds of students over their career. So we provide over 30 workshops in STEM topics across the state every June. And these topics are drone technology, coding, 3D printing, water quality, engineering, you name it. If it's STEM, we're going to try and do it. And we reach over 400 educators every summer through this program. And it's just great to see the teachers learning new things and getting excited about STEM that they can then bring back to their classroom.
So as if I understand correctly, you're sort of leveraging teachers as an advocate who then can distribute STEM to many more students than the Idaho STEM Action Center could do individually.
Absolutely. We're a small staff, so it's great to train teachers, and then they can go on and be the STEM ambassadors themselves.
I think the snippet that I saw of the teacher that I will probably never forget, I believe the teacher was doing the weather for channels, I don't know which channel, but that was pretty cool to see. Do they ever get poached? Because a private business might say, hey, that worked out really good. And I know that in Idaho, we don't pay teachers maybe as much as we should. Right. And so when they get a taste of the private industry world, has there ever been any poaching going on that you're aware of?
Not to date. However, we do make sure that the teacher who does the program at least stays in the classroom a year after doing the program, because that is a concern. But we have such passionate educators. A lot of the teachers we work with just really love teaching and want to be in the classroom. So we haven't seen that.
Do they get paid for the externship?
They do. They work 200 hours for that business, so they receive a stipend for the work they do.
So call out to all of our educators and teachers out there. Check out the website for the Idaho STEM Action Center and check out some of the externships. Now, you mentioned the event being in the summer, so that's in June? Okay, and it'll be statewide, is that correct?
Statewide, it happens at 6 locations across the state. So we do it at all of the colleges. So North Idaho College, College of Eastern Idaho, College of Southern Idaho, College of Western Idaho, and then Lewis Clark State College in Lewiston, and Idaho State University in Pocatello.
Okay, so we're a pretty rural state and
Yes.
spread out, so you make sure that you cover the entire state then.
Yeah, and that's the strategy behind offering it in all those locations. We don't want a teacher to be traveling, over 100 miles to attend a training. It's a lot to ask of them to come to. It's a week-long event, so we try to make sure that it's close enough that they can come each day.
So you're focusing on removing barriers for those teachers that want to
Absolutely.
participate.
Absolutely.
Okay, I got 2 more written questions that I had, and I'm hoping that some of our viewers drop into the Slack channels, into the live Q&A, and ask any questions you want to hear more about from Caitlin. But being the executive director at Trailhead and working with the business community, we are partners, being the Idaho STEM Action Center and Trailhead. We sort of pull on different strings that all lead to the same rope at the top, is kind of how I like to explain it. Our main constituents are early stage entrepreneurs who then turn into businesses. So we bridge the gap between them and our existing business community. Tell me a little bit about what the business community's role is in helping ensure that Idaho has a strong workforce considering STEM.
Yeah, there's many roles. One just being an advocate for this type of education so that we can continue to do the work that we do and support students. Our goal is to help our businesses in Idaho as well as set students up for success. And a student can't be what they don't see. So by businesses offering their time to go into schools and demonstrate the available careers, they're not only helping themselves in developing that workforce, but you're supporting the student and having an opportunity or options available to them. And as I mentioned previously, also just supporting by mentoring or volunteering or funding after school programs is a really great way to support STEM education. Students spend 80% of their time outside of school. So there's a lot of learning that happens in what we call a non-traditional way. And that's a great opportunity where businesses can support the type of work that we're doing.
My takeaway there really was a student can't be what they don't see.
Yep.
That holds true for adults and everybody else as well.
Right. Yeah, you think of yourself as a child, you maybe thought doctor, lawyer, firefighter. I think of what I do today. I never would have imagined I would be doing what I'm doing today when I was a teenager. I just knew I loved science and I pursued that. And I was lucky that I had an environment where I didn't meet any barriers. But not all students have that. So if we lay out a menu of options for them, they can then make the decision themselves what they want to pursue. If they don't have that menu, they'll never know that those are available.
They don't have the menu. Let's give them the menu. I want to, since we have you here, I want to glean from you a few things. So you said earlier 2,000 jobs a month. How is Idaho faring today? How are we doing in terms of the pile of jobs that is there, our workforce, and if you have any kind of contextual comparison with other maybe regional states, how is Idaho doing when it comes to STEM education?
Sure. So we are doing relatively well. I mean, we have a lot of STEM going on across the state. Of course, we can always do more. When I talk to STEM education leaders across the state or across the country, they actually turn to Idaho as a model for a lot of components of STEM education. We have our own state agency that's focused on this. Not many other states have that. We have a great externship program. So I'm on calls weekly with other STEM education leaders across the country, explaining what we do, and they're learning from us. I'm also learning from them, but there are opportunities where I get to share the great stuff that we're doing in the state with other leaders. But like I said, there's always more we can do. We want to make sure that every student, again, is having that menu of options, having the opportunity to do STEM, and so we need to continue to do this work and make continue the momentum forward so that all students have that opportunity. I think there's a couple areas we can do more work in. Idaho became the second state in the nation to adopt all 9 policies for computer science education that code.org set forth. And we just need to continue that momentum, make sure we're doing more in the computer science education realm, because it's estimated in the next 10 years that 90% of jobs will require digital skills. So we, again, want to make sure our students are prepared for those jobs.
I have Sarah Dolan is live in Slack to answer any questions. Okay, never mind. That was for the next talk. I apologize.
That's okay.
I actually was going to just express my gratitude to you and the
Thanks.
Idaho STEM Action
Thank
Center
you.
for the work that you do. The students that you inspire and provide menus to are the same people that walk through our doors with ideas on napkins that then we get to help. So
Awesome.
we're sort of working in the same
Love it.
pipeline, just at different stages of the life cycle of the student.
And this type of work requires those partnerships, and helping each other out, leveraging each other's resources. So thank you for your partnership.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On that note, I want to turn everyone's attention to what's up next. We have my fellow co-chair, Nick Krabs, interviewing Sarah Dolan, and she is in Slack, as I said earlier mistakenly. I'm ready to answer any questions you may have. Following that is my interview with Jeff Reynolds from Reynolds & Myers. Following that, we have the exciting unveil of the Youth Innovation Challenge, a reverse pitch competition for college students and high school students. So if you're in college or in high school, you don't want to miss this. If you have a kiddo in college or in high school, you don't want to miss this either. And then we will be back live at 11:15. But before we cut to the pre-recording, a word from our sponsors.
Our spaces are designed to enable communication. When I'm designing a kiln space, my first thought is how to really build on collaboration with the people using the space. As collaboration is such an important part of what we do at Kiln, the pieces of furniture, the way the environment is structured and how the space is organised really adds to the character and success of a kiln space and environment.
Hi, Entrepreneur Week, and welcome back. Today we're sitting down with Sarah Dolan from Area 20 at Google to figure out what makes an idea good. And so I'm really excited for you to be here and chat with us. So maybe you can give a little bit of introduction to yourself and tell us what you do at Google.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. So I am currently at Area 120, which is part of Google. It is Google's in-house incubator. So the idea is that Google allows people to focus 20% of their time on other projects that are outside of the core scope of their job. So within Area 120, we give entrepreneurial Googlers the opportunity to pursue those 20% projects for 100% of the time. So the idea is that they come in with a great idea, we allow them to focus on it, and then that project would continue to grow and then eventually get put back into Google. So my role within Area 120 is on the investment operations side. So specifically, I'm involved in a host of things with our teams, but also helping figure out which particular ideas we want to invest in and what makes sense in terms of how it would fit back into Google.
Yeah. So this is pretty exciting. If you're a Googler, the truth is you can start and you're a software engineer doing this, that, or whatever, working on whatever team, and you can decide to come up with your own idea, go to Area 120, and you guys get to decide if that's an idea that Google wants to both invest in and then deploy out into the ecosystem that is all of Google, right?
Exactly.
So that's a pretty unique opportunity. So I guess starting off in that, how many ideas do you guys really see? I don't know how much you can talk about this, and how do you start to disseminate down to what makes an idea worth investing in at Google?
Yeah, so I cannot tell you how many ideas we see, unfortunately, or at least probably couldn't keep my job if I told you that. But
I'd assume it's a lot.
It is.
You can say a lot.
A good number.
Yeah.
So in terms of what makes an idea good, the caveat here being I don't get to speak on behalf of what makes an idea good for Google so much as both through that experience and some experience that I've had previously working for a VC, I've been able to really distill out what makes a product idea a great idea. So something that may be a great idea may not necessarily be a great idea for Google or for Area 120. So let's kind of we'll focus on that piece
Separate
for
those
this.
two out.
Just to make sure I'm not giving you anything I'm not supposed to give you here. But in terms of what makes an idea good, so I think about it in a couple of different buckets. The first is the problem that the idea is solving for, the product is solving for, matching that with the solution. The second piece is understanding the market and the landscape. So figuring out exactly like what the differentiation looks like, what the existing competitors look like, what the existing solutions look like in the marketplace. And then understanding a little bit more about, what would the go-to-market look like? What does the value proposition look like? And so kind of focusing on those 3 separate areas.
Well, and so, I think a lot of entrepreneurs, and certainly I can raise my hand here and be like, the first time I tried to build something and like launch it into the world, I didn't realize that validating an idea is a process, right? Like it is not so much as like, I'm going to sit down with a napkin, or in my case, I had many whiteboards that I thought I was writing out the future way that I was going to become Zuckerberg, right? And I thought that's how you created a good idea. And if you had some of your buddies in the room with you who are also very smart, you could generate that way. But what you just said is that a good idea is actually a process, right? So you get there through, you said 3 buckets. Can you name those 3 buckets one more time?
Yep. So the first part being kind of how I think about the problem that's being solved, and then the solution for the product. So making sure that those 2 things are paired. The second piece being understanding like the differentiation in the landscape, and the third piece being understanding more broadly like what the go-to-market would look like, what the value proposition is.
Yeah. So let's talk about the problem in the marketplace, just like as the steps. So how do you validate if there's a big enough problem for you to try and solve? Like, what's the best way to go out and try and solve that?
Yep. So when you're thinking about the problem, there's a couple of things. One, you want to make sure that it's not just a solution in search of a problem, so that the true problem you want to both articulate. So you want to have some sort of insight into why this is a pain point that is being felt. And you want to have not only just this insight, but you want to make sure that it is something that is felt by a large enough audience or a large enough population that it's actually like something that has legs, right? So if you come to me and you're like, hey, I have a great idea for dog tuxedos. I'm like, okay. But if you're like, well, I have a great idea for this, and it makes a ton of sense because there's, the wedding industry is huge. Everyone wants their dog in their wedding. And so in reality, like this problem of people like finding dog tuxedos is actually this huge market. And I've talked to all these people who both are, trying to plan weddings and they don't have it. And I've also talked to people who are, in the dog clothing industry. And I've realized it's this huge thing. Then you're like, okay, now I have this context for the size of the problem, the fact that this is not just something that like you as a user are feeling and extrapolating and assuming that everybody else around you is feeling. You understand that it is really truly something that is like a true validated and substantial problem in the marketplace. So that's the problem side of it. And then there's pairing it with the actual solution and the product piece, which is not only just validating that somebody wants it, but then saying, okay, now the thing that somebody wants, we have a unique solution that is differentiated and that is actually going to address this unmet user need. So it's really kind of approaching it from both of these.
Yeah. And oftentimes you want to try and figure these buckets out. You're not doing one after the other, right? You're trying to figure these buckets out throughout the whole process.
Yep.
And these are the kind of questions that, largely investors are going to ask you as especially if you're coming with a really early idea, something that's, maybe you have just put it on a napkin, right? But you having gone out and done some of these interviews with people who may or may not be potential customers for your dog tuxedos, if we're going to keep using dog tuxedos as the example.
I came up with that on the fly. It sounded good.
Yeah.
Saw your cute dog in the corner and was like, we're going with it.
I mean, part of me now wants a dog tuxedo. So future good idea here for Sarah is
don't steal my idea. I'm just
dog
kidding.
tuxedos. So, in the kind of that same vein, how much data do you think is required to go to an investor, or if you were Google or going internally to go, like how much really do you have to quantify the size of this market and how big of a problem is before it's worthwhile maybe taking to the next step, which we'll talk about in a second?
That's a harder question because I think it depends, right? Like at each of the different stages of how you think about these ideas and how you're validating them, you're going to have a little bit of information. You're going to develop a hypothesis. You're going to come back to it. You're going to refine it. Then you're going to put it back out there. You're going to test it again. It's not just hey, I surveyed X number of people and I came back to it and, realized that this was a big enough, population for having enough data. It's more of this iterative process. Does that make sense?
I was going to say, you just touched on something that's incredibly important. So a good idea is a process, and a good idea is iterative, right? So as you go out and you talk to people about dog tuxedos, you're going to keep using dog tuxedos.
I'm going to regret this.
Too late now. We've done it. Something that's really important is as you talk to people about dog tuxedos, maybe they say, well, what I really want is a really nice dog tuxedo, right? One that's made out of mohair and leather and like that's actually what I want is a really top high-end dog tuxedo, right?
Okay.
Well, that's iterative because maybe you didn't start with thinking about high-end dog tuxedos. Right. Most dog clothes are not high-end, to be clear. Like, so, and that, again, using kind of a silly example, but like I think now you've learned something new, that there's like another part of this market segment that you didn't know about before. So anyways, I think that's cool. So idea generation, it's process, it's iterative. So now let's talk about so now that you validated that, you've gone out, you've done your research, you know that there's a market segment for this, prototyping, right? And how you actually test some of these theses. In your experience, how best you start approaching that? How best you start testing some of these ideas with actual, because sometimes the product isn't ready yet, right?
Right. I mean, there's a whole host of ways that you can do it. Some of it is just gauging user interest. Again, talking to your potential target market segment, understanding, what these needs are. If I were to provide you with this hypothetical solution, is this something you'd be interested in? So it's definitely just a lot of being on the ground, being in front of your potential buyers, your potential customers, and really understanding how they react to the thing that you're providing, like the solution you're providing them with. And then I think there's other things that you can do too a little bit later on when you kind of think you might have something that you can put out. You can do stuff where, like, we have a product currently that did a soft release, so they announced what the product was, and then from that they were able to get a list of people who could early sign up for stuff. And so from that they were able to really quickly figure out, like, is there interest for this? And in fact, like, there are a ton of people who said, like, once you actually launch this, we want this, we want to be in there. So it's kind of different flavors of understanding who your users are, really sitting down, talking with them, understanding what they want, and then getting a sense of, like, hey, if I give this to you, will you actually do whatever the lift is to sign up and use this product, to download this product, to do whatever I need you to do it.
Well, and there's some tools out in the marketplace, not that I think this is the end all be all, and so I almost hesitate even bringing it up, but in some ways, tools like Kickstarter are a way to do this early validation. To be clear, for everyone watching this, most of the products on Kickstarters are not real products yet. So people think like, I backed this Kickstarter and one day my like cool TV that like does 3D TV and like pets me is going to happen. That's not a thing that exists today, right? That I know of.
I mean, dog tuxedos and
tuxedos,
very intense TVs. I feel like we've come up with two great ideas.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of stuff on Kickstarter that I'm like, that's really great. But then I have to remind myself, like, this doesn't exist yet, right? I
bought a 3D dinosaur puzzle on Kickstarter that in fact did exist.
Did it show up?
It did.
Oh, see, some of them do show up. The one that got me was, I don't remember, everyone remembers this one. It was the debit card that you could flip through your different cards. It was coin card.
Yeah.
Everyone, it didn't happen. That's the thesis of the story. No one got a coin cord that worked. But the point is that Kickstarter is a great way to kind of do some of this early validation where you can put a prototype out. Most of the production in a Kickstarter is not in writing code, is not in building a physical product. It's in video editing, right? It's in describing the product. It's in throwing 3D models. Most of them, that's the truth of where that product is in that moment. And so, I don't know. How do you think about that? Is that a good tool for sort of people trying to figure out maybe how to launch a product?
I mean, I've never, aside from being a customer of Kickstarter, I've never like interacted with it beyond that with my dinosaur purchase. But
the principle of it, you're validating that people want to buy.
So
it.
I think what you're hitting on there that's really interesting is the ability to put a potential product in front of your user and have your user at least say, I am interested enough in this thing to put something behind it, right? So there's a difference between saying like, if I sell dog tuxedos, is it interesting? And you're like, yeah, it's interesting. Then me being like, if I sell dog tuxedos, like, will you buy one and like sign here so that you will actually buy one? So there's a little bit different like lift that has to happen where you actually have to like commit to it. And so it sounds like from what you're saying, something with Kickstarter allows you to validate. Not only are you able to put it in front of your users and get potential feedback, but you're able to say like, no, they actually would in fact pay for this thing because they are willing to. They've put money on top of this if it does come to fruition. So I think that difference and being able to like understand the real true intent to buy and like the power behind that is really important.
Well, and that's something that in any early stage startup, and again, I'm saying before you've written code or developed your product or whatever stage you're at, if you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that there is a market that is willing to pay for it, and at a minimum, like if you can just get them to straight up write a check for it, right? Figurative check.
Game on.
you know for a fact that you then have something.
Yep.
Now, something is kind of you don't know exactly what you've made yet, right? Because you've convinced someone that they want to pay for it. But you at least know that that first hurdle of that it is worth money to someone
Yep.
is met. And so then it comes down to, I think, probably the next big one, which again, hopefully you're doing as you're going through this process, which is identifying how large of a market.
Yep.
And how do you think about that? How do you think about identifying how large the market is? Because I see a lot of I see a lot of pitch decks, and they're like, this is a $6 billion market. And I'm like, no, it's not, right?
Yeah,
but
right.
like, it's okay. I mean, you looked at it, I guess, right?
Yeah. Everybody wants to say like, it's the next Uber.
Yeah,
Like,
we're
okay.
going to be a unicorn, I promise, I swear.
Yeah, everyone wants to be a unicorn. So in terms of thinking about how big and then kind of the market, I want to separate those two, because size is one thing and then like what the market landscape looks
Sure.
like is another. So size, again, like it depends, right? It depends on what your intentions are. If you want like a giant company that's going to be, potentially like an IPO, like huge company, then the market needs to be really, 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 really big.
Really big.
If you, depending on like what your solution is, what your product is, you want to make sure that there are enough users that are willing to buy it and that it is big enough that you think you can really run with it. And again, like I know that's kind of a squishy answer, but it really just depends on what you're selling and what you're trying to do.
Sure.
So size is less of a factor, other than like from our perspective of like investing in things, like you care about size. But in terms of like what makes an idea good when you're like thinking about it to start a company, I cater less towards size, think more about market differentiation, what exists in the landscape.
Well, especially in market differentiation, let's talk about that for a little bit more, just for a second. So like I come from the software world myself, right? And so a lot of times when we're looking at these products early stage, it's not to say that everyone isn't its own unique little flower and it's only one that looks like that. But a lot of times somebody has either tried this and failed, or has tried and is currently operating and having some mixed amount of success. So when we're looking at a new idea, it's really important to understand. I think a lot of times in a pitch deck, this will be like identifying competitors, right? Is the way that this will like lay out when you're talking to investors. Yeah. But sometimes that's not even a great parallel, because you're just trying to understand like how much of the landscape out there is covering the problem that you're trying to solve. Mm-hmm. And if there's too much of it, you're just going to be noise in an otherwise overly competitive marketplace.
I'd push back on a little bit of that.
Sure.
Interestingly,
Yeah,
so there's different ways to look at it, right? Like if there are a whole bunch of competitors that are currently solving this problem, but none of them have really taken a true foothold, chances are there's a reason for that, right? Like there may be something that like they just aren't doing well enough that like one has really differentiated themselves among everything else in that space. So like back to our example of dog tuxedos, because why not?
Why not dog tuxedos?
So if there's a whole bunch of people just providing like very generic tuxedos for dogs, you're like, okay, well, what makes it different? But if you find for some reason that a particular wool that you were talking about happens to be like the differentiator, and like it's so much softer that everybody actually wants that, and so you're able to gain a market foothold because you really have this thing that is differentiated. And not only is it differentiated, but your users care about that differentiation enough to pick you over the existing people in the space. And that can be like a product thing that is different. So like in the example we used here, that's wool, that can be something about like how you deliver the product, how you build the product,
how
something
you onboard customers.
Right. It can be something about like, I can do it so I can make these tuxedos in a more effective and efficient manner so they are half the cost of the other ones in the market. It can be, I can do it in a way that I can get it to my customers, whatever that thing may be. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the product is different, but there has to be something that is different enough that your consumers are like, I care about that difference. That difference helps address this unmet need that I have, and I want to use that product.
Well, it's really interesting, because one of the ones that I see, and I don't think this is a new trend by any means, but especially in marketplaces that have a lot of potential competitors that you're going to go play in, ones, especially in the software world, that have like streamlined to the point of like almost too easy customer onboarding, are tend to be the winners. So when you're talking about market segments where no one's really defined themselves as the clear winner yet, sometimes just user onboarding can be the differentiator between winners and losers. Something as simple as that.
Yeah. So it's interesting. We talk about, even like you talked about like winning and losing, we talk about incremental value creation for the user. As long as you are creating additional value, those people will use that product. And so it's not necessarily like winning or losing and like
In that,
that felt like a very binary term, right? It's doing something that somehow is valued more, like creates additional, that sounds very fluffy, but like creates additional value for the person who is using it or the person who is buying it, such that that solution is just a little bit better or makes it a little bit easier or does something.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I think this is important because I think a lot of, especially high school or college students or really early entrepreneurs, they think that their idea has to be so big that it's going to light the whole world on fire. And it's not ready to go launch anything until you get that. But we just talked about how you can do this incremental user validation, right? So you just have to be that much better than a competitor. You have to understand how much of the market's really being served. And probably more importantly, like, is the problem real and big enough? Because you're right. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I see out there that's a solution in search of a problem.
Yep, exactly.
Right there. So, so I guess talk to me a little bit more about, I think one of the biggest questions that comes up in really early entrepreneurship, and it has a lot of words that gets used for it, but it's about user acquisition. And so sometimes we're talking about sales, sometimes we're talking about marketing, we're talking about the intersection thereof. And especially if you're pre-product, you're pre-writing your line of code, how do you coach folks about doing user acquisition at that really early stage? Because again, we just talked about how that's so important to that validation to know that you should continue building.
Yeah. Wow. You're saving the difficult questions for the end. That one very much depends as well based on what the particular product is. But that said, I would think through kind of a couple of basic things. One, you want to make sure that the user acquisition isn't just hey, I'm buying a bunch of users, right? Like if you come to me and you're like, I want all this money because I'm going to just buy a bunch of people, and then I'm going to have this many monthly active users, and then they're all going to go tell their friends. You're like, hold on, wait a minute. There's got to be something else more to it. So really the crux of it is finding a way to get users on board and do it in a way that is efficient. So that can be something that is either we have a few users, they bring their friends, it's some sort of viral loop. That can be something where it's, I'm trying to think. There are a couple of different ways.
Well, there's an entire science behind exactly what you're talking about too. That's a whole nother 2-hour lecture.
There's not enough wine for that.
Yeah, there's not enough wine for that. But still, I mean, I think, I guess and critical mass is kind of especially very early. But I'm trying to give some sense to people listening into this talk about okay, so I've talked to 20 companies. I've validated that 20 companies would potentially want my product, right? And I'm now trying to figure out how to really onboard them at an early stage. Is there a better way to do that? Is there a worse way to do that? I mean, does it matter to a potential investor, or is it really just knowing that I have those potential customers who would potentially write a check? Is that enough?
So are you trying to differentiate between truly getting these people who you have identified to use the product, or how do I find my first 100 users?
I think I'm trying to say, how do I find my first 100 users?
First 100 users, yeah. I mean, I think, again, that really just depends, right? You want to understand that the way that you find your users are not just that you're buying them.
Right.
And you want to understand that you're doing it in a way that is going to scale, right?
I mean, and define buying them real quick.
So just paying for ads to get your users to click on your site and download it, or paying an influencer to market your product with a promo code so they download it, or anything that involves money in exchange for somebody getting visibility into and actually using your product.
Right. So it's all the stuff that's outside of kind of that organic interest in your product.
So a great example, Blue Apron is obviously known for huge user acquisition costs that were not sustainable in terms of people who would actually retain on the product. So you want to understand what does it cost to get this person on board and then or using this product.
And then user acquisition cost is a very real metric, especially in early stage startups to look at. So you're talking kind of outside of that, trying to understand how are you getting these people there, and then once they're there, are they retaining and are they going to continue to use, or is your model for getting users Nick comes, he buys one dog tuxedo and he never comes back again, at which point I would hope that you are not an expensive user to get, because I'm gonna have to go buy a bunch more of expensive users, versus if you are somebody who comes and once you buy one dog tuxedo, it turns out you want 365 because your dog needs one every single day, then the chances of you being a repeat buyer and me not having to pay to get you to buy every single one of those 365 because now you're a loyal customer is much more appealing because my acquisition costs are much lower. Right.
So understanding just kind of, there's no right answer, but understanding how you're thinking about that and how you're getting there, and understanding that as somebody who is behind the product, you're thinking about how this is going to scale, because you can't just, handhold you through onboarding or do all, like, once you get bigger and larger and everything else, like, you can't just put a bunch of money behind it. It needs to be something that is relatively self-sustaining.
Right. So that's a question that comes up in investment conversations all the time, is then the scalability, which is certainly not this. But, and some of this also too, and, I feel like it's worth at least a footnote here, is the size of the sale certainly matters to the acquisition cost too, right? So if you're selling a solution that costs $100,000, like a $3,000 to $10,000, cost to acquire a user or a customer or whatever you're going to call them in that context, isn't, potentially that's not really that big of a cost. But if you're talking about something where, it's $9.99, right, $1,000 acquisition cost for a user, well, it's very, very unsustainable. You go to business very fast.
Suddenly you're paying me too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. And so, I mean, some of this is a sliding scale when we're talking about these things, because it matters the size of the solution that you're selling too.
Yep.
And then some solutions, right, you actually don't charge the customer anything. I mean, there's a lot of situations where the customer is not the one paying that. And certainly if you look at some of our social media out in the world, you as the consumer are also the the product. So, that's something to think about too, is there's a lot of different models in which to build value around the thing, especially in the tech space.
Yeah, value is a very, very squishy thing, right? Like, value can be revenue, value can be users, value can be technology, value can be anything that the person who would potentially want to buy your company or put money into, like, that they care about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, cool. Well, I've asked you like a ton of questions, and so I'm curious if you have any questions for me about some of this stuff, because I've just like rattled off all these questions at you about how you look at the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to hear, like, I pushed back a little bit on some of your theories, but like, were any of those underlying like hypotheses of how I think about it different than how you would think about it?
I definitely I tend to think about some of the stuff in trying to get as quick as possible to something that's testable as a product. Now, that doesn't mean like writing code. That doesn't mean like building something that you can go sell to someone per se. But I spend a lot more time really thinking about early iteration cycles on design as it relates to a way to test to customers. And so there's many more layers and many more ways to like identify market and identify some of these things. But if I know that I can put like an Envision prototype, Envision's like a clickable prototype for UX UI designs. I know that if I can like build that, put it in front of someone, again, I still haven't written a line of code, and I can get them clicking through this product, and then I can get them to a screen at the end that says, here's how much it costs to buy this. And I can get that last step where they sign up. By the way, that's the only real part that's an app. To me, a lot of times that's enough to say go. And I usually will put a little bit of marketing behind it to see how many people I can get in the hands that will go all the way through it. So I find for me personally that I'm spending a lot more time trying to validate a very, very, very early prototype as a way to identify some of these different buckets that we've been talking about. Is that the right way? I don't know. Certainly for the kind of work that we at Vinyl do, it's enough for us to say this is justifiable to build. And we've like validated with the client that, okay, you have the data you need. You can make a comfortable decision to invest in a team like us to come and build that. And so I don't know. I mean, do you think that so I'm racing to a prototype is what I'm trying to say, right? That tends to be the validation that I'm doing.
I think what you hit on here that's really interesting in this is it depends, right? It depends on what you're building. It depends on what your product is. It depends. Like there's so many different things. And like the really interesting, unique part of a startup and like early stage processes is there's no one right way to do it, right? Like you could do your way and it could work for one thing. You could do it again and it may not work for something. Like same thing goes for my philosophy through all this. Like it really just depends. And that's what makes it so interesting and so unique is you kind of just have to figure it out, right? And it's almost like a feedback loop on itself where you're like, did what I do work? Like, should I continue doing some of these things? Should I try something else? Like, you just constantly have to be evaluating, like, how am I thinking about this? How can I improve? And just have this like really hungry hustle mindset to figure out how to just keep going and keep changing and keep improving.
Well, and you might have said the most important thing of the last 30 minutes of talking, which is that startup founders and entrepreneurs, there's almost one kind of evergreen characteristic, which is that there's grit to iterate.
Yep.
And so there's a lot of, kind of cliches about failing fast on an idea and all these things that come up, which again could be big, long topics that we talk about. But it's to have an idea and to understand the process to iterate to make sure that you can eventually get to a product that the market segment that you've identified wants, right? That at the end of the day is the point. And I always like to leave people with this: no matter what we're building, whether it's dog tuxedos or the next great application, the truth is that when you're building anything, first and foremost in the front of your mind is that we're all trying to make someone else's life easier or better. That's why we're doing it.
Incremental value.
Incremental value. Thank you. With that, I want to thank you so much for coming down and having this conversation with us. I really appreciate you spending the time.
It's been great. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. All right. And we'll see you here soon. Thanks, Boise Entrepreneur Week.
There are so many reasons science, technology, engineering, and math education are vitally important to Idaho and the people who live here. Chief among them are that STEM education increases comprehension of 21st century skills, promotes critical thinking, and pays higher wages. And that's just scratching the surface for young Idahoans who pursue STEM-related careers. Did you know there are thousands of STEM jobs that go unfilled in Idaho each year? Good paying jobs in a variety of fields just waiting to be filled. STEM skills are needed for almost all of Idaho's 20 fastest growing jobs, including healthcare and technology. On average, STEM jobs pay twice as much as non-STEM jobs. In as little as 10 years, 80% of all jobs will require STEM skills. STEM jobs in Idaho are also some of the most fulfilling, and moms and dads will be delighted to know that their children can get good-paying jobs right here in Idaho. The Idaho STEM Action Center is here to help. We work with a wide network of industry partners, foundations, out-of-school organizations, schools, students, parents, and teachers around the state to advance STEM education throughout Idaho.
My favorite thing about STEM for our students is seeing them in control of their own learning process. I like to see someone solving a problem, saying, I have an idea, I can get from point A to point B all by myself.
STEM is important for our students because they need to be collaborative, creative, they need to be problem solvers no matter what career field they seek in the future. And STEM provides the training to make them those kinds of flexible thinkers that the world needs.
My favorite STEM activity in the classroom was doing the Rube Goldberg project, in which you would have to use physics and laws of motion and chain reactions, create a desired effect, such as water a plant. A wedge-shaped piece of metal would cut a string that was on a pulley, holding a water balloon into a colander full of screws that was attached to a funnel, and when the water balloon fell down, it popped and dripped water onto the plant.
For them to be able to come into the STEM lab or a STEM activity, to have that aha moment and to feel confident and capable, that's just so satisfying as an educator.
If they are able to engage with problem solving and ownership over their own process as makers, that affects their ability to succeed in all disciplines.
Those skills will be valuable and make them not just a good employee, but a better person in the world.
Idaho Industries offer a variety of STEM-related job opportunities across the state. Here are just a few examples. To learn more about the Idaho STEM Action Center and how you can advance STEM education in Idaho, visit stem.idaho.gov.
Welcome to Boise Entrepreneur Week 2021, everyone. I'm really excited today to present you with Jeff Reynolds. Before I tell you a little bit more about Jeff, my name is Tiam Rastegar. I'm the Executive Director at Trailhead and the Co-Chair at Boise Entrepreneur Week. We are presenting you today with some youth content. Jeff Reynolds, the principal at Reynolds & Myers, a local company, a digital agency, if you will, that helps companies in the food and building industries evolve into modern marketers. And hopefully Jeff can explain a little bit more on what that actually means. Jeff also was the director of programming here at Trailhead, at the organization that I lead. So Jeff and I have a lot in common. We share some history, and I just think the world of him for many reasons. And some of those are going to become pretty evident here as we talk. So welcome, Jeff.
Fantastic to be here. I couldn't be more passionate about this topic just because I started into the business and sort of entrepreneurship path myself at a very young age. I mean, I was hustling at 12 years old. And so I really believe that this is, that basically great entrepreneurs are made, not born, but they can be made quite young, much younger than we generally think they can be.
It's perfect. And yes, we want to get the attention of those young budding entrepreneurs, those who may not know that they have the skill set or the wherewithal to become entrepreneurs. And Jeff, I've heard you very effectively teasing out the right questions and getting people to kind of ponder and reflect on whether entrepreneurship is right for them. So as we talk about youth, let me take just one step back. This talk is called Building Your Community. And as we think about our youth in Idaho, high school students, collegiate students, you started at 12. My son is 13. I don't want to exclude them. They're all, part of the target audience here. But what do we actually mean when we say building your community?
Yeah. I mean, the concept behind building your community is simply that this journey, this entrepreneurship journey, isn't really a solo journey, right? Like we so often hold these gurus up on a pedestal, the Steve Jobs of the world, right, on a pedestal. And the reality is, as cliched as it is, nobody gets anywhere alone. And what that really means when we have to take that concept and turn it into action is we have to think about who are the others? Who's the team? How do I do this? And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the people in your world that can help support you and that you can help support them and make things happen. And that effectively becomes your community. And that community starts today. I mean, that community, Tim, like you and I could potentially be part of that community for anybody that reaches out, today. That's the reality. Like, matter of fact, from past talks that I've given both on the youth track and other tracks, many of the relationships start right here, and I guess if I could get, this first sort of the subject out, it's that concept that I just said, but then the action is really, how do you do that? And I think that's what those two things, sort of the what and the how, are what we hope to talk about today.
I like that, the what and the how, and the three layers of the brain. Let me for a moment pick on the why, because the what and the how will contextualize the why, right? And so you and I have talked about this sort of, leading up to this, not really knowing that we're going to record this talk. It's just because we get to work on programs together. But there's seemingly this barrier between youth that I get to work with through programs at Trailhead, and let's call it the adult world. I don't want to call it the real world, because then I'm implying that youth lives in some alternative world, which, thank you, air quotes there. Yeah. But, you and I have had the opportunity to work with some pretty young, brilliant minds, and quickly figured out that they were sort of trying to figure out where they belong in this adult world, right? And so I'm a big proponent of sort of building those bridges between those two worlds, because quite frankly, they're the same world, right? And so
when growing up, I always had sort of, informal mentors, not knowing that they were helping me sort of bridge the world and bringing me into this other world. And it really more represented a shift in mindset more than anything else. But tell me a little bit about, you said in past talks, you were able to build relationships. If someone is watching this talk right now and they're either in high school or in college and they really want to figure out how to build their community, do they reach out to you? Do they shoot you an email? Do they find you on LinkedIn? Sort of give me the how, the very first steps on starting to build.
Well, I'm just one example. You're just one, we're just two examples, I guess, when you add it up, right? But I guess, the whole point is to reach out. And in my mind, the key skill is, you talked about there's like a wall or a barrier, and we all have to figure out how to get up, over, through, or under those barriers. And that's what entrepreneurship really is at its root. And so sort of connecting with those mentors is just the first baby step. So for me, of course, anybody can find me. LinkedIn is fine. Email me, chat through here, message TM. Any of those things are fine, or my company, reynoldsandmyers.com. Any of those things you can find me. But the real point is you have to start with the mindset that you believe that you can do it and you should do it and that you are part of it. And as cheesy as it sounds, I'm here to say that you can and you are part of it. You can do it and you are part of it. And so I view it as like a 3-step process. Basically, first you have to, and I was just writing this down while you were talking because you reminded me of it, is you have to believe you can be the one to solve it. You have to be able to identify whatever the it's are going to be, the problems of the world. You have to believe you can solve the problems of the world. You have to see and identify those problems of the world, and then you have to act. So do something to solve those problems of the world. And even if that's and what I think today we're talking about is one step in acting is that community. It's reaching out and finding those mentors. The other thing I would say, when I was 12, 13, my mentors were books and Inc. magazine for me back in the day. That really provided that bridge. I remember having this book that was I can't remember the title of it, but it was something like Young Entrepreneurs. And it was like a book of profiles of young entrepreneurs. And it was published by Inc. magazine. I remember that, but it was a book. And that book really sort of inspired me to like, wow, if these people can do it, I can do it. And I was, this, I was raised as a poor kid, inner city Portland, welfare kid. And so those books found at the Hollywood Portland library really were the first steps in providing that bridge in that belief. So I guess I'm trying to answer your question about me. Yeah, just reach out to me or Tia, but it's not about that. It's really about what can you do to start the process of first believing and then starting to take the steps towards acting on that belief.
So I love that. So you found the genesis of your belief was rooted in those magazines. You saw others who did it, and then you were able to reflect on yourself and say, if they did it, I can do it. I think there are plenty of sources to inspire youth and for them to find their beliefs. I'm not gonna rattle off and put Shark Tank in the middle here, but I think entrepreneurship as a whole has anchored itself in society on a different level than when you and I were growing up, where we had to seek out, industry-specific magazines or things of that nature. Problem solving as a whole has just become more mainstream. So let's say youth, they have the belief that they can do it, and they've identified the problem, or they're in the process of identifying the thing. Any pointers on the identification step before we get to the act?
Well, I think when you're first starting and you're looking at this journey, trying to solve problems that you have is sort of the natural fit, right? And so I guess that's my thought. It's just teaching yourself how to pay attention to the world around you, and then B, when you're paying attention to those things, sort of see them. I don't know what I'm trying to say is like paying attention to them and looking at them as like, what are the root problems here, that what's going on here, and sort of analyzing it. And that's why it's so good to start with problems that you face because you understand them better. And
that's a really good point. So start in your own backyard, sort of, right? And that
100%.
implies, I don't want to call it expertise, but it implies that you have some relation to the problem.
Yeah, can we talk about that? Because I think, I mean, first of all, I hate the word youth. I think it's a stupid word. I mean, it's like just an ugly, like as an English language word. Like it sounds so, I don't know, like they're an other, you know? And of course, you know, I think what we're talking about when we're using that word is we're assuming that people with sort of less life experience, right? And so they haven't had a lot of experience in the workforce or whatever, so they don't really know what's going on. And I mean, I would say, you know, if you take the community mindset around that, knowing less is actually a strength, not a weakness. I mean, a lot of the best things in the world. I mean, I can't think of a company that I've started, just about, and I've got a few under my belt, but most of them came from not knowing any better, not from my great expertise. That's what triggered me on this rant. Use the phrase expertise.
There's an irony here, though, right? So I see people with less life experience entering the conference room and knowing that they know less or have less life experience automatically makes them want to be quiet and not assertive and not putting themselves out there. So there's an irony. You're saying it's quite the opposite. Now, why is that?
Well, I mean, what I'd say is a beginner's mind in solving any problem is a distinct competitive advantage. Meaning, if you have the mindset of, I know everything and I know all the solutions, then you never gain the skills. You know, that is your actual barrier. Like, I'm actually not necessarily saying that, you know, if you don't know a lot and you're in the room, that you should still sit there and yammer on about stuff you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you can listen and learn. And that is the most important thing.
Gotcha. So not knowing does not mean you do not belong. Find out, right?
Yeah, right. Find out if you belong. It's the exercise of digging through that. And I also say this, I'm obsessed right now with this concept of culture, and I'm obsessed in the culture in the macro sense of sort of like societal cultures and the differences between societies, and then down to organizational level, right? And the thing about that is there are cultural norms that are helpful to have, right? So if you're a bit younger than everybody else, you know, coming off as a know-it-all or whatever doesn't help you build the community, because in our culture, there is some of those negatives of what you just said, where people sort of think down on people, or sort of like the who are you for speaking up thing, you know? Mm-hmm. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's good to be sensitive to the cultural norms, understand how to play the game that you're playing, but not knowing in and of itself is absolutely not a reason to not move forward.
So I guess what I'm thinking of as you talk about not knowing is when companies get disrupted in the marketplace, right? They operate on their plan A. It's their bread and butter. They do that very well. And because they think they know their customer and the marketplace, they're not going to be very light on their feet. Now, another player entering the marketplace who isn't bound by those same beliefs, or call it the ladder of inference, the same experiences, may have something else to offer, or is in a way capable of uncovering things that the incumbent isn't able to uncover. So okay.
I'll tell you, I never feel so old as when I am sitting here asking my daughter, who is 17, questions about TikTok, so I can give clients, you know, I can have better understanding, and I can give clients better input on this. I mean, I'm old. I mean, you know, it's silly. I'm 46, but there are cultures that I don't understand. So what just like a younger person may not understand, you know, business meeting culture, I don't understand TikTok culture. So what? We're just all different. So use the strengths that you have to sort of break through, you know?
And one other thing that's an important element of the, you know, building the community is one's reputation. I mean, you've alluded to some of these cultural norms. I see them on a daily basis in terms of, you know, your reputation sort of, at least this is the belief, can dictate your path. And so, you know, for those of us who don't have as much life experience or don't quite have a reputation yet, what are some of the things they want to think about as they build that reputation that then they'll take into that community?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I think the starter point here is that it all starts now. Like, not to say that if you goof up or, whatever, you're, a slacker for a while. I was a slacker for quite a while. Like that is like going to run with you forever. But the truth is, if you can begin building that reputation now, positive reputation, it will carry for a long time. Or it's more like a ladder that you're climbing up. You start here and you build that reputation. So what number one thing is, these are like things that your parents teach you, I hope. It's things like, do what you say you're going to do. Work hard. Be kind. These are not, become skilled. Work to become skilled. Put in the effort to become skilled. Communicate. Be honest. These are, I know I didn't list anything like learn how to sell or anything. These are all like character traits. And the thing is, by having high quality character traits, you build like sort of micro trusts, like trust in a relationship, with like you and I, for example, that then we will then feel more comfortable introducing you to the next person, right? So like, I think a real thing to understand is like most people really want to help people starting out in just about anything, whether they're young or old, doesn't matter. People want to help. But the fear is that I'm going to refer you to somebody and that you're going to not live up to that referral, and it's going to reflect poorly on me and my reputation and my reputational currency. So being a person that people feel comfortable introducing and referring to people is probably the best sort of mental model to think about it. So don't think about it as what's in it for me. Think about it as in how do I make Tiam or Jeff or whoever feel good about referring me?
Very good point. And then when I talk to the person Jeff referred me to, I should keep in mind that Jeff has stuck out his neck for me, and this interaction is still reflective of
right.
Jeff introducing me, right? So that goes into reputation and building community. Let's switch gears real quick to breaking through that barrier a bit more. I really like when you go top 3, top 2, here's the number one thing. Those are very actionable things, we all can do. And so let's talk about the barrier a little bit. I have spent probably the last 18 months explaining to my kids, using the pandemic, explaining to them that, see, adults don't have all the answers.
No.
See, we screw up all the time. Now, we may pretend that we have all the answers, and that's part of maybe a cultural norm, but you all just saw how this adult world just basically fell apart in terms of leadership, decision-making, and having the answers, right? Now, when I grew up, it was pretty clear that if I needed answers, or if I needed anything taken care of, the adults in the room would be able to do that, and me not so much. I actually think this is a very good opportunity for us to turn the tables a little bit. What's your take on this?
I 100% agree with that. It's so funny, as sort of hard and challenging as this couple of years have been, I don't want to just repeat what you just said, but the sort of power structures and authority structures have proven their incompetence. And the positive of that, and that's not a political statement, that's a general, like it's at multiple levels, a lot of things going on. I mean, even the slow development of these remote tools, for example, it seems like some of that should have been able to be turned on faster. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is we should take all this as like, holy cow, this is a huge opportunity. These guys, I shouldn't confuse positions of power and authority with competence or solutions. So just because somebody has power or authority, now we talked about those cultural norms. I'm glad we kind of set up. We still have to be sensitive to that because that's sort of part of the rules of the game, sort of the implied game, and understanding that you're in that game. But separating the game from the reality, and the reality is she with the best ideas most likely or has a great chance of actually winning the game. She with the best ideas has a great chance of winning the game. That doesn't mean, don't confuse that the people with power or authority have the actual competence to win the game. And I'm not trying to, that sounds like I'm trying to sow seeds of distrust. It's not so much that as my view is more like, how do you empower yourself to seize, with that knowledge, to seize the understanding, seize that understanding and turn it into something. So, I don't know. I hope that all made sense. It was sort of a ramble. I
think it did. You're touching on something that in one of the tools I use when I help boards in particular with their development plans is, I try to explain to them that the person with authority is never the right person to drive change. And I explain to them in a long-winded way, but you can do the shortcut and just read The Iceberg is Melting, super short book on penguins losing their iceberg. But the point there is that, as an agent of change, and this is transferable to what we're talking about, you really need to find the advocates, and who are the advocates? The advocates are those without the formal titles. The advocates are actually those who the peers look to for leadership, guidance, and they sort of mimic what they do. And I see a lot of opportunity for, the folks that I work with in those, You Lead Idaho program, for example, amongst their peers, they turn out to be subject matter experts. And I see that their students, their peers, actually look to them more than they look to their teacher or me for advice on how to do it. Now, formally, they do listen when I talk, back to your cultural norms. But when the rubber hits the road, I think they orient themselves after those who have basically shown to them that they know what they're talking about. They'll be there for them. They have that reputation that you and I talked about. Yeah. So no, it totally made sense. And
can I also just say, the huge thing that you just mentioned was change, making change. And entrepreneurship, that is what entrepreneurship is, in my opinion. By definition, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you are not settling for the status quo. And therefore, you are an agent of change. And that change it's not about money. Money may be the result of some kinds of change. Bezos is a billionaire because he's touched billions of people. So, but that's not the reason. If you're a change, whether you're working on sort of social entrepreneurship or other sort of societal empowerment changes, that's what this is all about. And so what you need to do in forming the community is band together with people who are also open to making change. And that change rarely comes from the existing power structure. Rarely, I can't tell you how many times an entrepreneur will come to me and say, oh, I got this great idea for all these problems. This company's, whatever, IBM is doing all these things all wrong, and I'm going to fix that. It's like, no, you're way better to go over and do something different and to challenge that and create that change than try to sell it up through that existing power structure. When I was at Trailhead, Marcus Negrin said something. He's an entrepreneur, video game entrepreneur, among other things. He said something to me. He said, Jeff, don't bother with trying to change the culture. This was his way of saying this. Create a subculture and attract people to it. And what he was saying, that's how you make the change. So the change is not going direct at the problem. It's creating a community that is focused on a subculture, and eventually the status quo sort of moves to you instead of you moving to it or trying to change it.
Small subcultures to disrupt the culture, if that's the intent. You don't necessarily have to disrupt and replace, but you build your own, right? And they're not always competing either. If we're telling folks, hey, the burden of changing the world is on you, that's one thing, but we're really encouraging them to carve out new cultures and new communities that fit them.
That's a topic for a whole talk. This idea that the pie isn't fixed. So, I use Jeff Bezos as an example, and there's, I'm sure people that's like fingers on a chalkboard for some people. But the reality is Jeff Bezos grew the pie. He created ways of selling that we didn't know were possible. And the pie, we aren't all fighting over the same pie. We are building, there are infinite pies or one infinitely large pie. And so, yeah, I'm saying disrupt. I think what I'm saying is like, let the people who are happy doing the thing that they want to do the thing, and then go over here and focus on your version of change or building what you want. And you'll probably have a lot higher likelihood of winning.
Beautiful, beautiful. I want to make sure I touch on one thing before we quote unquote run out of time here. If I am participating in any kind of youth content this year at Boise Entrepreneur Week, let's say I form a team and I participate in the Youth Innovation Challenge, which all of you should do, by the way. and I'm in the beginning of forming my community. The team becomes the community who I'm now going to problem solve with, right? I have seen many different styles. Some work well, some do not work so well. But I've also seen the ones that work well be really crystal clear about the problem they're trying to solve, right? And so in terms of actionable steps, how do I go about discovering my customer and figuring out, is the problem that I'm solving actually a problem? Let's get task oriented let's get a bit tactical here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think about how to put this within the framing of the community focus, but I'm struggling a little bit because what's interesting to think about is that while the entrepreneur journey is definitely a sort of a team effort and a community effort, there's a lot of solo work that goes into that, right? And I think some of what you're talking about is that solo work, although you might be able to divide and conquer and do that. So, okay, so Todd, we call that phase of sort of company development, customer discovery. And there's sort of like two parts of that. There's the problem definition, which is like, what am I actually solving? Like, what is the problem here? And then there's sort of the customer part of that in terms of how they experience that problem. And you really have to have an understanding of both sides. In other words, sort of like a chicken and the egg problem. Sometimes you'll come to it from a deep customer understanding, especially if you're the customer. You just know it because you've seen it. And otherwise, you might become a little bit outside. You need to be more formal in defining that problem. So your question was really, what are the steps I can do to make sure I have an actual problem? So, it's not enough just to have a problem that you're trying to solve. You really need to have the right, I'll just say that, let me put it another way. Certain problems give you a better chance of success than other problems. So the more you can
don't equle problems.
Not all problems are created equal. So like the Jeff Bezos example, I'll just keep down that one. What made the problems that he was solving, and let's just go back to the old days when he was just selling books, right? In 1998 or whatever. And all he is, selling books online. But really the core problems were still the same. Back then, bookstores had limited availability. And so I go to a bookstore and they wouldn't have what I needed. So he could solve that via the internet and ship a book to me, right? Now he does that with any number of things, right? Or they do that with any number of things. So the cool thing about that problem was that I feel it. In other words, it's a big pain. It's as a customer, I notice the problem. So that's a pretty obvious thing. Is this a problem that's noticeable to your customer? I would want to act on that. It's painful because it takes my time. So is this a problem that's painful? I'd want to act on that. And is this a problem that is urgent? Does it affect me? Like if I really am trying to get a book and then I have to go down to, in the old days, Barnes and Noble or whatever, my local bookstore, and then they don't have it, then they have to order and it takes 10 days when I could just order it on Amazon and back then maybe get it in 3 or 4 days, then that's a difference in urgency. So I guess I'm trying to say that looking at your problem through these lenses, and there are other ones we probably don't have time to cover, but if looking at trying to understand your customer's problem and understanding how it actually affects them, and a good one is sort of base litmus test: is it urgent? Is it frequent?
I really like the urgency part of what you said, because if you notice a problem, that's one thing. If the problem hurts, that's another thing. But if your threshold for that pain is still way out there, and it's not even on the radar, it means it's not urgent. So that was one element of customer discovery that we had a really hard time conveying, because urgency to some isn't necessarily urgency to others. And so, nailing that, quantifying that urgency was something I know our team struggled with. And there wasn't a clear-cut answer in ways of quantifying it.
Yeah, and a lot of times I might try to get a sense of urgency by having just to make sure what we're talking about. We're talking about like talking to customers or talking to prospective customers, right? And if you're solving a problem for veterinarians, going and having a conversation with veterinarians and say, "Oh, do you experience this problem?" "Yes, I experience this problem." Tell me how that affects your life. and listening to them. And this is a real key thing. Like, nobody's going to say, oh, I have a real urgency to, solve that problem. That's very rare. You are listening for the cues that imply that they have urgency around it, right? Like, if they're desperate, if they're willing to pay a lot of money, if it costs them money, if it costs them time, and they're willing to take action, if they're actually currently taking action now. So, like, a great way to find there's urgency about a problem is when people have some janky, goofy solution to solving it right now, right? Like, they've created this stupid spreadsheet. I mean, one of the companies I was involved, that was the situation I walked into. That, the problem had been solved with PowerPoints and spreadsheets and sort of, baling wire and, whatever parts and pieces they could find. And that was a clue to me that was a real problem, because otherwise they wouldn't have put all that effort into that janky solution.
So you look for the workarounds and they become opportunities for solutions. It's interesting you say that. I talked to a venture capitalist, very well-known venture capitalist here in Idaho. They're not from Idaho, but they're well-known here. And I said, look, there's a lot of SaaS companies right now popping up left and right, between here and Salt Lake. I said,
Software as a service. Software as a service. SaaS.
Thank you. Software as a service, SaaS. And this person frankly said, well, it's easy, Tim. Go find a company. Step 1. Step 2, find their spreadsheet. Step 3, build a SaaS product to replace that spreadsheet.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, one of our companies is a company called NetCamps. We do sports camp registration, for BSU and camps all over the country. And all we are is sort of a paper replacement, right? Like, a lot of times your competition for the product or idea that you have isn't a company, isn't somebody else doing it. It's literally a notepad, a spreadsheet, or doing nothing. It's not like, a lot of times that's the actual sort of competitive set that you're operating in.
Yeah, very, very subtle, very, very subtle things. I'll throw this out. The customer empathy map helps me remind myself to look for those subtle, not obvious, hey, would you buy option B to replace option A? Pretty obvious question, but you got to kind of dig and peel the onion in between.
That's right. And the thing that so people will not like this.
Then I definitely want to air this. So
right.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, usually they don't like to hear this, but it's the truth. You don't get the sense of urgency or those sort of subtle things until you've talked to dozens of people, usually dozens, if not 100 prospective customers. I'm not saying that should stop you from moving on one track and doing stuff and, continuing, your own solution and sort of your pilot solution to it. But the reality is, it's very rare that one person or a couple customers will bring enough clarity to you for you to act on. So quantity matters in this game. And that's where your community comes in. Because if you aren't figuring out how to get beyond your own little social circle, then you risk being stuck in a bubble that is not reality. So if you can use your networking, I hate that word too, but your networking skills, your skills of helping other people and asking other people for help to sort of expand that circle to do more of those customer interviews, you really increase your odds of
that was
winning.
a huge takeaway. Help others first and then ask for help. It's a reciprocal game.
Yeah, listen.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I know you do that. Not to cut you off. I know we got to go. But back to this very core community idea. We are all connected. And if we were doing this in person, we would be able to, draw the sort of 1 or 2 or 3 degrees of separation, probably from everybody between us and everybody that's watching. And so the game is really figuring out how to be a useful enough person to the community and your community that they sort of sign on to help you versus you having to push the rock up the hill or sell or being seen as a salesperson trying to take something from them. It's much more powerful to be a giving person and really focus your energy on helping them, whatever your version of them is. So
yeah, the takeaway is I try to get shoulder to shoulder with those who you're trying to help. That's really important. Look, I do want to wrap up. I think we started off with, the what and how of building your community. And what I love about conversations that I have with you is it's never just a conversation we set out to have, and I learned a ton. But we also talked about, the what and how of solving problems and some of the intricacies to look for as a problem solver. I really think this talk is going to give some actionable direction to some of these folks who are going to pick problem statements. So the Youth Innovation Challenge is basically a reverse pitch comp where we will provide them with problem statements, and high school students and college students will then go out and try to solve them. And, the best pitches will get cash from us. And I really think them watching this before they go off and pick the problem and then go solve the problem is going to be really useful. And I want to thank you for that, Jeff.
No, for me, it's just me sitting in my basement today, ranting. So I appreciate the opportunity. And I'm just glad people are here and doing this and taking steps. Because even if you decide that it's not for you, that's fine. The skills you learn pursuing entrepreneurship concepts will make you more aware in sort of the world. And, just for me, make it really help you build a rewarding life. Because if you learn how to solve problems, it's fun.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think those transferable skills that come out of entrepreneurship, and it's funny with me, I'm not an entrepreneur originally. I'm kind of, the pendulum is swinging in that way. But if you think about what you just said, those transferable skills will make you a better employee. Yeah. If that's what you want to be. They could potentially make you a better father, a better husband, better member of your community. And I know those all sound like big, fluffy, words that I'm throwing out. But what I'm learning, the common denominator with entrepreneurs is that these transferable skills around problem solving, people skills, and a little bit of selling, quite frankly, are skills that serve you well, whether you start a business or not.
Yep.
And with that, let's close this talk and wish the participants of the Youth Innovation Challenge best of luck. I hope they don't choose my problem because I'm going to make it complicated. Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Innovation and ideas, they need to be nurtured just like anything else does for it to grow.
Really needed a center of gravity, a kind of focal point, the beginning of the center of the spokes on a wheel.
You can actually create a whole ecosystem, a whole economy around a startup community.
It's no longer competing against people across the street. We're competing against people across the world. So we create something like Trailhead to help facilitate the process and give a greater chance for these small businesses to do well. So when someone wants to start a business, it can be in anything. They generally know one thing very well. It can be writing code, it can be making a widget, it can be new recipes for a restaurant. What they need is they need additional help on other things you need to be successful in business. Finance, marketing, HR, taxes, legal, customer support, operations, management, timing, competition, location, luck, and relationships.
What better way to do that than through a place like Trailhead, where you can actually bring all the different talent that we have here to meet, to work together, to engage with one another, to provide programs.
Everything that is needed to make a business be successful, we want to bring it into one place, a large place, where it can be a lot of things to a lot of people.
Trailhead is a really neat, innovative concept. What it's really about is a community center where entrepreneurs can come together to share experiences and services, and a support network that gives them what they need to not only survive but to thrive in a growing Boise community.
Well, it's very exciting to have Micron support us very early on. With the donation they've given us, they basically are saying, yes, we believe in what you're doing, we believe that there's a reason for doing this, we believe there's a future for it, and we want to be there to be a part of it.
Micron is an iconic company and a really big part of the Boise community. I think it's really important to know that because a company like that is such a trailblazer in terms of innovation, this is exactly what we want to show here at Trailhead.
So if we can help create a place where bright people with great ideas can come together and foster new ideas and growth, we want to be part of that, and that's why we're participating.
For our economy, for our small companies to go from good to great, it's not going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to require investment from every aspect of the community.
Trailhead is what we make it. We need everybody to get involved.
What's up, everybody? My name is TM, and I'm so excited to welcome you to the 2021 Youth Innovation Challenge at Boise Entrepreneur Week. In this video, I will lay out the rules, the format, and the eligibility requirements for your chance to win some money. Before I dive into the details, I want to remind you that all of the information that I'm about to share in this video is also posted on our website at boiseentrepreneur.org. So watch this video and then read the information on our website just for complimentary reasons. Let's talk about the eligibility and format. So the Youth Innovation Challenge opportunity is open to all college and high school students currently enrolled in the state of Idaho. This is your chance to practice your Shark Tank skills by pitching a problem that we will provide to you, and so you can compete for $3,000 of scholarships and cash prizes. The format is pretty simple. Our Youth Innovation Challenge is a so-called reverse pitch competition. So we have sourced a series of real-world problems that you get to choose from. These problem statements have been submitted by prominent organizations and members of our community, including Mayor McLean from the city of Boise, Brian DeLuca, the founder of Black Box Virtual Reality, as well as Cradlepoint, Albertsons, ClickPank, and many others. We'll be judging college teams separately from high school teams, meaning that college students and high school students are not competing against one another. Your solution will be judged based on the following 3 criteria. First, how innovative is it? Has this been done before? Can I find the same or better idea and solution with a simple Google search? Secondly, how feasible is it? Meaning, how realistic is it really to start a colony on Mars tomorrow? You get what I'm saying. And third, how clearly and effectively did you and your team communicate the idea in your pitch? All right, guys, let's get into the trenches and cover some details. Here's a step-by-step guide on what you need to do next. Step 1, organize yourself into a team of 2 to 3 people. Simple. Step 2, go to boiseentrepreneur.org and navigate to the Youth Innovation Challenge under Participate in the main navigation. From there, you can view all of the problem videos. Or if you're watching us live right now, we'll play the videos right after this introduction. Step 3, pick a problem you and your team want to try and solve. Step 4, spend a few hours researching why this is a problem. Become as close to an expert as you possibly can. Google searches coupled with conversations with real people will be very helpful. Step 5, brainstorm and whiteboard a solution. Be sure to really think through the solution from the perspective of all the various stakeholders you will identify. Hint, hint, stakeholder management is important. Step 6, record an 8 to 12-minute presentation of your solution and make sure to include every team member in the video, meaning every team member has to at least say or cover a portion of your presentation in the video. Lastly, the very last step, submit your videos before the deadline on November 19th, 2021, before 11:59 p.m. Mountain Time. Your submission will be done via a Google form that you can also find on our website that I covered with you earlier. The winners will be announced on December 15th, followed by awarding the prize money. So the time frame that you have to work on this is from the time this video is released until November 19th at 11:59 p.m. That's it from me. We're so excited to hear your ideas and award prize money to both a college and a high school team. Good luck and venture forward.
Hi, I'm Mayor Lauren McLean from the city of Boise, and I'm super excited to hear your creative ideas that'll help us solve a problem that I care deeply about. The time is now to take climate action to protect our environment for future generations. We need innovative ideas and solutions to support our clean electricity and energy goals, and to help protect our foothills, open space, and clean water. The City of Boise has set a community goal of being carbon neutral by 2050, and research has shown that at about 46% of our community's greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. We cannot achieve our 2050 goal unless we find more sustainable ways to get around our city. Right now, 80% of our residents drive alone in their car to get to work. How might we encourage our residents to use more sustainable forms of transportation like biking, walking, carpooling, or taking a bus? Thank you, students, for participating in this challenge, and I am really looking forward to learning about your ideas. Best of luck.
Hello, I'm Kathy Holland, Communications and Public Relations for Albertsons. Albertsons is one of the largest food and drug retailers in the US and one of the largest employers in the area. While our company is headquartered here in Boise, we operate over 2,300 stores across 34 states and the District of Columbia under 20 well-known banners, including Albertsons, Safeway, Bonds, and Jewel Osco, just to name a few. As our company continues to grow, we are constantly looking for qualified, diverse talent to be part of a team committed to delivering fun, easy, and exciting experiences for our customers. As the needs of our business change, we are challenged with establishing new trends in every area of our organization, including recruitment and talent acquisition. This brings me to the challenge we have for you. Though many organizations are searching for ways to merely survive in today's complex world, exceptional organizations are learning how to thrive. Thriving organizations place a premium on people and think carefully about how to create experiences that meet the full range of their employees' needs. With a focus on the future, we understand that the workforce of tomorrow may look quite different from the workforce of today. Millennials are poised to become the largest employable demographic generation. Businesses need to realize that individuals of this generation don't have the same mindset as their preceding generations. Companies interested in hiring talented millennials need to have a strong value proposition. Some companies can struggle with the simple principles for forging relationships with employees, but no talent strategy can succeed without attention to the basics and understanding an effective employee value proposition. To be effective in attracting millennial talent, the employee value proposition must align with their needs, including needs that may be different from those of older generations. More than ever, employers need to know and act on the factors that make their company appealing to these candidates. They have to make it easy for candidates to choose them over their competition. It's important to understand what motivates them, what doesn't, and then the delicate balance between the two. So here is our question for you. What do millennials look for in their job searches? More importantly, what considerations are critical in the value proposition for millennial workers? So with that, we thank you in advance for your time, and we cannot wait to hear your thoughts and ideas. Good luck.
Hi everyone, my name is Kelsey and I am an HR business partner at Albertsons Intermountain Division. I have a great challenge for you today. So one thing that Albertsons really prides ourselves on is our ability to provide excellent customer service. We want our customers coming into our store feeling like they're at home, knowing that they can get anything that they need with the great customer service from our associates. So, as an Albertsons Intermountain Division, did you know that we serve over 1.8 million customers per week? That's incredible. 1.8 million times that our associates can provide that customer with an excellent experience, knowing that they want to come back and shop in our stores. So, in today's environment, staffing, hiring, and retention is incredibly difficult. There are tons of jobs open and frankly, just not enough people to staff them. So in order for us to continue providing that great customer service that Albertsons prides itself on, we know that we need to staff our stores appropriately. So our challenge to you today is, how would you approach this hiring crisis? How would you hire, retain, and attract talent to want to come and work in our stores?
Hi there. My name is Randy Perkins, and I manage digital and loyalty marketing for the Intermountain Division here at Albertsons. Now, Our division is comprised of stores spread across 8 different states with a really unique geographical layout. So keep that in mind as we go through this. So recently, we launched our new Albertsons For You platform through our Deals and Delivery app, which I encourage you to download and check it out for free in your smartphone app store, or you can register on a tablet or a PC at albertsons.com and then tell 2 friends, they'll tell 2 friends. You know how it goes, right? All right, anyways, so this is where you can find digital coupons, track rewards, see our weekly ad, place drive up and go or delivery orders, all right there in one package. Now, the challenge we face while trying to grow this platform is potentially losing customers. Now, you might be thinking, well, everybody has a smartphone and everyone has access to the internet. What's the problem? Well, that's not actually the case. We do have customers who don't use smartphones or live in areas with limited internet access. I've had conversations with customers directly where their area only has satellite internet. It's really expensive, so they don't use it that much. And so not being able to use traditional paper coupons or see the weekly paper advertising, that's a concern for them. And so if we take that away completely, what happens to that customer? Are they upset with us? Do they go shop somewhere else? So think about that. And the question for you right now is, how would you transition to 100% digital, so no paper at all, without losing a single customer? And on top of that, growing additional customers through that digital space. So there it is. That's the challenge. Have fun, and I wish you all the best on your future endeavors. Thank you.
At Blackbox VR, we created the world's first ever virtual reality workout gym. So you actually come to our gym, work out inside a virtual reality headset using our custom-made resistance device. So you're playing a video game, getting a really good workout where you're lifting weights, you're doing cardio, and you're getting into fantastic shape. The only problem is it's very difficult to market a company like this. It's so new that nobody knows what it is, and when you try to explain it to them, they get confused really quickly. So you can't just do traditional marketing campaigns like other people might do. So what we would like to challenge you with is, how would you market this company and this opportunity? Everybody knows that working out is not fun. It's the thing you don't want to do, but you know that you should. It's literally going on a treadmill is what they used for prisoners in the past as a torture device. So working out is definitely something people don't really like. But what if you could turn your workout into a video game? My challenge for you is to figure out how to use virtual reality, where you can go inside a video game and use your body as a controller. How would you create a video game that's fun and it gives you great exercise results? So look at games like Fortnite, GTA, Minecraft, mobile games, sports games, rhythm games. What type of game principles from those games would you use to make working out fun inside virtual reality?
Hi, I'm George Tanner, Director of Entrepreneurship at the University of Idaho. Thanks for considering our problem statement for the 2021 Youth Innovation Challenge. You've got several options to choose from to craft your pitch, but the issue we hope you take a look at is one we're all feeling one way or another, and seems to be impacting many businesses up here in Moscow and all across Idaho. So here's our challenge. Labor shortages are having a serious impact on the United States and particularly the Idaho economy. The situation today is on its way to developing into the worst labor shortage of the past 50 years. I've never seen a tighter labor market in my lifetime. The impact's being felt in all industries, but is even more severe for companies that employ blue collar and service workers. We only have to look around Moscow, North Idaho, the Treasure Valley and beyond to see restaurants, retailers, construction firms, agriculture struggling to keep the lights on and staff their operations. Unlike other labor contractions of recent cycles, this shortage isn't hitting highly educated white-collar workers nearly as hard as the blue-collar and service markets, the exact opposite of recent trends. As a result, employers are being forced to adapt, and the easy and obvious solutions of the past have not been enough to solve the problems. Your challenge is to determine what is happening, why it's occurring now, the role that the COVID-19 pandemic might be playing in labor shortages, and what are the impacts on employers and employees. Then we want you to propose a menu of possible solutions and mitigation strategies that companies could put into play to help alleviate immediate situations while also looking to the long-term effects and solutions that might be out there. Wages are up, service levels are slipping, and profits are taking a hit as this shortage bites deeper and deeper into companies, the workforce, and the economy. One of our most popular restaurants downtown just closed this week, closed for a month to try to figure out how to staff the place. By turning the issue over to you, the best and brightest young minds we have, and a group that's being impacted by this issue, we hope to find novel possibilities that can be passed on to employers and employees. Thanks for considering the problem as part of the Youth Innovation Challenge, and good luck. As we say at the University of Idaho, life's a pitch, so make your pitch a good one.
Hello, I am Penny Garrison, and I am a Senior Director of Engineering with Cradlepoint. I've been at Cradlepoint for about 4.5 years. Cradlepoint Wireless Edge Solutions unlock the power of LTE and 5G cellular networks to give your WAN the boundless reach, nonstop reliability, and real-time agility it needs to keep up with your business. In this digital world, in the context of network security, an individual or entity can falsify a location to deceive or create an unfair advantage. We know that location data can be spoofed either by compromising the software or using special equipment. An example was when Pokemon Go launched. Many took advantage of GPS spoofing to gather more Pokemon than their competitors and friends. Another example where GPS spoofing is used is geofencing. A geofence is a virtual fence around a physical location. A geofence is made up of a collection of coordinates like latitude or longitude, or in the case of a circular geofence, one point that forms the center. Geofences can be used to alert when a phone or a router has left the fenced area. And if someone has spoofed their location, then the phone or router would be gone and no one would be the wiser. So my challenge to you is, how do you prove someone or something is where they say they are? Good luck, and I look forward to your solutions.
My name is Kuba Porigacheski. I'm the VP of Marketing here at ClickBank, a local e-commerce and tech company. My challenge to you is actually not related to e-commerce or technology. It is related to our community here in Boise in the Treasure Valley. As you see the mountains behind me lead up to Bogus Basin, I am an avid skier. I moved here just a couple of years ago, like so many people have. And more people are coming. As you know, the more snow falls, the more people like to go up to Bogus Basin, creating traffic, safety issues, long delays. So my challenge to you is, how do we figure out transportation on the weekends, in the morning, in the afternoon, to reduce safety issues, congestion, delays, and just overall frustrations for locals and new transplants? So that's my challenge to you. Good luck. ClickBank helps people buy, sell, and promote products online. We've been doing it for over 20 years in nearly 200 countries with $5 billion of products and sales, which is great. We've grown quickly since the pandemic started and people continue to move to buy and sell products online. But 99% of those sales are happening outside of the Treasure Valley. So my challenge to you today is, how do we get the word out about ClickBank and help launch new businesses, help aspiring entrepreneurs get started, whether that's a side hustle or launching a whole new business. So, and help them keep up with these times of change. So that is my challenge. Good luck, and I look forward to your answers.
There's the high road and the low road. And if you're a lawyer at Holly Troxel, you better take the high road.
We have 24 practice groups with 75 lawyers.
The number of people and the breadth of practice allows us to be a full-service law firm to meet clients' needs.
The client's gain in hiring Holly Troxel is a deep understanding of the law, a deep understanding of the process and the players.
We like being the person that they pick up the phone and we're the first person they think to call.
This came to me in May of '84. It's a note from my grandfather. I forgot to send you clippings about it, but Boise's big downtown regional shopping center project, after 20 years of trying, has been given up. The fifth development company threw up its hands, said too much local dissension made success impossible. There is much frustration about the situation. Some folks are mad, others are glad. But I think that in time, a pretty good but different job can be accomplished for downtown. In order to have this phoenix rising from the ashes, first you had to have ashes, and I think they took care of that in the 70s.
Some described Boise in the early 70s as looking like it had been bombed out.
Industries moved away, you had these big empty buildings.
You had the remains of what had been really a capital for the whole mining industries of Idaho and beyond, which had then slowly eroded.
People just wanted something new, something exciting, and downtown had become stale.
The Boise Redevelopment Agency bought into the conventional wisdom at that time that to redevelop an urban area, you first had to destroy it.
The problems of our cities are real, the heavy hand of old-fashioned design. As a people, however, we are steadfast as we tackle problems. The hammer of demolition will be sure to swing with determination as we clear away the structures that block progress.
The vision that the city leadership had developed was to build a mall.
They thought, we will have a shovel-ready site, which will just be so easy for a developer to come into.
And they cleared this 4 blocks where we're sitting to be the location of that mall. But there was a growing resistance within the city to that.
Larson says he needed full community support to develop a downtown mall, support he says was not there.
We have concluded that the regional retail component of the mixed-use plan is not feasible.
With all that dissension and all the disagreements, they went through developer after developer. No one really wanted to be part of this because Boise was seen as maybe a dysfunctional group of people that didn't really have an idea or didn't have a plan.
And downtown really fell into disrepair.
As the city began to realize it wasn't going to build a mall downtown, it had to figure out what to do.
There was clearly a sort of widespread depression about the fact that they'd knocked down the middle of their city and nothing had happened. Things had just gone from bad to worse since then.
It's kind of like they had to hit rock bottom chasing that idea to then come together and say, okay, we need help.
The Regional Urban Design Assistance Team was composed of member architects of the American Institute of Architects from around the nation. They began arriving in Boise on the afternoon of Thursday, October the 10th.
Bringing RUDAT in was really a brilliant move on BRA's point of view because it was no longer them as individual Boiseans speaking, it was this national expert body. That created a very useful environment for open dialogue.
They talked widely in the community, and they came back with some concepts for what, in their experience, would make Boise into a vibrant city.
The real issue is that downtown doesn't have anything going on in it. We're proposing also an 8th Street pedestrian mall, basically an enclosed place with a large civic place, and around that would be office, commercial, retail, convention center, and a hotel. A place where a lot of activity happens. A place during this pedestrian experience where, you know, we'll encourage festivals, encourage outdoor things, encourage farmers markets on Saturdays and Sundays.
It was aspirational. Here are the things you should try to achieve. Try to make it a place that people want to come to. Try to make it a place where there's a mix of uses so it's always active. Try to really capitalize on this particular place, and it is a particular place. When you approach for the first time and you look down the bench towards the foothills, there's the dead straight line of Capitol Boulevard with the Capitol at the end of it. It's a breathtaking sight. Then you cross over the river And there's Julia Davis Park with all its cultural assets. Those good bones were enough to inspire the RUDAT team. They recognized that something could be done there. The question that was posed to us was, given the concepts from RUDAT, how do we make the whole thing fit together financially and in terms of public space? And somehow putting these together, creating some enthusiasm for change which collectively will accomplish the concept.
But not everybody was in agreement with what needed to be done.
There were some not always pleasant meetings because you have a lot of important decisions to make and a lot of passionate people in the room.
I've got to tell you that you have a very serious problem here. And unless you can solve it, absolutely nothing will happen. And another RUDAC team will be back in town about 10 years from now telling you the same thing again. You guys have got to get your show together. There are knives in everybody's pockets and they're going in everybody else's backs.
There was a lot of advice in the RUDAT report about how these improvements could be funded, and that was a source of a great deal of difficulty.
We would be looking for approximately $20 million to fund the development of the common open space, the amenities, and the public parking component of the 8-block district.
These fights would flare up. If you're going to use this funding for public improvements, that means you're not going to put into schools. Well, we're pro-education. I don't know about you.
A public meeting was held Monday evening in the Boise City Council chambers to allow final...
At that time, a group of very enthusiastic business owners actually came together and said, we've got to do something different. And they did. They got the petition signed, took it to City Hall, and the ordinance for the Business Improvement District was created.
They were still on a shoestring. It's not like there was all this money raining in from above, and there were developers, but they were cautious.
We had been encouraged at that point, after the years of trying to get the retail downtown, to pursue an office building. And as I stood on the flatbed truck on 9th Street, I sort of turned around and looked at this completely bombed out pit, which was the rest of the 4 blocks that had been kind of leveled. And I remember thinking to myself, I sure hope we know what we're doing here.
Once a plan was developed and it began to be affected, Boise started evolving, and fairly quickly. It started with a major public open space, which is what we call the Grove.
The first sketch of the Grove really was galvanizing because it put together all the things we've been talking about in something graphic that everyone could look at and say, yeah, that's what we meant. Once the first of the new buildings got going and the new sidewalks and landscaping went in alongside it, the whole thing became real and the momentum gathered.
People started to see some activity. It felt safer. One of the first events that they created, which was really interesting, was the Alive After 5. Once you get somebody that comes to an event, they then start to realize, hey, this is a cool spot. So they tell their friends and tell more friends.
All of a sudden there was more activity downtown. Restaurants started coming in, going out from the Grove like spokes. The 8th Street Marketplace area developed, 8th Street North developed.
And that vibrancy moved from 8th Street and further out. It was like somebody turned the key on and said, we can do this.
Boise's had great success, and it's due to the work of a lot of people. Looking back at the mid-'80s and that moment in time where special forces were called upon to say, okay, help us here. The legacy of that RUDAT study will never end.
What lessons could be learned from RUDAT in Boise? I think that something that many people regard as a completely lost cause is absolutely nothing of the sort. That even the most unprepossessing urban environment has inherent assets. And if one can identify those assets and identify how they can be capitalized upon, then you can bring about a tremendous change.
Good morning. Welcome back to Trailhead, Boise Entrepreneur Week, day 2 in full swing here. I'm Don Day, the founder and editor of BoiseDev.com. Proud to sponsor Boise Entrepreneur Week this year, and really excited to chat with Arian Lewis. He's the founder and CEO of Kiln, which is a new, I don't even know if co-working space sums it all up, but a new co-working space that's coming here to the Treasure Valley. Arian, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Tell me what you are planning for the Treasure Valley.
Well, first of all, let me just say Boise is exciting. We're really pumped to be coming into this market. This is a really cool ecosystem that's just kind of getting nationally recognized now. And Kiln is a young company. We're 3 years old, and we are a boutique, lifestyle-focused co-working company. So we have operations in Salt Lake, in Lehigh, in Park City, Boulder, Colorado, and we're really excited to be expanding up here to Boise, as well as other locations around the Mountain West and West.
So this will be your third state.
Our third state.
More expansion to come, it sounds like.
That's right.
And you're going to be in Meridian.
Yes, we'll be in Meridian.
Eagleview Landing. Tell us about the space that you're planning there.
Okay, so we're just off the freeway on Eagle and the freeway. Yep. And it's, first of all, it's a really cool development. We're there in partnership with BVA, which is one of the best developers here in the Valley. And there's going to be a variety of other amenities around us. So one of the coolest ones is Topgolf, which is coming in. So we'll be...
A story Boise Dev broke, I just have to say that.
What?
A story we broke on Boise Dev, of course.
Good on you.
Yep.
Good on you. So Topgolf, super cool. There's also a variety of really cool food amenities that are coming into that location. And there's so much activity going on out in Meridian right now that we just felt like that was the best place for us to start.
It's such an interesting site too, right? Used to be the corn maze. It's kind of that time of year. And now you're going to have ICCU is already out there, some other office uses, apartments, a hotel. I hear some big restaurants are coming in. You guys, Topgolf. I mean, it's going to be this little city within a city. What role does a co-working or a lifestyle-based co-working space play in something like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're really there to help small teams and companies to be able to have access to what we would call like big company amenities. So we're building 50,000 square feet, and this square footage actually is really amenity rich. So we have everything from, of course, a lot of meeting room amenities, but we have beautiful theater. We're incorporating an atrium. We have workout pods. We have wellness rooms. We have podcasting rooms. We have a beautiful new music room that we're doing there. It's really world class. It's what you would find in New York or London, and perhaps even better. And it's all designed, all of our design is actually done out of London. So my co-founder, Lee Radford, is our creative director, and he's been in the business for 12 years. I've been in it for 8 years. We did a prior brand together in London. And so we've taken all of the learnings from those brands, and we've applied them now to what we're doing here in Boise and Meridian. And we're really excited for some of the new products. So one of the things that's different about Kiln is that we actually design and manufacture over 20 different products. And these products form sort of the kind of the physical elements that our members interact with on a daily basis. And then on top of that, almost like that's hardware, we layer on our software, which is our programming, and a normal Kiln location will do 20 to 30 events a month. Everything from wellness-focused events like mindfulness and yoga, all the way to really technical events like talking about specific programming languages or giving best practice around marketing and sales. And so we have a huge variety of learning that can be, tapped into. And then the final thing is that the environment is really world-class, and it allows companies to, in a flexible way, utilize space as they kind of modify their needs, especially with hybrid work. And the very best thing that happens is they're able to recruit and retain talent much more effectively and at a lower cost because of the environment and the amenities that they offer to their employees.
It's an interesting space, right? I mean, in Boise, I think the first co-working space is the one we're in, right?
Yeah,
here,
super cool.
Here at Trailhead.
Love it.
And it serves, I think, a market segment. At Boise Dev, we've reported on a number There was obviously rumor for a while that WeWork would come into this market. I think that's probably off a little bit with some of the challenges there, but there's certainly this move in the future of work and changes in how we all work. Where do you see Kiln fitting in that ecosystem of all these different pieces that are moving around so quickly right now?
So that's a great question. Just at a high level, if you look at the US market, less than 2% of the square footage in office. So if we took all the square footage in the office market, less than 2% is what we'd call flex office, meaning that it's on flexible terms. So and flex office is not a new concept. Regis has been around for almost half a decade, well, half a century. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say a long time.
And so the concept isn't new, but the experience and the experiential side of it is what's evolving. So WeWork, of course, is the most notable brand, but they're actually 70% of the U.S. market are mom and pop, and they're people that are really passionate about building an ecosystem in their local market. And so what's now happening is that large companies are trying to reduce, large and small companies, they don't want to take on long-term liability. And so they're looking at flex office as a way to serve the needs of their employees, almost like creating a hub for their team rather than the place we work every day. And then they're using Kiln or other co-working brands in different markets as they kind of enter and exit those markets. So they might be in a location for 2 years, but they don't necessarily want to go in and sign a 5-year lease. The other thing that's happening is that when you use flex office, you don't pay the CapEx cost, the capital cost of building out an office.
No TIs, no tenant improvements, those
TIs,
types of things.
no tenant improvements, no furniture. Your team doesn't turn into furniture makers and designers for a couple of weeks.
The old school Jeff Bezos desks with the doors kind of thing.
Exactly. And what that allows you to do is it's almost like it allows you to, first of all, it makes your team more productive. And the second thing is that it allows you to take advantage of all the learnings that have happened around how you organize workspace and create workspace. And the best comparison I have is you would never put your team on an old Lenovo laptop.
Right.
You'd want them to have the latest technology. And that is actually the case in Office as well. And so what you're seeing now is the move to Flex is not just around I need space, but I need space that enables better productivity from my team. And the final thing is, I don't want to shell out a bunch of cash into something that I'm not sure if I'm going to need in 2 to 3 years.
How much space will you have? And I mean, I imagine there's different configurations. How many people do you see
Great question.
being accommodated here?
Okay, so we're building out 50,000 square feet.
That's a lot of office space.
It's a big office space that allows us to put in a lot of amenities that can all be shared. It's going to have offices that range from a 25-person office all the way down to a solopreneur. And the pricing is going to start in the 200s and go up from there. So for
on a monthly basis?
Yeah, on a monthly basis. So for as little as, in the 200 range, you can get a club membership, which gives you 24/7 access to Kiln. And then private offices usually start at $1,000 and up. And that gives you, a private office. A lot of our space is private office space, but we do have 2 levels that are also optional. Club, which is rock up with your backpack and have access to meeting rooms.
Non-dedicated desk, probably.
Right. And then a dedicated desk, which we call a resident desk. Okay. And that's where you can set up your screens, and it's your own little home base. And actually, people tend to use them in a modular way. So sometimes they'll get, for part of their team, they'll have an office. And then for part of their team, they'll have club memberships, and maybe 1 or 2 members of their team will have a resident desk. And you can modify and, plug and play with it.
So I was looking at your website and having written about a bunch of these co-working spaces, I was curious because you have a lot of amenities that are built in. Tell us what the kind of the driving factors are there and what led you to that mix of offerings.
Yeah, so we find that people need different tools when they're working on different things. So I'll just give you an example. We have presentation space, which is for somebody to present something they've been working on. We also have rooms that are designed for conversations where you're kind of laid out in a semicircle. And that allows you to facilitate more of a dialogue and a discussion among your team, especially when you're trying to solve problems as a group. We have spaces that enable better creativity, like a maker space or a podcast studio. And then we have things that are really just designed to deliver that function that you need, like a phone booth. And we're coming out with new video pods, which will actually help 4 people to have a really high quality Zoom meeting, most of the time with another team that's virtual somewhere else.
So we're chatting with Arian Lewis. He's the founder and CEO of Kiln. And if you have questions, you can drop those in the Boise Entrepreneur Week Slack channel, live_Q_A. We've got a couple minutes left here. That put the prompter up right after I said it. I think I got it right. You've got a bike back here.
Okay, yes.
Tell us about this and what we're going to do.
All right. So we are passionate about bikes, but we are not a bike company. But we figured we'd bring a bike anyways. So this is the Kiln bike. We're going to be giving it away at the block party tonight at 7 o'clock. So hope that you come out and be a part of that little giveaway.
It's a pretty nice bike. And so the block party is interesting. Obviously, most of BEW this year is hybrid. But the block party, kind of hard to have a block party in a hybrid environment or in a virtual environment.
Real deal.
So it's going to be the real deal. It's going to be at Jack's Urban Meeting Place here by the Simplot World headquarters in downtown Boise. Starts at 7 o'clock, goes till 10. They've got a couple of bands. I think there's ice cream and all sorts of stuff. I believe masks are required, so make sure you've got your mask on you. And outside, have you been to Jump yet?
Yeah.
Huge space. So lots of space there, and I know a lot of people will be out there. So Arian will be giving away this bike at the block party, and I hope people can check that out this evening. We've got a couple of minutes left here. You've got an interesting background. I wanted to ask you kind of a multi-layered question. So you're a BYU grad, I believe.
Yeah.
And then Oxford.
Yeah.
So when you took your prior experience and said, I want to do this again, I mean, I could guess maybe why you picked Utah and the Intermountain West with some experience here, but what really attracted you? Obviously, you were going to make the best business decision. So why did you do that here?
Well, so just by way of background, myself and Lee Radford, my co-founder, we built a prior brand called Rise with Barclays, which was headquartered out of London. Mm-hmm. But we built locations in London, New York, Tel Aviv, Cape Town, South Africa, Mumbai, Vilnius, Lithuania, Manchester, England. So it was a global brand. And after doing that for 5 years, we didn't own the brand. It was owned by Barclays. We felt like we understood, let's just say, tier 2 markets or tier 3 markets. And we saw a big trend of people moving to lifestyle markets.
Yeah. Like this one.
Like this one. They want access to the outdoors. They want good quality of life and lower cost of living. But they also are going to be developing world-class companies in tech. And so we felt like we wanted to meet them at that intersection. So we're at the intersection of lifestyle and tech. And if you look at the markets that we're in, like Boulder, Colorado, Park City, Utah, Boise, and Meridian, we feel like these markets are where tech is moving to. And so we're trying to skate to where the puck is going to be.
The Gretzky quote.
That's right.
Where do you see this market in a few years? Do you see multiple locations here?
Yes.
How does that look?
Yeah, I mean, we see several locations in this market. We believe that over 30% of the office space in any market will eventually become flex. And so the opportunity is exciting here. And this is really just our first step to get to know the market and to understand how we can best serve this market.
Is that something you'll do with BVA? Do you see kind of going forth across the market? Will there be other partners potentially?
Potentially, but we have a great partnership with BVA.
Yeah, interesting. What's the timeline here? I know that construction is tricky in this valley and elsewhere.
Yeah, so
we would love to be open today, right now.
So the site is being framed right now, and drywall is starting here shortly. So it is real. It's very, very much happening. We'll be opening this spring, hopefully early this spring. We'll announce the date soon.
So we'll go through our cold winter here.
If you're interested, go to kiln.co. So kiln.co.
Yep.
And just register your interest for this location, and we'll reach out to you and put you on a list. We'll share information with you. You may be able to get some of the first pick of the offices when they come available. So we'd welcome you to reach out right away and let us know that you're interested.
I mean, right on Eagle Road, obviously, a lot is happening out there, easily accessible. Arian Lewis with Kiln. I appreciate you joining us here for Boise Entrepreneur Week. This is a quick conversation. That was a fast 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Coming up right now, in fact, we've got Jonathan Petrino. He's going to sit down with Moshit, who's the owner of Janju Patisserie. But first, we got a couple words from our amazing Boise Entrepreneur Week sponsors.
Here's to the risk takers, the ceiling breakers, the ones who lay it all on the line, the men and women driven by a higher calling, to those who work sun up to sundown and beyond, to those driven to reach for the stars and achieve their dreams, to small business owners everywhere, those who work to change their world for the better. We honor you. We're Bank of Idaho, committed to community like you. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Petrino. I'm on the board here at Boise Entrepreneurship Week, and I'm joined today by Moshit Mizrachi Gabidas, who's the founder and head pastry chef of Janju. And Moshit, maybe if you want to do a little introduction, tell us a little about yourself and the business, and then we'll get into some questions.
I moved to Boise from Israel. I'm Israeli originally. I moved to Boise in 2007. This is my second career. I was in the semiconductors before. Moved to Boise in 2007, opened my business in 2008, but in a different configuration. It was more like a wholesale. Okay. And the store opened in 2013. My husband, Chuck, is also a co-owner of Janju Patisserie. We should not forget him. And so we opened in 2013. Yes. And
Chuck is he makes a lot of the coffees, I know, when I'm in there as well, and I'm sure he does many other things as well. But he's certainly a face of the bakery.
Yes. Chuck is the best barista.
Excellent.
He is. He runs the front of the house. Yes.
Great. And I want to thank you too, because you've created something very special in the community. I know myself, my wife, we love it, but also we see a lot of the community in there. And thank you for creating that. And thanks for investing some time with us today to share your story.
You're very welcome. I'm honored to be here.
And so we have today, it's a bit of a, normally we call this a fireside chat, but Moshit's actually seated in the bakery. So it's a bit of an oven side chat today. I think we've talked about this prior, running a business like yours requires a high level of passion, which you certainly have, but also you need to attract the talent that shares that passion with you and that passion for quality. And we'll certainly get into that. You mentioned this is your second career after working in semiconductors. How did you know the time was right to start a second career, and particularly this one?
I never thought that I would become a pastry chef. Life just sometimes leads you to where you need to be. We have a saying in Hebrew that you can plan whatever you want, but God has different plans, and that's what's going to happen. So it actually, from a sad thing, something positive happened. I lost my mother in 2001. And I was this career woman, I was working for Intel for about 10 years. I started to feel a little bit bored with my job, but I had no clue what I wanted to do. And I had a good job, I had a good pay and good benefits, but I felt like something was missing. And when my mom passed away, all of a sudden I needed to start cooking because there was nobody to cook for me on the weekend. So I started cooking. And I started baking as well. And I realized that I liked baking a lot more than cooking. So I continued to work, at Intel, and I had a lot of time on my hands. I decided to do something with it. And I went to night school for baking, just for the fun of it. and it just swallowed me in. I just loved it. And I felt that this is what I wanted to do. I just knew it in my bones, if you can say that. So I slowly made a transition. I had a goal, and that's what I was going to do. Yeah.
Excellent. You talked about setting that goal. How long did it take you? And well, let me ask, how did that goal change from when you first decided this was something you wanted to do? As you started to do it, did you keep moving that goal out, and did that evolve?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it moved. Life happens, right? So I moved here. First of all, I want to say that before I moved here, I worked for free for about 2 months in a bakery in Israel because I wanted to make sure that this is the right thing. I'm a very cautious person, so I don't make impulsive decisions.
Yeah.
So I went and worked for free in a high-end bakery in Tel Aviv, and I drove 2 hours each direction every day to be there. And then that convinced me. And then I moved to Boise. I needed to wait for a work permit because I was an immigrant. So that took time. And then, to get all the permissions and so from the moment I came in 2007, opened the business on paper in 2008, started baking cookies, started selling them at the co-op, Boise co-op, and then I opened the store in 2013. So it took about 6 years?
Yeah. So it's not like you just moved to town and opened the bakery that we see today.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You mentioned some of the process that you went through. What about some of the roadblocks, maybe as you were growing or trying to figure out the direction to take the business? I'm sure there were many challenges, too many that we probably have time to cover them all. But what were some of those challenges or roadblocks as you were, navigating that 6 or 7 year period?
One of the things that was hard to find was the location. The location was a hard thing to do because if you remember, I moved here and the recession started. So the 2008 recession, and that was scary. It was scary to take that financial commitment. But there were a lot of empty stores that I could choose from. But I had a realtor that, walked around town with me for 4 years.
Wow. Until
we found the right location. And the funny thing is that the location that I'm in right now was the first location we looked at. We couldn't take that location because Alberton across the street has exclusivity, and they can say nay or yay on which business comes into the store, and a bakery is a competitor for them.
Yeah.
So at first we couldn't take it, but long story short, the square footage here is smaller than what the contract says for a competitive bakery. So we managed to take it. So that was one. Second was to get the loan from the bank.
Yeah.
I went to the bank. I can tell you how many times with my financial statements. And I was so proud of myself that I sold more and more every time. And I said, look at how much I'm selling. Will you give me a loan now? And they said, no, you need to sell more. So every year, it took me 5 years to convince the bank that I'm actually worthy of an SBA loan.
Jeez.
And they also had a say on the location. I had a different location that I looked at, and they said, no, you need to find a different location. We have a client in this location, and this location is not doing good.
Interesting.
So all that taught me, I'm glad that it all took time.
Yeah.
Because I've learned so much during the process, Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So those are some things people probably don't think about as like just some of the real estate considerations, the financial statements that you need, right? Those things are all, you don't see that when you walk into the bakery or when you go there today, but that is all, on the road up to where you are today. Certainly.
Yes. So
that brings us to today. and your business being what it is requires a certain amount of discipline and passion. You certainly have that. That's probably difficult to find in the environment that we're in today, where talent and labor and are a bit scarce. How are you finding that situation today to find really high skilled disciplined bakers like yourself? You put 2 years in, or you said 2 months for free, I think, working just to figure it out. How's that journey been for you to attract the best talent?
So the problem for us as a bakery has started actually about, I think, 5 or 6 years ago, when they closed all the culinary schools in the area. And I anticipated that this is going to happen, right? But it's very, very hard to find people. And it has a big impact on us. So we are serving, in a way, also as a culinary school. I mean, I'm at the point now that I am willing to teach who's ever willing to learn.
Yeah.
I'm at the point that I'm not looking, when somebody will submit a resume, I am not looking at their experience. I'm looking at their quality of, what quality of people do I interview?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking technically for hardworking people that are not afraid of hard work, that are willing to learn.
Yeah.
So it's been hard. It's been very hard. I think I'm distracted. What was the question again?
Just, I think what that journey has been like to find that talent. And I had said, what is the best talent, finding the best talent. And I think you answered the question by, you're looking for the hardest working people and people willing to learn, not necessarily, right, someone that's graduated culinary school, because as you said there, that's dried up a little bit, perhaps.
Yes. And also, people are leaving this industry. So even if they do have the skills, they don't want to be in this industry, which is a big problem. So it's very challenging. Yeah.
And we should say too, you're quite protective of the staff that you do have. You've limited your opening hours so people aren't overworked, and they need to feel good about coming to work as well, right?
Yes. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to put all my cards on the table, because I have employees that have been with me for 10 years. It's not easy. They've been with me through thick and thin.
Yeah.
But I can't overwork them. I mean, if somebody, if I don't take care of their mental health right now,
yeah,
I might lose them, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah. And that's a theme that we probably want to call out, or you've obviously, that's a learning that, I think you're sharing with the community, right? Is the talent is good talent is always hard to find. That's probably true more now than ever. But also that, how do you protect the talent that you have and the staff that's been quite loyal to you over the years as well, right?
And we need to remember, I think that all business owners will tell you that, I hope. We're nothing without our employees. We can't do it all. I'm a control freak. I can do a lot, but I cannot do everything.
Yeah.
And this is something that I know and I appreciate, and I have a lot of respect for the choice that they're making every day to get up and come here and go through this. I don't take it for granted. It's not enough just the fact that I'm paying them.
Yeah.
So, they make an effort. They make a personal effort to come here and be part of it.
Yeah. That's a good point too. And I know you've mentioned, right, it's not necessarily just a pay issue either. I think that's pretty clear. It is people have to gravitate towards the work. They have to feel valued, right? They have to care, right? They're doing as well. And that's interesting right now, because in some ways the economy is being reconfigured, right? In certain ways.
Yes.
And so it's important that people feel connected to their work and well taken care of, no matter the industry, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That feels especially relevant, though, in a business like yours that requires a high level of passion. You really have to care about. I mean, I go to your bakery, almost every week. You have to care about, right, making those pastries and making them authentically or at a certain level. It's not that takes something special to care about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mentioned that, like, how do you find that because of that passion is required, how do you find people that are as passionate about something as you are? You're the business owner. You've been on this, multi-year journey. It's a second career. You're doing this because you really are drawn to it, and it fills your soul, I think is something you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
How do you find people to work on your dream with you and get them involved in the business so they care as much as you do?
It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because I have loyal employees, but even my husband, doesn't see the business like I do.
Yeah.
This is my baby. This is my vision. In a way, you can say that the business, if I walk out of the business, it won't be the same business. It's all my craziness and passion and love that I do. But I think that in a way, passion can be taught a little bit, or how to love your job can be taught. It's either you have it or you don't, but it's also something that you can develop with time. I carry a lot of pride with what I do, and I do it in the kitchen as well. And I want to believe that I transmit it to my employees as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's, you can feel that when you walk into the bakery, or at least I think I have felt that when I walk in. You can definitely feel that. How do you, you may have answered this in some way, but how do you maintain such high standards, knowing that, talent is a bit short and things have been, like I said, kind of reconfigured in the economy. There's a lot of forces kind of pulling at you as a business owner. How do you keep your standards so high?
First of all, it's a personality thing. My entire family is like that. We have high standards. So it's genetic, but it's also, I'd rather do less, but whatever I do it right.
Yeah.
There's no shortcuts. I may not have all my offerings every day now, but whatever you have, I can guarantee you that it's 100% perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a comment in there about kind of focusing, if you have to focus on less, but higher quality all the time.
So I wanted to say that I think that's one of the reasons that we're closing also for 2 days. We're only operating Thursday through Sunday is because if we want to maintain the same level, we have to reduce the quantity of what we do in order to maintain the quality with the staff that we have right now. And that's one of the reasons I didn't want to ruin our reputation just because, we need to be open 6 days a week.
Yeah. So it's that's an interesting point, and also the quality of the talent and your employees, right?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
As well, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you kind of answered the question I was going to ask, which is about over the years, how has it changed? You said it was about 5 years ago the culinary schools had closed in the area.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you said you saw that coming. What made you, how did you see that coming? And actually, why do you think they closed, and how did you see that coming?
I honestly, this is my first business that I run on my own. I didn't put too much thought into it because I was doing all right. I had staff that stayed with me for quite a long time. I mean, just recently I lost 2 employees that one was 10 years with me and one was 4 years with me. I was a little bit naive that maybe nobody will leave and I'm good because I take good care of them. But, the pandemic made people think. Some of them left. But I never thought that I would be in a position where I won't be able to find a replacement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even culinary school students here, the level is not really quite where I would have liked them to be. So I still needed to do some investment into their education.
Yeah.
So, but now it's just a lot harder.
Yeah.
A lot harder. Yes.
We chatted previously. You mentioned there's a need for us as a community to come together. You're serving the community and providing a lot of joy. But also, you've said you recently moved to the community. What has your experience been in Boise? And as somebody who's moved to the community but opened a business, what has your experience been in the community as somebody who's not originally from here and is now a business owner?
I think Boise is amazing. Boise feels like home to me. I mean, I go to Israel is home for me as well. I go to Israel and after 10 days, I miss Boise. I want to come back. This is how Boise, that much of a home for me now. But I've been so well received, as a person. I remember that when I first moved and I started meeting people and telling them about my story, what I want to do, there were so many people that were willing to help me. And I'm like, wait a second. What is your hidden agenda? Why do you want to help me? But people are just like that in Boise. That's the beauty of Boise. And I hope that we will never, ever lose that, And, also, if I may say, our family went through a tragedy and we lost our son about 5 years ago. And I cannot even imagine going through this tragedy somewhere else. Yeah. The community just hugged us and loved us so much. And that encouraged me to come back to work. I opened the store 2 weeks after the accident. Yeah. And people, our customers kept us alive, and they're still. Now it's my time to give back.
Yeah,
you see, it's a love story. It really is.
Well, that is. When we were planning Boise Entrepreneur Week, we wanted this event to be very authentic to the community. And previously, this event was Boise Startup Week, which was, I think great, but opening it up to and broadening the focus to Boise Entrepreneur Week, right, really, I think allowed us to embrace the community aspect and make sure it was true to the community. And I know your business is a big part of the community. And as you shared, it's a big part of your life and your families as well. So, so I think we're, coming up on time here. I have two last questions for you. If you had some words of wisdom for aspiring entrepreneurs, I think there's some younger entrepreneurs in the audience or who are going to be watching this. Having been through what you've been through and having a second career, having this be your second career, what words of wisdom might you share with the community today?
I think perseverance is a big word that needs to be, it's not going to be easy. There are times that, the road's going to be very, very bumpy, but if you really, really believe in yourself, and if you really, really know that this is what you want to do, don't let anything or anyone, distract you from it. There are good days and bad days. Yeah. Still to today, good days and bad days, but you just have to persevere.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is going to be a better day. And what happened today happened for a reason, so you can learn from it. Don't take it as a done deal.
Yeah. The perseverance, but then the continual learning.
Yes.
And wrapped up in anything.
I continue to learn every day. Every day there's a new technique I learn, a new way to do the recipe. It's ongoing.
Yeah.
It's ongoing. And it's also important to open your mind, not be stuck on things.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to get stuck on things, but keep an open mind.
So that I lied. I said I had only two questions. Now I have two more. You just made me think of one. When you transition from a corporate career like you did, into this career. Was that a mind shift in that you had to use your imagination more and create your own path, which in some cases is not always the situation if you're working in the corporate world?
I took a lot from the corporate world with me into this business, but I also tried to make this business a lot more personal. I sometimes joke that my employees are my children. I treat them like my children more than my employees sometimes. But I think it's a combination of things. I may not be so rigid like a corporation, but on some things. But there are also some things that if I don't stay technical and rigid, I will lose my focus.
I do. And so then my last question is, what is your favorite pastry in the bakery?
So I'm boring, but I just like the butter croissant.
That's very traditional.
It's very traditional, but to me, it's the simplicity of the ingredients conveys the talent.
Mm-hmm.
I can't hide it with some other, flavors or creams or whatever. The texture, I always check the texture of my croissant. I cut it and I make sure that the honeycomb is there, and the taste of the butter, and how soft it is and crunchy at the same time. So for me, it's a macchiato, one shot macchiato, and a butter croissant, and I'm in heaven. I'm happy.
I love it. So that's the baker's order right there.
Yes, that's the baker's order every day.
Thank you, Moshe. First of all, thanks for what you've created for our community, and thanks for investing some time today and sharing your story with us.
Thank you for inviting me, and I want to thank you, and I also want to thank the community for loving us and supporting us through thick and thin. And I hope to stay here and continue to work hard for the community for many more years.
Excellent. Well, I'll see you this weekend at the bakery.
Welcome back to Boise Entrepreneur Week Live. Super excited. I'm Dave Harden, founder and CEO for The Outpost and Outpost Ventures, helping companies get government contracts and make an investment in dual-use technology. Super excited to be part of everything happening here. Really appreciative of Trailhead sponsoring this, leading it, and making everything happen. Super excited today. We have a very important gentleman sitting next to me, the one, the only, Adam Stock. So we'll have a quick applause. Honestly, I'm super excited for you, Adam. You drove down here 4.5 hours. We had kind of this hybrid thing. You wind up winning the main event, pitch event here in Boise, the up-and-coming freaking community to make startups happen. And you walked away with a big fat check yesterday, $25,000. How does that make you feel?
It feels great. It doesn't even feel real right now. It'll probably hit me on the way home, but so excited to be here and so grateful for everybody involved for this opportunity and for what it's going to be able to do for me, my family, the company, and the community.
Yeah, awesome. We kind of had a format called 2-Minute Drill because I'm a partner with David Meltzer, and we have a TV show. Part of your winnings is you get to come on our TV show, filming on Amazon Prime. It's going to be filming in November, so super excited for you there. Another chance for another $50,000 in cash and prizes, so that's not too bad. I'd like for today, why don't we start off, I think the audience would just love to hear how you got this thing started. What inspired you?
Yeah, so about 5 years ago, I came up with the idea. I was working for Big Tree Landscaping as their auto mechanic, managed their fleet. And we kept having problems where employees would go with their equipment secured for the day. But when they got to the job site, they'd unload, and usually they would leave the straps still on the back of the flatbeds. When they left for lunch, they'd fall off. And then when they come back, they didn't have straps.
Yeah.
And so they would drive back all the way to the office space without their load secured. And this caused a lot of problems for the company. So one day I went to my boss and was like, hey, why don't we just buy some motorized tie-down straps? It seems easy. The guys won't complain about it being difficult, and it'll always be on hand. My boss was like, awesome, let's go for it. And I went to look it up, and there was nothing there. And I kept looking, and I was like, I've got a background in logistics. I understand how to tie them down. Nobody understands how to work them. So I thought there was a great idea for this. And with my mechanical engineering background, I thought, why not make something out of it?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where it all began, was there wasn't anything out there.
No, that's awesome. I loved your 2-minute pitch, but I also loved, I think you've tapped into this, I call it like this cool line, right? Because there's kind of this, people that can operate straps and people that cannot operate straps. And so there's like this dividing line, right?
Yep.
And so you're tapping right into that market of, hey, you don't have to sit there and fumble with the straps, kind of make it happen. So that's super cool. Super excited to see where this goes. I saw your wife and your child here and your family, and so I know, what does that mean for you, for you and your family as you try to grow this? Business has become your baby in the startup world. So you have this baby, and you have this family, and you have your team, and you guys are all in.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
It really means everything. I know everybody says that, but for me, when I was about 7 years old, I watched my Uncle Jared build his landscaping company from the ground up. Literally him right out of high school. He was pushing a lawnmower. When I was 7 years old, I used to go out and push the mower with him. And I watched him. He got married while his wife was pregnant. She'd push the mowers. Now it's a multi-million-dollar landscaping company. But I watch what he's been able to do, what he gives back to the community, how he's able to interact with his family. I don't see that in any other career for me. I want to be able to give back to the community. I want to be able to give back something to the world. Like I said, my grandpa died in a trucking accident. I know there's families that hurt because of logistics failures. And so for me, this is more than just a way of a business. This is a way of life. And I want my baby girl over there to know, and my future kids to know, that they can accomplish anything they put their minds to. This whole process for me, I've had everybody tell me, don't do it. That's a dumb idea. Don't do it, And to be able to believe in yourself, and even though you've got the naysayers around you, to finally come to this point, for me, that just meant everything. To win this means I've got something. This is going to go somewhere, and this is going to make a difference, not only my life, my family's life, and I hope it can make a difference in someone else's life in the world.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really proud of you, happy for you and your family. These are meaningful moments. It's why we're inspired by passionate entrepreneurs like yourself, and why we want to help. And this community in Boise has really stood up and came to the plate to help companies and families like yours. I think really makes this country amazing and great. We have a simple slogan at the Outpost, which is called "Do Good, Make Money." So,
Love it.
So I think you're passionate about doing good, and you're passionate about making money,
Right.
and so I'm excited about that. Part of that was attracting like a great team.
Yeah.
And when we make investments, we're always looking. You hear it, team, right? What are the people? Who's kind of getting after it? So, can you tell me a little bit about some of the folks on your team and how you attracted that? How'd you make that kind of happen and create that glue?
So I call it my mastermind alliance. Napoleon Hill is one of my favorite authors.
Yeah, he's great.
Great guy, right? And so
Awesome,
I started reading him about my mastermind alliance, and I thought, who do I need to have around me? One, Uncle Jared, he's got to be up there. Successful business owner, gives back to the community. He's a great mentor to me, both as a friend, a business owner, and my uncle. On the other side, Travis and Steve Humble, they're the owners of Creative Home Engineering. I worked for them for 3 years as their fabrication specialist, welding manager, and electrical technician. So we built secret passageways and hidden doors for luxury homes all over the world.
That's fun.
And so it was a fun job getting the experience. These are top-of-the-line world-rate engineers. I helped them with building their business. I've grown up around them. They were in my church as a kid, and so I've been around them for a long time. And so getting to work with them, and now they've agreed to help me out and to give me the pointers.
That's awesome.
The other is Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy is a great marketing specialist. So he worked for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as their head video producer, and he currently works for a very large, I don't know, He just got a new job, so he's actually over a multi-million-dollar business package that he's marketing as the head marketer. And then also my dad right now. He's James Stock.
Yeah.
He was a truck driver for years. Now he owns his own handyman company. Used to be a software developer and a farmer. He's done everything. And
Jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades,
Yeah.
Master of none. He's
And
gonna
that's
be upset
awesome.
about that. But
So you had this idea. You got the product. You assembled a great team. You came out here, won $25,000.
Yeah.
What's next? What are you doing with the money? What's the commercial vision for you?
So right now I've got my team and I love them. I'm wanting more people on my team. Right now I've brought on a patent attorney that I've been working with, been needing the funding for it. Patents aren't cheap. So right now I actually just got an email with them today. We're going to be meeting up to finalize this patent, get it on the way, and protect this idea. I'm wanting to grow this into more of a larger scale. Right now, as you know, still finishing up my degree in mechanical engineering. I got about 2 semesters left. I'm ready to hit the road. Right now, I'm trying to get out of the small trucks and get into more commercial trucking. Semi trucks or trailers, anything that has big loads that need to be secured. The great part about my product is because it's electronic, it can also be monitored. So with my commercial trucking in the works right now, we're prototyping a system that can have up to 20-something straps, and to where you can get live monitoring feedback, to where a driver can say, whoa, strap 16 has come loose.
Yeah.
We need to pull over so this doesn't become a problem.
Yeah.
And looking into autonomous truck driving is kind of starting to become a thing.
Yeah.
And so we want to be able to monitor those loads, make sure the drivers, the equipment, and the people on the road are safe.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We've been fortunate enough, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking, we've closed hundreds of millions of dollars of government contracts for companies, and that's been really helpful because it's kind of non-dilutive capital. You can kind of get that research and development and product development. And I was a C-17 pilot, right? So we had loadmasters in the back. They were really good with cargo straps. The pilots would come down because we were going to help, right? And so, they always looked at us as like the buffoons because, you're trying to tie down a tank, a helicopter, some logistics kind of thing. So, there was always that rub going on. But it really hit me as I thought about what we call the dual-use tech space, how this might expand to other markets. So what are you thinking about the big logistics market, what that can look like? Because I start thinking about, all the cargo straps even used on C-17, C-5, C-130s for logistics kind of around the country and the world.
Yeah, see, the crazy thing is this originally just started off as something to solve keeping the lawnmower on the back of the bed, right? And then starting to see it growing as an ATV loader, boat loader system. I've got a design for an automatic hoist pulley, like a boom cherry picker. Also into semi-trucks to where you can have auto-securing nets. It just keeps growing. I'm not going to tell you that I know everything, and that's why I really want to have people on my team. You're definitely a kind of guy, you've got that experience in the background. For me, I don't understand the military, but I would love to learn. Have people that say, hey, I think you've got a great idea. I've been so appreciative of the people that are willing to give me that idea to help me give back. And so I would love to see this help out the United States military in some way. I'd love to see this help out the family truck drivers, even the guys securing their lawnmowers. I would love to see this thing grow. I don't think I see where that's going yet, but I know it's going somewhere. We'll get it there.
Well, you're on your way. It starts now. Hopefully the exposure you get during Boise Entrepreneur Week is amazing. The other thing is we got a live audience, right now on camera. So if I'm looking at you got you got this audience captured, and you're thinking about, hey, what does Cargo Made Easy need, right? I want to give you an opportunity, make an ask, like, out there, what do you need to support, you, the business, your family, for scaling, for making the next thing happen. So I'm putting you on the spot here, but you got this audience, say I need help with fill in the blank.
That's a great question. I appreciate it. I need help with support. I'm not going to be able to do this alone. I need a good team. Anybody out there who is passionate. For me, it's not about, are you in it for the money and a quick in and out, sell the idea. No, I really mean that. I want to make a difference. And so people who are ambitious and they want to burn that midnight oil to make a difference. For me, part of that is who's been affected? Like, what problems have you seen? How has this affected your life, your business, in any way? And how can I be there to help you with that solution? The other thing I'd ask is, how can I grow the business? You know, I'm just a kid trying to finish up college. You know, I've ran little lawnmower businesses and such to the side, but nothing like this. And so the opportunity to be able to be around people who say, hey, I'd love a good mentor, someone who can get this thing where it needs to go. I'm grateful for my patent attorneys that are helping me to get there, but I have no idea about the law. I have no idea about other safety precautions and other things that kind of come with this market. I feel I'm a good engineer and I'm ambitious, but I need a lot more people on my team, and I need that encouragement. I think everybody needs that encouragement to know that what they're doing is a good idea. And, you know, everybody gets down every now and then. And to be able to hear the feedback from people saying, you know, I struggle with straps too, and I could really use this, or this really affected my family, and I'm grateful you're trying to solve that. So that kind of feedback, I think, would be great. So
Awesome.
I appreciate that. Great question. On the spot there, but.
I put you on the spot. I put the challenge out to the community.
Yeah.
You know, it's one step to get a little bit of capital, but you have a burgeoning, you know, cargo made easy company, Boise, located, inspired, and so the community needs to surround them, right? This is how these great things happen. You know, I'm seeing articles pop up like, you know, is Boise the next Austin, right?
Yeah.
And like, you know, so we're really seeing, you know, Trailhead, we're seeing, you know, the VCs pop in the community, you're seeing a big move in from California, and so love to see this ecosystem just surround you, hug you, support you, make it happen. So you take that seed money, get to the next step, get the patents, get the commercial viability, get the scaling, get additional capital, and hopefully build something really cool, really successful. So I like your product-centric approach. I think you definitely have a dual-use tech, you know, kind of opportunity. So I'll give you the last minute for, you know, any general shout-outs out there, people that kind of really are important to you, have supported you along the way in your journey, because you're clearly a humble servant and you're going places. So,
well, thank you.
It's an honor to get to interview you today.
I appreciate it. Likewise. Of course, I do want to thank my wife. She's always, here we go. She's always been there for me. I'm much like my father, my uncles, my grandpa. I'm a visionary man. Sometimes I dream too big, and I'm just a dreamer. And so I'm grateful that she's supported me in my dreams all the way here, especially my family, my mom and my dad. Raising me to be ambitious, to be hardworking, to give back. I'm grateful for their example in my life, and especially my Uncle Jared, who's always been there for me, and all my other uncles and family to support me, my community, my church, my friends, my school, everybody. And so I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I don't know where it'll go, but I'm grateful to just be here right now and in this moment, and especially here in the Boise community. The Trailhead and the Boise Startup Week, the IEC, have been so good to me, my family. I loved, as the mayor said the other day, as the mayor said, a newcomer to a neighbor, and I really like that. I feel like I'm a neighbor here in Boise in the Idaho area.
That's
I
awesome.
really appreciated that.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Well, appreciate you. Appreciate the heartfelt reach out. It's been an honor to get to interview you today, and congratulations again.
Thanks again.
Look forward to seeing all your success. That's a wrap for today's interview, so you'll get to move on to the next one. Next, we do have a great interview with Megan Lacey. It's entitled Redefining Limits. Very excited. Lumini, a great company up in here in the Boise area. She's going to be talking about growth, balance, and pursuing multiple passions. So stay tuned for that. But first, a word from our sponsors.
From selecting the perfect produce and triple checking its quality to preparing it for you, we have perfected the art of fresh. Albertsons, the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Gibson. I'm here with Megan Lacey. She is the co-founder and CEO of Lumini, headquartered here in Boise, Idaho. Very excited to talk to her about her journey over the last year, but also the last 4 years. This particular talk is something that Boise Entrepreneur Week is doing in partnership with Boise State's College of Business and Economics, Women in Entrepreneurship Week. So we're really excited to have Megan here with us. Thank you so much for being here, Megan, and hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited to talk with you about everything that's happened in the last few years since you've started the company. You are the co-founder of Lumini, headquartered here in Boise, Idaho. It's a company that started in 2017, and you've had significant success, I would say, in the last 4 years. 2 years ago, actually, 2019 was when you won one of the pitch competitions that Boise Startup Week, as it was called at the time, offered. Can you tell us more about what the product is and what's taken place since 2019?
Yeah, so the product that Lumini builds is primarily a small handheld or deployed through wall sensor. And it basically helps with first responders trying to enter structures where there could be potential danger. So like a fire response, search and rescue, hostage rescue situation. And then we also work with the military and federal government through DHS and military.
So people can see more about the work that you've done in your talk last year. You had a 30-minute long fireside chat of sorts, and as part of the events that were done virtually last year. But one of the things that you and I have talked about as we've discussed the company and the growth and the product is the fact that you have a design background and that you've incorporated quite a bit of that into your approach with not just the product, but even how you go to market. Can you tell me more about what design means to you?
Yeah, so I think something that going through Hacking for Defense and going through the Venture College, and then myself going through user-centered design focused undergrad, we were really focused on listening to the users from an early part of our company, and even honestly before we made the company. And that's really what we're talking about with design is user-centered design. So when I'm referencing that, I'm talking about actually listening to what the user wants in the product and building that. So anything from their training that they get on the product, to the user experience, to the user interface of our app, to the hardware design and the capabilities that we build out. We build it for the users, not for, I guess, science or for what we think would be best, because we're not the ones that are in these life-threatening or really dangerous situations.
Yeah, so one of the things that you mentioned when you and I had first talked was the comparison between the products that were existing in the marketplace. Can you say a little bit more about what you saw?
Yeah, I think that, when we first started through wall sensing, people hadn't been really focused on that for a few years. There was a big push in the early 2000s, but it was the products out there weren't necessarily meeting the user needs in that more tactical, quick deploy, life or death situation. And so we kind of made that our primary focus and then said, what capabilities can we provide in that form factor, knowing that that was the ultimate requirement to getting users to use the devices. They had to be able to carry it with them. And they had to be able to interpret what it was saying. And so we weren't always seeing that in the products that we saw out there, or just users weren't even really familiar with the technology or couldn't afford it. So we've really focused on cost and portability and then capability.
Yeah, and you also, it sounds like you focused as well on how the users actually experienced it, everything down to even the visual components of what it looked like versus the products that were in the market at the time.
Yeah. I think another thing we really focused on is we want the users, we don't want to change their workflow. I mean, obviously, sometimes you have to, depending on the limitations of tech, but we try our best not to change anything they're currently doing, instead work with them and have technology augment their experience instead of changing what they've been doing tactically for the last, 20 years if they've had a long career.
That's great. That's awesome. What has been the biggest changes for the company? Obviously, when you're a startup and things are scaling up over the first 1, 2, 3, 4 years now, there are a lot of great many changes. What have been the biggest ones, both in the marketplace and for your company internally, just in this past year?
Yeah, well, I think this last year has been really interesting because of COVID. I mean, our last year was probably a little bit different than we expected, just because, we had a lot of limitations. We relied on a lot of in-person travel beforehand, and it's hard to show people how a through-wall sensor works because we're showing you something you can't normally see. So start to show someone a through-wall sensor via like Zoom call, that is like a next level difficulty. And so I think that was something we really had to adapt, and our users had to adapt too, because they're normally in crisis situations. They're not necessarily attached to their screen and stuff. So how do we communicate with them? How do we demonstrate the value of the company? And I think that, and the product. And I think we really focused on improving it as much as we could over the last year. And then when we were able to start going more in person and people got into a rhythm of working hybridly and remotely, we were able to basically capitalize that time that we used to focus on engineering to then push our product out and get feedback from users as soon as we were able to.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's been many different shifts, as there has been for many businesses in the last year, of having to adapt continuously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to shift gears a little bit because, again, we'll link to the other video, and then people can check out your product and see more information about what it does on your website. But one of the reasons why I think you specifically are so interesting is because the business is not your only priority. And I think oftentimes when people think of entrepreneurs, they think, you're just 24/7, one thing all the time, getting this business going, and that can be focus. But that is not the case for you. You're actually a very avid runner. So speak more about what avid runner means and what that looks like in reality.
Yeah, so I guess I've been running for 20 years. So that's the vast majority of my life. I ran since I was little, up elementary school through high school and in college for 6 years. I actually moved out to Boise to run at Boise State. So that's how I ended up in Boise. And I consider myself now to be an elite level runner. And my ultimate goal is, I aspire to be competitive for Olympic and World Championship teams for the U.S. I used to, my goal used to be an Olympian, but I know so many incredible, I don't like to put it all on that one goal because I know so many incredible runners that haven't done that one thing. And I think that a lot of athletes' careers are defined by something that happens every 4 years, and it's hard to be prepared at the right time to do that. But yeah, that's kind of my other goal outside of Lumini, and I'm currently training for Chicago Marathon. So I think by the time this comes out, that would have already happened. So hopefully I'll meet my goals there. And then I have two new, I'm actually on the Team USA for the 2021 World Mountain Championship team. So that was a really awesome thing to be selected for. And so I'll be competing for Team USA with 3 other women, actually in the beginning of 2022 because of COVID, it's been delayed.
That's really impressive. And training for that, I imagine, is not just, a quick 30-minute run every day or something to that effect. How long does it actually take you to prepare for something like this?
I run about 70 to 80 miles a week. So I think that ends up being about 10 hours a week. So it is pretty time consuming. And that's just kind of like the running time, not really like, how do you keep yourself healthy and everything. So I really try and get my sleep and do physical therapy exercises so that I can, spend the least amount of time doing other rehabilitation types of exercises.
Yeah, so more of that maintenance and then just the whole system around it versus just getting out and actually doing.
Yeah.
Say more about how you stay healthy, because both the business and running and competing for something at this level requires a significant amount of stamina and dedication and planning, I imagine. So tell me a little bit more about how you think about what you include in your life to make all of that happen.
Yeah, I think something that's important for me is I don't see running as like an option for me. It is like I view it as another job, but it's something that I love doing. and I love doing both my jobs. So I'd like to have fun with both of them, but I don't view it as, oh, maybe I'll go for a run today. Like you said, I have to plan it out. And I've actually tried only focusing on the business. I did that in the beginning of Lumini, and I actually found myself not really mentally fully there. I felt like something was kind of missing, and I actually felt like I wasn't doing as good of a job at Lumini. And I think like I need to take that time for myself. And that is how I view running. It's like an outlet for me right now. It gives me time to socialize and see friends, because I have friends that run, and it gets, I get time outside, even if I'm inside for most of the day. And that's really important to me, especially in the winter, because like when you go and you go to work, you basically are there during all the sunlit hours of the day. So I like to get outside, and I feel rejuvenated from that. So I think it actually makes me more, obviously makes me more physically healthy, but it really helps my mental stability, I guess, when, running a business is kind of stressful and uncertain sometimes.
Sometimes, yes, many times I can imagine. Yeah, that's great. Are there lessons that you see from running that transfer to the business, or from the business to running, vice versa?
Yeah. I think something one of my college coaches used to say all the time was enjoy the process. And it kind of annoyed me at the time, because I was like, I want to be fast now. So this would be like my lesson from running. And I think, over time, I understood what they meant. Like, you have to truly love it to excel at it at the level you want to. And you can't just be doing it, for, recognition or fast times. And I think that's similar to the business, because, I think a lot of entrepreneurs, they want to be the next so-and-so, very successful, like insert successful business person here. And if you don't enjoy what you're doing, like the vast majority of startups and small businesses don't work. And that's just the reality of it. Statistically speaking, if everybody, became Jeff Bezos, there would be no Jeff Bezos. So, it doesn't happen. So you have to kind of enjoy what you're doing. And then I think from the business side of things, more to work smart, not hard. There's just so much to do. And hours worked is not an equivalent to like output, I guess. And I think in running, I used to think more miles is better. I'm actually pretty low mileage for my level of athlete that I am. And I have to work smart, not hard, because if I tried to run as many miles as some of my competitors that are literally professional runners, that's their job, I would get injured. So I can't do that. And I just have to kind of recognize what can I do with what I have to be as good as I can get.
Yeah, I love that. Really thinking about pacing yourself and working smarter, not harder, because there's injuries that you can sustain in business as well that are not maybe as at first, at least. So that's great. And then, as you and I have talked as well in the past, you've kind of referenced the running and the business and kind of all the pieces of it, but also been very purposeful about the way that you have set up the culture that you want to build in your own business. So tell me a little bit more about what you see your role being in as that culture morphs and continues to grow.
Yeah. I mean, I think I know I said this to you before. It's just like, as a leader in the company, you are the culture, regardless of if you want to set it or not. You're going to be creating that culture. And I think, kind of touching on what I said before, I think it's glamorized in startup culture and entrepreneurship culture to be always working, always grinding. And it's, I work a lot of hours and I work hard, but I think it is more about working smartly and efficiently. And I don't want to glamorize a 16-hour day. I'm angry when I work 16 hours, because I know that that's not sustainable, and I'm not going to be able to do that day after day. And I'm going to get burnt out. And so I don't want that for employees too. I mean, it's it's hard to hire people and retain talent. And once you spend all that time onboarding someone, you want them to actually enjoy the thing that they spend most of their time doing, and you don't want them to leave. And I think, if you burn them out, they're going to go looking for something else. So I try and model that with, I'm always trying to get better at it, but I do think with my running, at least I can show that hey, I'm doing something outside of work that's really important to me, and that's okay. And that's actually encouraged here.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not just running. Also, I want to highlight that for haven't had the pleasure of the people that haven't had the pleasure of talking with you as I have about as you've tried to balance vacations or just taking downtime, things like that, really understanding. I feel like you have this really solid understanding of the sphere of influence around you and what kind of makes up what you need in a day.
Yeah, no, and I'm grateful for all the, my friends and my coach that they get those things that I need to take that downtime, and that, also I might have to spend some time by myself or something. And I think it's really all about good communication and making sure that you're prioritizing what you need. And, I think if you're doing that in a way where you communicate well with the people in your circle, no one's going to be mad at you for missing something or, having to do a little bit of work while you're camping or something. I'm kind of notorious for that, bringing my laptop into the outdoors when I don't necessarily have time to do the full outdoor experience, but I can get, most of it and then also get what I need to get done.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really appreciate that you highlight your role being that you have to actually live it, because I think so many people are seeing that right now. If anybody's paid any attention to what's going on in work with the news and the great resignation and all of that, people are burnt out and people are reconsidering things. So I love that you're being purposeful right from the beginning with actually living what you want to see your employees do as well. So
yeah, I'm trying. Always a work in progress, but definitely trying.
Yeah. And you have more employees now than you did last year. So tell me more about how your leadership has changed as you've gone from, a small group of co-founders to now having a larger company.
Yeah. I mean, we've changed a lot in the last 6 weeks. We have 4 new people. So, and we're only 9. So we've had quite the shift over the last few months. And I think a lot of things change at that point. I mean, I think you have to learn to become more decisive about things. So I think that's kind of something that's always a learned skill, and it's hard to be decisive because, decisiveness is kind of scary, and you don't always know the right way. And then I think the other thing too is we've had to kind of have more meetings and things like that, more intentional communication, I guess. And that's come both from the COVID remote hybrid workspace, but also having more people to make sure everybody's on the same page. And then I think something I'm trying to do myself is to be more proactive instead of reactive, just in, policies and just kind of anticipating employee needs. And I don't think I'm there yet on any of that, but that's something I really want to work on because, it definitely changes when, there's people's livelihoods and their career development and everything on the line. And, it's a lot of pressure. So, yeah.
So you can see it coming and you're preparing for it. And being very careful too, to consider the whole team and their growth and the sounds like.
Yeah, for sure.
That's great. What about on the personal side for you over this last year? What's been the biggest lesson that you've learned?
Mm-hmm. I think my big one over the last year has been really focusing on not limiting myself. And I think that I think everybody does that. They kind of box themselves into what they think they're good at or they should do or something. So I've been trying to, 1, not limit myself, and 2, really focus on what is most important for me and my growth when I'm, thinking of my personal development and not what other people think I should be doing. And then the not limiting myself thing has really come into play with my running. I think I kind of boxed myself into this, well, I'm really good for a entrepreneur, or I'm really, I'm fast considering how much I work. And so I stopped saying like I'm fast considering how much I work, and I said, how fast can I get? And I actually had a lot of improved times, and made my first USA team, I think, because I just put myself out there and I wasn't afraid to kind of go for it. So I think that's something I'm working on.
That's fantastic. So it sounds like you are now more in a competition with yourself as opposed to looking around at compared to, given everything else in your life, or compared to what other people are doing. So
yeah, and I'm trying not to worry about what other people. I mean, you should worry about what like take other people's feelings into consideration, but not really worrying about what they think from like what they think you should do, or how fast they're running is really the thing in running that gets me. So yeah.
Fantastic. If there's one piece of advice that you could give to an entrepreneur who's just starting out on this journey, what would that piece of advice be?
Yeah, well, I think I kind of touched on this earlier, but chances are you're not going to be an overnight success. And even if you appear to be an overnight success, you probably aren't an overnight success. You probably were working years until that moment when you appeared to be an overnight success. And so I just think that you should make sure you're working on a product you believe in, and don't expect that if you kill yourself for a short term, like working all the time, you're going to have success. Like basically you need to be able to sustain the pace that you're going for a really long time, and have healthy relationships in your life and practices and everything like that. And if you don't, you're going to burn out, and you're probably not going to enjoy what you're working on anymore, which would be really sad, because that's the whole, reason you started working on this in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, even with the language there, you just pulled in sustain the pace. And I think that's definitely a lesson that transfers over from running as well.
I know a lot of people say like it's a marathon, not a sprint. And I have a hard time. I think I said that too. I have a hard time saying that phrase, because I'm a marathoner. So like it's too perfect. So I normally don't say that, but it is pretty true.
That's great. Is there anything else that you want to share with the startup community in general, or with other people that might be beginning on their journey?
I think that's the main thing. I think just the other thing too is just don't be afraid to reach out to people in the startup community. I think the Boise small business and entrepreneur community continues to grow. And a lot of the things you're experiencing aren't necessarily, something that like someone's probably experienced them before. So I would say don't be afraid to reach out to people. And then also make sure you don't neglect your support system, because like if you have the opportunity to, start a company or something, you probably have a support system that's helping you. And so, make time for those people and maintaining those relationships, because if, things get hard or something, those are going to be the people you lean on.
That's great. I found that to be very true. And so I think that's very helpful, especially when the tendency is to double down and work harder to begin. So I think that's very valuable. And I'm sure that there's many lessons that have been packed into these last several minutes. And I hope that it's been useful for everyone watching. Again, we'll link to Megan's last talk from last year and the website, and you can find her on all the places online and learn more about the journey and also the amazing product that they have that is being very great help to first responders. So thank you so much, Megan. It's been awesome talking with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Welcome back to our live studios, Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm here with Abby Kersell, a guest from out of town, and I did have to practice that last name a few times. I was going to call her Carousel just to go round and round.
If you need to do that to make some jokes, I'm totally fine with it.
All right. Abby, tell us a little bit about yourself before we talk about the organization that you represent.
Yeah, I feel like there's not too much of myself outside the organization, but so I work at Generator. I actually stumbled upon the organization while I was an undergrad at UW-Madison. I was looking for internships in Madison, so that's what I Googled, and through a third-party website found Generator. They were about a year old at the time. I said, ooh, they work with startups. This sounds fun. I'm going to check it out. Interned for them for about a year and then came on full-time after I graduated. So my entire career has been here, and I should probably now tell you a little bit about what Generator is.
Yeah, I guess Generator has a pretty good SEO then. You just Google searched it and kind of stumbled into this career. That's pretty cool. But are you from Madison originally?
I'm from the Milwaukee area, and that's where I live now is Milwaukee, but I did go to school at Madison.
And we're hosting you today as a guest, so where did you travel from?
I came from Milwaukee today.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Yes, let's dive into Generator. What is Generator?
Yes. So we always like to introduce ourselves by our mission first, and our mission is to be the best partner for a community to invest into its best and brightest. And the way that we do that is by running accelerator programs that we bring the best and brightest into. So when Generator started in 2012, the only way that we did that was through startup accelerator programs. We have now expanded our startup accelerator programs to 30 different markets all over the country. And we also started asking ourselves, who else is an entrepreneur? Who else can we serve with this mission? And so now we run accelerator programs not only for startup founders, but also for artists and musicians and individuals looking to digitally upskill themselves. So we've built out this really nice suite of products that we run across the country.
So really, the origin story was an accelerator, and from that accelerator grew into a bunch of different programs spread all over the country.
You got it.
So how does a decentralized model like that work internally for Generator? I'm just thinking of ourselves here at Trailhead.
Yeah.
If I were to put up another Trailhead even 10 miles away from here, I'd probably have a hard time doing that. So take me kind of behind the curtain. How do you run programs decentralized like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it starts with really kind of building out a solid core of our playbook, what we do in each and every market. And honestly, we created it out of a necessity as well. When I first began, I thought that I would only ever work at an organization that had me driving back and forth between Milwaukee and Madison. And obviously I could not be more wrong since I'm sitting here today. But yeah, so we in Wisconsin at the time literally didn't have enough venture capital to create $1 billion outcome even if we wanted to. So we knew we had to look outside the walls of the state. And so we began building relationships with investors in other markets, bringing our Wisconsin companies to them. And as they saw what we were doing, they said, we want that here. Like, we like that. You're getting good outcomes. Can you do that in Minnesota? So we've slowly started expanding out, but what we realized is that also drew in a bunch more resources to benefit the entrepreneurs that we're working with as a whole. And today, it really comes back to that playbook of we know how to recruit startup founders and artists and musicians and individuals who want to be upskilled. We know how to put them through an accelerator cohort style program to get them to do as much as they can in a short amount of time. And then we know how to merchandise them to a network of people who can provide them support afterwards, being investors for the startup founders, record labels for the musicians, and corporate partners for the upskillers who want to find jobs.
Sounds very familiar, somewhat parallel to the path Boise was and is on. Tertiary market, used to be hard to find, the big checks here for the best and brightest and their ideas to fund them to the next level. So what piques your interest in Boise?
So I've been here for less than 24 hours, and I can already tell you, I am so excited about the growth trajectory that Boise is on. Every single conversation that we've been having has been talking about the growth of the area and also just the raw material that's here. The number of people who are entrepreneurial and want to start something new and have that passion, it's palpable in every single conversation that we have. So I'm really excited about the idea of, hopefully setting up a Generator in Boise one day and being able to work with all of that amazing talent and passion.
So you're actively looking at Boise as a potential market to launch. You're looking for partners, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you and I have talked about it. I'm not going to pretend like that conversation didn't take place, even though we're live. But for the audience, if you could describe who should feel spoken to and who should be reaching out maybe to Generator that's currently in Boise? What stage are they at? Is it a specific vertical that you're looking for? I was going to say technology, but these days, if you don't have technology in anything you do, you're going to go out of business. But kind of, is there a preference?
Not really, honestly. So most of the time when we enter into a new market, our preference is, we want to support whoever wants to be supported here. In certain cases, we end up steering our program in a certain direction based on the partners who come to the table who help make it possible. So for an example, we partner with Capitol Records in Los Angeles to run a music tech program. So all the companies that we're bringing in are around music tech. Same thing in Minneapolis with Boston Scientific around med tech. So, we're happy to carve out certain paths. But that being said, we really want this programming to be for the community. We want it to be for everyone. But I will say, especially with the initial programs that we like to bring to a market, it's called G-Beta.
Yeah, let's talk about that. It piqued my interest. It seems to be from my point of view, it seems to be a prototype. And then you customize sort of your playbook based on the local ingredients and what's there. Let's talk about G-Beta.
Yeah, so that program is really focused on, we call it a pre-accelerator program. So it's focused on earlier stage companies than we might see in our traditional flagship accelerator where we're investing in companies. Mm-hmm. Our G-Beta pre-accelerator doesn't invest, but it also doesn't take any equity. It's completely free for the participants because we find operational support from other local partners. And we're really looking for companies. We've had companies who are napkin stage through hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue come through that program, but I would say our sweet spot is really post-product or about to be post-product and maybe pre-revenue or slightly after that initial revenue. And you're right, we don't work with just technology companies. One of our really successful companies from Detroit, for example, is the Lip Bar, and they sell lipstick and makeup. And they're absolutely killing it in Target stores all across the country. So we really, I think Generator's bread and butter, though, we really like to look at overlooked and underserved markets. And we also like to do the same for entrepreneurs, overlooked and underserved entrepreneurs. So we also have a really strong focus on female entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs of color, for example. And so we really like making sure we're wrapping our arms around the entire community, not just the people who initially come to mind when you think of startup founder.
There is a G-Beta for Black founders. I thought I saw that on in one of your newsletters. The other thing that catches my interest in your newsletters is pretty impressive is the metrics that you guys have been able to produce over the years.
Yeah, thanks.
Share some of those with us, and also tell us, why do you pay attention to those metrics?
Yeah. So we pay attention to metrics because we would not be doing the communities that we serve a service if we weren't actually making sure we're getting outcomes. If we wanted to, we could blast all this marketing and we could run these programs, but at the end of the day, if we're not creating jobs, if we're not helping companies raise venture capital, we're not doing our jobs. And so that has always been forefront to us, and it's been something that we publish on a monthly basis. Those are the newsletters that you're talking about, as well as on our website. So if you go to generator.com/statistics, you'll find all of our data. So that's been really important to us. And I published this monthly newsletter. I just sent out our most recent one a couple days ago. And I have been absolutely geeking out because I realized in the last quarter, our alumni raised $70 million, and it took us 4.5 years of ramping up G-Beta. So from summer 2015 to January 2020, we raised a cumulative of $70 million. So in the last quarter, you're really starting to see that work snowball, and it's at a point where it's getting really, really exciting.
So knowing that you've only been here for 24 hours, and but also knowing that you have been looking at Boise from afar and checking us out, and your experience being in Madison and what you described, we had to go across the border to bring investors in, and that's how we cross-pollinated that synergy and interest. What do you think the next domino would be, maybe for our community, or maybe I can ask it a different way, as you are thinking and working on launching here, what barriers do you see? What similarities do you see that were maybe in place in Madison versus here?
Yeah, I think you alluded to it. I think the funding piece is forefront in my mind. I know there are investors everywhere. Sometimes you need to draw them out of the woodwork, and it takes a little bit of time, and that's one of the things that we really work to do in each community that we enter. But those kind of angel investors can only get you so far. They're critical, and so it's really important to bring out as many as you can, but then also looking at, okay, who's taking these deals to the next level after that angel round, after that pre-seed round? Who's doing the seed round? How are we facilitating them into a Series A round? It's incredibly competitive to go from the seed to the Series A. And so what kinds of connective tissue are being created here to help facilitate that? And also to bring the funds, how do we create more funds here who are doing those kinds of checks, who are going to be partial to Boise companies in the first place?
So let's get maybe a little nitty-gritty on the playbook or the accelerator programming. You can break it down into phases or whatever terms you guys use internally. But if I'm selected to be in the accelerator, and maybe we can talk about the G Beta as well, what can I expect?
Yeah. So I'll start with G Beta. G Beta is 7 weeks long, so it goes really quick. But basically the bread and butter of what we do in that program is one-on-one meetings with the program director. So we hire someone locally to be the face of the program. They meet with each company twice a week for an hour each. So we only pick 5 companies at a time, which is pretty small. But we do that on purpose because we want it to be very concierge focused. So 2 meetings every week with the director one-on-one. We also put you in touch with a group of 5 different mentors every week. So it's sort of a speed dating. Each week you get to meet 5 different mentors, and that continues through the duration of the program. And then at the end of the program, we put you in touch with 25 plus investors and accelerators to then pitch to. And then we wrap it all up with a premiere night. But yeah, I'd say...
So it ends in a premiere night, almost like a demo day, as they call it. Okay, okay. And let's say I do well on demo day, there's interested investors, but they're still shy of writing a check, but they believe in me, they believe in my idea and the opportunity. What about the accelerator program?
Yeah.
Does it pick up right there?
Yeah, so we also run our flagship accelerator program, which is where we're actually investing into companies. So we've had a handful of G Beta companies then go on into that program. And it's similar, it's longer, it's 12 weeks long. We're making that investment. We're introducing you, because we have more time, to more mentors and more investors. And the companies tend to be a little bit later stage in that program. Most of them are really solid on raising a seed round coming out of that program, whereas in G Beta, maybe they need another 6 to 12 months to raise that round. So yeah, I mean, a lot of it's very similar. The things that we're working on with these companies during the program, a lot of it is focused on customer traction. How do we get you from point A to point B and start showing that growth narrative so that investors are really tuned in to, ooh, this company is growing and I need to hop on this train immediately.
So customer acquisition in the early days is something I was just going to ask you that. What are the traits, or what are the gaps that this program, this intense coaching and mentoring helps to fill? So customer acquisition, any others?
Yeah, I'd say that's the big one. Obviously, each company, because we're able to be so concierge, they come in with different challenges. They might have certain co-founder dynamics that they need to work out. They might have regulatory issues. They might be stuck, with a key customer that they just can't get over the finish line. But I'd say the majority of what we do with them is helping them set goals around traction, and then open up our laptops next to them, do whatever we need to do, make introductions to folks in our network in order to get them over that hump.
It sounds like you're exposed to an incredible amount of talent and ideas and just a lot of energy.
It's so much fun.
Abby. Yeah. What have you learned from them? I work with entrepreneurs in a very similar fashion that you do. And the thing that keeps me going is just what I learned from them.
Yeah.
And so my question to you is maybe top 2, or what is the main thing you kind of walk away and helping these entrepreneurs, with their babies go from A to B? Yeah,
I think it's a weird position that we're in as an accelerator, or anyone who works with entrepreneurs, where they're coming to us because we're the experts in helping them get to that next level. But I walk out of every single meeting so humbled by all of the knowledge that they have in their industry. And they're constantly teaching me things every single day. I never knew that I would know as much as I do about cat litter, for example, or Lyme's disease. And so just the tidbits of information that you're able to pick up from them, and the depths that you realize they have gone through to really understand their industry, is just so... it's, again, just really humbling.
And it's inspiring, right? It keeps you going. So what can Boise do? What are you looking for here? I believe you're looking for partners in order to set up shop. What can we do to help attract a program like yours to our city?
Yeah. And we've had so many amazing conversations just in these, again, less than 24 hours. So I feel like I'm going to be leaving on a high. This has been great. But yeah, I mean, so we would love to ultimately bring our programming one day to Boise. We have most of our concentration is in the upper Midwest, but we're starting to crawl out west a little bit. We just set up a program in Colorado. But you're right, in order to make it here, we need to find the operational funding in order to hire that employee and bring the generator resources and back end in to support. So yeah, I'd say, which I know a lot of people watching this are, if you're interested in continuing to support that ecosystem, and if you do your research on generator and like what we're doing and want to learn more, we'd love to talk about that and what it could look like to partner.
I'll certainly be one of those people who will be talking to you and Generator more. There's just a ton of synergy between Trailhead and Generator. I really appreciate you making the trip out here.
Thank you so much.
Kind of introducing yourself and Generator. With that, we're about out of time, and I'm going to introduce our next talk. Up next is an interview with Liza Roser, the founder of 50 Flowers. But before we cut to that, quick word from our sponsors.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Boise Entrepreneurship Week, Women in Entrepreneurship Week, the Women in Entrepreneurship program brought to you by Boise State and the College of Business Economics.
That was a lot to say.
That's a bit too much.
Karen, you did great, though.
Thank you. I'm sitting here with Lisa Roser, and Lisa, I'll ask you to introduce yourself quickly, and then I'll introduce myself, and then we'll get chatting.
Okay, I'm Lisa Roser, and I am the CEO and founder of Farm Exports, 50 Flowers, and Farmerfix. 3 brands now. Just 3. I mean, I would like to say 33, but 3 right now. And basically, each one of them it's a different funnel that we sell into, and it has a different platform on how we go. I have been an entrepreneur basically since I was born.
Okay.
And I am here to encourage every woman, male, being out there. You can do it. Entrepreneurship is not easy. However, if it's in your DNA, like it is mine, if you're a trailblazer, if you're a visionary, you need to go do it.
Awesome. Way to go. My name is Karen Nicholas. I teach at the College of Business Economics in strategy, entrepreneurship, and change management. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons Lisa and I are here today is to talk about change and talk about change that you want to have happen in your company. And when you know, or when you think you may know, you want to have that change. And change that happens, and especially we're here during COVID. Lisa and I are 6 feet apart. We're trying to be very cautious in these COVID times.
We are.
So we've had to change. Everybody's had to change in the last year, and it's been a nightmare. Well, on the whole, it's been a nightmare. Let's just talk about some change that maybe you were able to drive. You were able to decide on your change. And I'm thinking about the last time we talked, I think you only had 2 companies, not 3.
Yeah, that's what happened. So 50 Flowers, we sell flowers exclusively for events. So if our main niche is the DIY bride, and you can, we give you a consultation, we help you put all of your wedding flowers together, we complement it with the supplies and some design classes, and your flowers arrive to you the week of your wedding, and you put your flowers together, which is easy, right? It's not that easy, but it's rewarding, should I say. And it's creating memories and more joys. Well, COVID, March 13th, I sat down with the team and said, hashtag keep the lights on. What are we going to do? And I have to say that one of the most important lessons that I learned through that was to quiet the fear. Oh, fear is it's a necessary, it's a human.
There was a lot of fear. We were all terrified at so many different levels, right?
I think we're still dealing with fear. If we look at historians, we're halfway through this pandemic. I know, we smile, right? That's like we're quieting that, as James Dottie wrote in his book, Into the Magic Shop, that chatterbox that's in our brain, that is driven by fear. And it's, fear is a human emotion that can be healthy, but it also can really hurt and paralyze you.
So how did you quiet the fear regarding COVID?
Well,
that was pretty real.
Oh, it was real.
And it's real.
It's real. And it's real when you're looking at it, like our revenues dropped 35%, which is a miracle that it was only 35%.
I was going to say that because if you're dealing with weddings, I can't tell you how many weddings that I know that were canceled.
I can probably tell you if you want to get down to the numbers. But, the very first thing that I did was stop and be very transparent with my team. And basically let them know that I have no idea what we're going to do.
Okay.
But what we're going to do is we're an incredible team.
Yeah.
There are smarter people in this room than we know. And we're going to sit down and we're going to figure this out together. And, when we get through this, who do we want to be? Where do we want to be? And how do we want to be? We went through those 3 steps. The second thing we did is we got rid of fear. We, instead of reacting, think about this. You're cooking.
Yeah.
And you go to grab a pot.
Yeah.
And it's hot.
Yeah.
What do? You knee-jerk react. Correct?
Yes.
So no more of that. We are going to be very intentional and we are going to respond to COVID.
How did you do that in uncertainty, though? Because it's not like you knew COVID was going to goof up everything. But March 13th, 2020, in the management department at Kobe, we had our last faculty meeting.
Sure.
Right. And we were sitting around the table going, this feels kind of strange because the announcement didn't come till 5 p.m. I think it was, that Boise State University was in essence going virtual.
Oh, yeah.
So nobody knew really what was going on. How did you figure out how to respond?
Well, the next step is I went to what I know.
Okay.
And I knew that when the Pichincha volcano erupted in Ecuador,
okay,
which is a big deal for us because, at that time there was 60% of our product flew in and out of that airport.
And when did this happen?
Gosh, it was a while back. But mushroom cloud, I've seen it.
Okay.
And they're beautiful. And they're the ugliest thing when they fall on top of you.
Yes.
And it pollutes the air.
Yeah.
No airplanes coming out.
Yeah.
So we've been through this like, oh no, what are we going to do? Not as big as COVID. Not as big.
That was on the supply side versus the demand side, but still.
No, we couldn't get it out. We couldn't get our product out. So we couldn't supply demand.
Oh, you're right. You couldn't do anything. Nothing was coming in, therefore nothing could go out.
Paralyzed.
Yeah.
There we were paralyzed. And, the very first thing is because of, just natural disasters and, delivering, we've kind of done our numbers. I think we're going to hit like 1 million events that we have delivered flowers to over the past 20 years.
Wow.
So we've got some serious expertise in getting the flowers from the farms to your arms.
Yeah.
Okay. So the very first thing we went to was, let's just go to what we know. First off, we're used to working remote down in Latin America. So up here, it's easy. Everyone has laptops. We run around our offices with laptops, so we can have impromptu meetings. So it was like, everyone go home, but we're connecting onto Zoom. So with our counterparts, we're used to working remotely.
Okay.
So that was the hurdle number one. Like, how
Okay.
are we going to stay together when we're not together?
Right.
Number two was, okay, we have all these orders booked. We need to pick up the phone and call these clients and say, we realize you're supposed to get married April 20th. However, it's not going to happen.
You were delivering the bad news?
Oh, we were delivering the bad news because we're really transparent.
Yeah.
And our customers are so important to us that we really, truly, you're not buying lawnmowers or, bulk almond milk.
Yeah.
You are buying flowers for your event and we're going to take care of you.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, it was a ride of a time. And lastly, everybody was on board.
Yes.
So, our programmers were making phone calls out where, and we're here, we call it our boardroom, our war room, especially after March 13th. And we're just going, okay, this is what we just learned. Let's implement it all the way through. So we set up channels of communication and we were there hands-on 100%, just talking it out with our clients, with our vendors. You flip into our vendors.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, there was a great picture that went viral. It was in the Dutch market of all of them throwing the paper, the flowers away. And it said, buy flowers, not toilet paper.
Yeah.
Well, that spawned our creativity to start a campaign that was #SaveTheGrowers.
Oh.
And what we did is we significantly reduced our margins.
Okay.
Just to get flowers from the growers to your doorstep, out of the dumpster to your doorstep.
Yeah.
And that's how we were able to accelerate in different markets, not because events were canceled. We had to come up with a way to sell flowers.
Yeah.
And it goes back to, I know I can do it.
Yes.
And then the D of get rid is just going to do it. Come up with a plan and do it.
So I'm going to push you a little bit.
Go.
What didn't work? Because this sounds awesome. Like it sounds, and I totally admire you. And we're here in Lisa's office, obviously still surviving, doing great. So, however, I'm sure there are a few hiccups along the way. And if I were an aspiring entrepreneur, it's great to hear the good news, and we need that. We need that energy. But we also need to know that someone like you, might have gotten a few bruises from hitting the brick
Oh no,
wall.
I have so many gray hairs and wrinkles and I've put on so much weight and I've sacrificed my personal,
what didn't work was all of it.
No, some of it worked. Maybe all of it didn't
but-
work to 100%.
Well, first off, as a culture index, which is a way, it's a personality, it's not a personality test. It is a way of benchmarking and labeling your DNA as a person. I am a trailblazer.
Okay.
And as a trailblazer, I'm a perfectionist. And
Yeah.
I would say we did okay. We did not do great. We could have done so much better. However, those are opportunities to change, correct? One thing, let's see, what really didn't work? We did have to lay off people, furlough people, because no sales, and not just that, no direction. It was chaotic.
Yeah.
There was a lot of chaos throughout everything. So we did furlough.
So when did you, I'm going to go in there just for a bit, if that's okay.
Totally.
When did you decide to furlough them? And looking back now, we're not totally in hindsight, but we're at least further ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make the decision too early, too late, at the right time?
I would say, it was interesting. Just today I was talking to someone, if you could go back and change, what would you change? And I would say absolutely nothing.
Really?
Because it's gotten us to today.
I agree with
Now,
that.
if I could reflect back, I would have spent more time working on versus in. I really jumped into the weeds.
Okay, so this is the wonderful book. What's the book's name?
I know, exactly. I can't remember.
From Good to Great.
Oh, yeah, Good to Great.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's all talking about whether you're working in your business, like are you putting the widgets together or, trying to order flowers or sell flowers, or are you working on your business, meaning stepping back and looking at it, looking at the process.
Exactly. And I spent way too much in the business.
And that would be the trailblazer that you mentioned, that
Exactly.
personality. You were out on the trail with your scythe cutting down
Well, you know what? Actually, I don't like doing that. However, if I don't have anybody to do it, I will. I mean, I work 20-hour days.
Yeah.
And
I get the feeling you might elbow people out of the way just in case they were a bit too slow.
Oh yeah, that's part of the immaturity. That's like, those 10 mistakes I made. Oh yeah, I've run over people. And I apologize. I can recognize that, it's lead, follow, or get out of my way.
And get out of my way quickly.
Yeah.
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 I enjoy that so much. I think that's awesome. Okay, so working on your business instead of in. And I think that's a great message. So that's how you dealt with COVID. So what about a change that you've been able to make on your own? Just kind of like, I think maybe we should make a change, i.e. not driven by the world pandemic. Has there been anything like that? And what supported that?
Let's see. We really were in the process of creating a subscription brand.
Okay.
And that's Flower Effects.
Okay.
And we had started it and tinkered around with it, but not 100% like noodled down on this is what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
And that change was we accelerated into, it was supposed to be Q4 that we were going to launch it. Yeah. And we launched it Mother's Day, 100% Mother's Day. And we took our revenue from, let's just say up 4,900%. A lot, which it was very small for Mother's Day.
I do, yeah.
Because we don't sell the arranged flowers. We sell, your bulk flowers for events.
Yes.
And so this took us from now, we're going to really be specific on and very intentional on this is when you open up a box, you need to smell the flowers and it needs to be beautiful. Versus when you receive bulk flowers, they're the way that a florist receives them.
Yes.
So
now, how did you decide to accelerate that? And how did you decide to go into that product line? I guess it's a product line.
Well, the product line is easy.
Okay.
We have tons of happy customers and we don't have anything to market or give you back to have that amazing flower experience that you had with us. So now this is a monthly delivery or a weekly delivery that you can get in a bouquet. You can get just roses. You can get a DIY kit that we supplement with floral supplies.
Oh, so these are follow-on sales to your existing customers.
Exactly.
Increasing the lifetime value of the customer.
Recurring revenue.
I know all of that. Yes, especially the subscription element.
The subscription
You can get people to keep paying.
Well, and enjoying. It's enjoying too.
Yes.
The flowers bring joy. They reduce stress. Yeah. Who was not stressed during COVID?
Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. Oh, we've got a lot of long-term effect of what COVID did to our human nature.
So keeping a positive topics.
Exactly.
I'll go down that rabbit hole. I'm still going to push you though. How did you decide to do a Q3? And you said it was Mother's Day, so that was Q2. Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you? I'm still trying to see what happened in your brain to make you go, okay, now.
We didn't have sales. I had to get money in the door.
Okay.
And I couldn't sell you flowers for an event.
Okay.
And so we were selling you, we came together.
It was a great pivot. Yeah.
And we, I don't like the word pivot.
I know.
That's why we say we accelerated. It's so overused. It's lost its luster.
It has.
Yes. We also created programs like Creative in Quarantine. We knew that you were in your house with your kids and you had nothing to do. So let us put together, this is how you dye flowers. Or you're in your house with your loved one and you need some romance. We'll send you some red rose and some rose petals. And just let your imagination go with it.
And was this part of the subscription or were these separate packages?
These were separate marketing.
Oh my goodness.
Same flowers, just different marketing labels.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. That is so much fun. And is this your team as a whole that comes up with these ideas?
We sat and all of us were coming up with ideas, just throwing everything. Everyone you saw out there, plus more.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just going at it. What can we do?
What can we
work?
do?
How do you test the idea?
We don't. We just go with it. At that point, we were just running with it.
And if it sells, then
it sells.
And if it doesn't,
it just sits there. So remember, I have the beauty of I don't have inventory.
Yes.
We ship direct from the farm to the doorstep.
Yes.
Same flowers, just different purpose,
Yes.
marketing purpose.
Yes. So you don't have to build the, I don't know.
Well, we do have to build all of the marketing support, like
Yes.
the video and the product pictures, and make sure we do some really rich SEO descriptions in there, and we have to put all the brain power behind it.
Yeah.
However, we didn't have to worry about, we don't have to worry about inventory.
Yes. It's not like yellow rubber duckies and purple ones sell better and you have to build them or anything.
Which is, there's a beautiful part of that, and there's also a very frustrating part of it. Dealing with, I have to say, if I could roll back, no, I would never change anything. And I actually wouldn't change. I would not change flowers. But flowers are a very difficult product to sell.
Sorry, it's not only the selling, but the inventory. It's just flowers to me. Restaurants fascinate me because the food goes bad. If you don't sell it, it goes bad. What do you do?
Well, and what we have with flowers is what we're experiencing right now. Everyone's like, there's a supply chain interruption.
Yes.
Well, we have a supply chain interruption because Mother Nature has decided to cool off or get too hot.
Yes.
We have the two extremes right now.
Yeah.
California, all of our field flowers just got burnt with too many over 100 days.
Yeah.
And then in Ecuador, it's freezing cold.
Really?
And then couple that with, it's COVID, rose plant, just stay there, don't do anything. Nope, it definitely affected the production of the flowers because we couldn't harvest.
We need sales, but we're having a problem finding product and customers. So other than that,
It's fine. It's fine.
And we're just going to remove the fear and it will.
You get rid of the fear.
Rid of the fear.
You respond.
Okay.
You go with, I know, and then you come up with a plan and you do it.
Okay. Rid of the fear.
Rid of the fear.
Now I get it.
You get it, right?
I do.
And when you're, I call it silly brain or chatterbox, when it is ignited, just go to, I need to get rid of the fear.
Yeah.
And that was my secret sauce.
Yeah.
That really got me through those dark days of COVID where you're looking at, I've never seen sales as low as they were.
Yeah. How are they doing now?
So what I love to say, you're going to love this one, Karen. Sleeping Beauty woke up to a rage party. And it's an opulent rage party. And she might run out of alcohol and get a little grumpy.
Really? I would have thought you'd be seeing this because it's like during weddings and then maybe not so many and then they're back on and then they're like just events as a whole seem to be, I don't know.
I think human mankind it's going to be really hard to stop us again.
Yes.
And the risk versus reward.
Yes.
And I just believe that, and there are ways to have a safe wedding.
Yes.
We just had one in-house.
Yeah.
One of our gals got married and everyone had to have a negative test
before
walking through the door.
Yeah.
And, they pulled off 150 people event.
Wow.
without
Way
any-
to go.
Mhm.
That's awesome. That's fantastic.
Yes.
One thing that I did want to get to.
Oh, I love it.
I know. I don't know if we have that much time, but maybe we can go over a little bit.
Okay.
How do you feel being a woman plays into this? I know this should be another half an hour chat.
I think we could spend days talking about it. And it would be great to do it like quarterly because it's an evolving topic.
Yes.
It is, the diversity in our workspace is, in our workplace is an evolving topic. And, I wish I could say that there is no difference, and I dream of that day. And I hope for my daughters that they will have that day that there is no difference. However, and you would think flowers, it's a woman, like it's a creative, it's a beautiful, it's all about beauty. It's male dominated.
So I think I've been lucky enough, even though I've traditionally played in the high tech game, where there wasn't that much of a gender separation. And I'm older than you are. And
only
so
by a couple years.
Let them think I'm a generation older. somehow I've been able to be either a little bit immune or I think just totally naive and however, part of me thinks that because we're different, I don't necessarily like the male-dominated part, but because we are not men, that can be a good thing too. It can be a strength.
It can be a strength. I mean, we definitely problem solve. We can switch tasks.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't want to get down to gender can do this, gender can do that, because I truly believe that it's just, we as women, we have a lot to balance.
Yeah.
And, you can leverage that fact.
Yes.
That, like, we're women owned.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, 50 Flowers, Farm Exports, and Flower Fix are 100% women owned.
Awesome.
Yes, about to get our certification. It's a cantankerous. We're getting there.
That'll be another.
It's just taken 20 years. However, it is, you can leverage it toward yourself. You can also do exactly what you said. And I loved how you said it. I'm not even it doesn't matter. Male, female, let's just sell flowers.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're out of time.
We're out of time.
I know.
Man, that went by so fast.
It was so much fun. You're awesome.
We should start a podcast.
We could do
What
it.
is this?
Well,
Yeah.
and we could also probably shameless plug-in going on the new Boise State University certificate in business creation is being offered, a 4-credit certificate for anyone, women, men, any gender identity.
Maybe we
Become
should
an
go take
entrepreneur.
it. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Shelly Bennett with Zenergy Events, and I'm sitting here with Heather Kemet, co-founder of Zenergy Events, and Lynn Carrillo, who is our project manager for this year's Boise Entrepreneur Week. We just wanted to do some quick chatting with you, Lynn, to see how it went this year, your feelings on it, and why did you decide to step up and project manage this entire week?
Probably because I was a little bit crazy, but no, it was actually, I actually came in and was looking last year just as a bystander and was looking at, how the productions went through and, especially through the video side of things, and just got really interested in it. And so this year I, came into the couple of different committees, and, I'm the new kid on the block, so I was just trying to figure out what we were doing. But the one thing that really, out of everything, just having a place to work with entrepreneurs and work with startups and give some information, I thought was just a really good cause to begin with. So coming in, it was just a very interesting structure, and I really wanted to kind of get my feet on the ground, maybe even do a little bit more next year and stuff like that. So as far as the project manager stuff was concerned, I love it. It's what I do. I've done it for 20 plus years in, a lot of different companies and everything. So it was kind of a natural fit anyway. And I got to work with two really awesome ladies, which was really fun. So that was a lot of help. So
we so appreciate everything that you did. Definitely supported us. I'm curious, when we decided to pivot to virtual, because we didn't start out planning a virtual session, and essentially the whole of Startup Week was now on your plate. How did you process through all of that? Like, did it stress you out at all?
No, not really. I think I'm a little bit more comfortable with the virtual side of things anyway than I am on the ground. But I've done events in every possible facet that you can think of. So, I mean, I've worked, sporting events and all the crazy stuff. So, one thing that's nice is when you have a good structure. The structure is what really pushes you forward. So to be able to pivot on a good structure makes things a little bit more palatable. Also, we had to scale down. So for the new kid on the block, I was actually kind of happy about it. But again, I'm really looking forward to being able to do this in full scale next year. I'm really hoping that, I'll be a part of the team as well, again next year, because I had a blast. It was so much fun.
Well, we've had to pivot a ton this year, a lot. There's a lot that goes behind everything. There's always something coming up. How many people did you have on your team to help you?
Oh my
do all
goodness,
this?
we had well, as far as the committee itself, I want to say we had probably close to 20, easy. And that was the other piece that was a really big structure plus, was everybody that was part of this team stepped up. It was just, they knew what their assignment was and they just went to it. You didn't have to, babysit, which was really nice. And because of that, I think that's the reason why the content that came out of it was phenomenal. I mean, and they were bringing together things that we didn't even think about, which is really good. And so being able to, the other part I think also helps is that it was an open forum.
Yeah.
This is kind of what we're looking for. What do you got? And because of that, now, we got some really great speakers, a lot of learning pieces, a lot of learning tools, and to be able to have this type of a structure when you're brand new and you really have no clue what to do, and you have this beautiful outset of all this information that you can kind of pick and choose what works best for you. You can't ask for anything better, only in Boise, right?
Right. So that leads to, you had to have seen it. So since you called yourself the new kid on the block, we had so many people working, right, to make this just one gigantic event. Not as gigantic as it was going to be, but still pretty big, right? Boise loves working together, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and that was, I think, the other thing that was a lot of fun for me is that it was just very open arm, come on in, let's figure this out, let's make it work together. The team, it was a true team. And so that was a lot of help. So it did kind of ease the pressure a little bit when you're dealing with people that everybody loved it. They all came in because we love Boise Entrepreneur Week. We love what, at the end of the day, what does it really mean? It means that we're supporting local businesses, and that's what, and the growth. And because we are growing a lot in Treasure Valley, I mean, this is a definite need, and to be able to have different resources and things like that at your fingertips, I mean, it's a plus all the way around for everybody.
So I think that one of the big reasons why you were so successful as the project manager and we were so successful as a BU committee altogether is your phenomenal organizational skills.
Oh, thank you.
So
Phenomenal. I appreciate it.
I fell in love with your Trello boards.
Thank you.
Where can you give us some background on where did you get that?
So I've been in sales and marketing pretty much since I could get up and walk around. My mom told me that I was either going to be a politician or a lawyer, and I didn't go to either one. But really, where I can actually take an idea, and I don't know where it comes from. Maybe I'm dyslexic, so maybe that's where it comes from. But really, I can see a process almost instantly. It's being able to put the tools together and put the people together. That's where the hard part is. You guys really had a lot of that already preset, which helped a lot. So all it was okay, let's take this process now and let's put some tags on it for the most part. But I have worked in a lot of different industries as well. So I've been able to pull resources, just from what I've been able to do. I've worked in tech, I've even owned my own companies and things of that nature. So being able to do all of that, I think that's part of it. 20 years of experience and School of Hard Knocks helps.
So I know how Shelley and I feel about you. I know I don't think that we could have been nearly as successful putting this together without you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I really do. And I really love you guys too. I mean, when it comes to working with, I've worked with a lot of different companies. I've worked with a lot of different managerial structures, and you were just amazing. And I say this, I mean, really with bottom of my heart. I absolutely adore both of you, and I love working with both of you. And I hope we get to do this again, even if it's outside of what we're doing here, because we had fun. But I also like the fact I'm the gal pal, so I really like being able to work with other women and elevate other women as well. So being able to have that opportunity was a really big deal for me. But I mean, really, at the end of the day, you just made my life easy. So how can you not love you when you do that? So.
Mutual feelings.
Thanks, Lynn. We're definitely usually on the other end of this camera. So you made this talk very easy and very fun for us. Thank you so much for coming down.
Thanks for having me.
Hopefully we get to hang out with you a little bit more this week.
Absolutely.
And I get to hang out with you all the time, so.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'm just going to insert myself so that
Perfect. It's nice to see everybody. It's nice to see all the local businesses getting together to support this. Thanks for all of your hard work.
Absolutely.
On project management. I hope I get to use some of your Trello boards again
Absolutely.
soon.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much. Coming up, you guys, next is Fireside Chat with Jack Boren. He'll be talking with Collective Medical. But first, a word from our sponsors.
We are a tribe from the north, and we are brave and bold. In these hard times, we continue to bear our silver and our gold. We stand tried and true against our foes, because we are mighty Vandals. So go, Vandals, go. Fight with heart, mind, and soul. Together, we will defeat our foes, because the victory cannot be withheld from thee. So all Idaho, bear down and Vandal on. Go, go, go.
Well, welcome everyone to this session of Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm Jack Boren. I'm a managing director at Epic Ventures, a Utah-based venture capital firm. I'm also an Idaho native, having grown up in Boise and attended Boise High School, North Junior High, and Roosevelt Elementary. My team at Epic has made several investments in Idaho companies and we're passionate participants in the Idaho startup ecosystem. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from the team behind Collective Medical Technologies, a Salt Lake City-based healthcare data and analytics business. Collective Medical was founded in 2005, and after some humble beginnings, grew into one of the largest patient care platforms in the United States, enabling tens of thousands of medical professionals to provide personalized healthcare to tens of millions of patients. Epic Ventures was a fortunate participant in their sole institutional round of financing, the nearly $50 million Series A in 2017. And most recently, in 2020, Collective Medical was acquired by Point Click Care. Despite its headquarters location, Collective Medical is a true Idaho success story, and I think that'll make a little bit more sense in a moment. Today, we get to hear from the three friends behind the business, Adam Green, Chris Klump, and Wiley Vandenacker. Guys, thanks for being here.
Hey, Jack.
Thanks for having us.
Nice throwback to Roosevelt Rough Riders there, buddy.
I like to talk about it. You know, I'm proud of my roots.
Awesome. Wiley and I were right there with you.
Well, let's dig into that. Tell me about the backstory. How do you guys know each other? Tell us about your Boise connection.
So Wiley and I have been friends, super close friends since what? Why? Like we were 4, maybe. We lived a couple hills away up in the Foothills East area. So we used to go romping through a lot of other people's backyards to get to one another's houses. And then Adam and I became friends after being arch rivals in Chuck Slaughter's portable in 10th grade geometry. We had competing lawn care companies, and Adam would make fun of me for mine. I'm pretty sure he can elaborate. Anyway, we became good friends, and then we all went to Brigham Young University together, and we were all roommates there, and been pretty thick as thieves ever since.
How do you think that translates into great business partnership in the long run? I mean, you and Wiley knowing each other since you're 4, obviously, probably a lot of positive things, and maybe some negatives in there. Tell us a little bit about that.
What do you think? Why?
I think your friendship in business has a mixed bag of benefits and drawbacks. And in fairness, I think more friends who enter into business together don't exit business as friends. I think we've been pretty fortunate, and I mean, I'm not trying to pander to the Boise crew here, but Idaho people are good people, and I think we've got a leg up. It's just it's a state full of people who are level-headed and thoughtful and kind, and I think we were all three of us the beneficiaries of kind of that mentality that was pervasive in Boise, and still is pervasive in Boise, and I'm really grateful for that kind of an upbringing. It requires a level of candor that is uncomfortable very frequently, and it requires a level of humility that is really challenging quite frequently when your friend is telling you you're an idiot for doing some idiot thing, which happens an awful lot. Well, sometimes you got to just take that with a grain of salt. On the flip side, though, I think the level of trust that we're able to have in one another has been a defining feature of our partnership together. Being able to have complete confidence that Chris is not cooking the books and
embezzling from the company,
not throwing. It sounds kind of cheeky to say, but honestly, it's a real thing that we've seen happen in real businesses at large scale. And it can completely ruin them. And being able to have a heightened amount of trust and confidence in your partners, in their integrity and their willingness to work hard and be good actors and good participants is just about invaluable.
Gosh, I'd pile onto that. It's not like we haven't gone at it like cats and dogs from time to time, and that we don't, we certainly don't agree on everything and haven't agreed on everything in terms of the strategic direction of the business over the years. But gosh, not once have I ever questioned, since the very beginning, that Adam and Wiley, did they have my back? Of course they did. And, if I needed them, they would do everything they possibly could to rally. And you're trading on decades of history And that's an incredibly powerful thing. So if you're willing to have those uncomfortable conversations that Wiley mentioned, and you're willing to care about one another enough to call each other out when something needs to change, you can also trust that people aren't taking cheap shots at you. They're doing it because they care about you. And we all care about this mission that we have in our business, which governs everything. That's pretty powerful. And I also echo Wiley in saying, I think I feel real lucky that, we've come out the other side and we're all still good friends and all care about each other. That's pretty amazing. And I'm grateful for that. And I also agree that I think it has a lot to do with growing up where we grew up and the values that were instilled in us. Boise's a pretty unique community, and that idea of community rallying around one another and, taking a village to raise people, like, Wiley's parents and Adam's parents helped raise me and, instilled values in me that I'm trying to instill in my kids now. And I could like to think probably vice versa with my folks and one another's. And that's a pretty powerful thing.
I really love that as a segue to the next thing I wanted to touch on here. And that's, you look at Collective Medical now, and it's this massive business, hundreds of employees, staggering outcome with point-click care and really driving a massive change in the healthcare ecosystem. And it's easy to forget the humble beginnings, right? And where this even came from. And really touching on family, I would love to unpack the genesis of Collective. Tell us the story, and maybe we'll kick that over to Adam. We'd love to hear, what was the idea that turned into such a massive business?
Sure, Jack, love to. You mentioned we started Collective in 2005, and we were all in college then. And a lot of people ask, how did a bunch of college kids know what to go build for a very complicated healthcare system for hospitals to solve a very nuanced and complicated problem? And my answer has always been pretty simple. I listened to my mom, because the reality was 2005, my mother, Patty Green, was a social worker working at the St. Luke's Hospital in Meridian. And she'd been working on a program for many years to help address and solve problems that she saw with patients who would recurringly come back to the emergency room for care. And the emergency room wasn't able to really fully deliver on the care that the patient needed. And it felt a lot like they were addressing kind of the symptoms and not the root causes. And so she put together a program with others there, and it was very successful, but she wasn't able to scale it and grow it to have the impact that she wanted. So she reached out. She called me. I remember very vividly one day she called me up and she's like, I have this program. I think it'd be great if you turned in a computer program. And I tell Wiley basically the next day, and he starts coding overnight to try to address the problem. And that's kind of how we got our start. And it was pretty slow and organic, because we learned kids don't solve, or hospitals don't buy software from kids in college. But what was pretty amazing was the problem that we were addressing was really on point for emergency physicians. It had already been kind of tested. The product market fit had been tested out by my mother in a lot of ways, and solving this ability for physicians to understand what's going on with the patient more broadly and address those concerns in real time. Those are kind of like the foundational pieces of what our software does. And fortunately, the three of us, we were just able to take that, kind of idea that my mother had, and then, apply some technology and a business model to it to really help it grow and expand. But yeah, started in Boise, from someone who lived in Boise for many years herself. So that's kind of our original genesis.
I love that. And maybe if you can unpack that a little bit further, how's that relationship evolved? As I understand it, that's, it's still a platform used in the area, and, still a big part of the hospital ecosystem up there as well.
Yeah, we're in we're in St. Luke's, their whole system. They're a great partner to us. We're in St. Alphonsus as well. Our software tends to be such that, it's pretty agnostic to the health system or provider. It can help stitch together actually a whole state's worth of hospitals to coordinate better with each other. But yeah, we're very fortunate that, we still have all the major health systems in Idaho using our software and getting value out of it and providing better care for our patients. It's been really awesome.
we've
I
got
love that.
across of Idaho and Primary Health Medical Group and loads of others. And, it's kind of a cheesy comparison, but that same kind of community spirit in Boise that exists, I think we see, with our client partner relationships there as well, which is kind of this premise of the rising tide. Sure, sometimes folks might compete with one another and sit on opposite sides of a table when they're negotiating a contract, their health plan or health system. But, the software that Collective Medical builds and now Point Click Care builds is really designed to care for vulnerable patients that we all share in common, all have a stewardship for. How do we help someone who's about to struggle with substance use disorder, or have a substance use disorder, overdose or death? Or how do we help a vulnerable patient who's transitioning from a skilled nursing facility to home, or from a hospital to a skilled nursing facility? How do we help make sure they don't slip through the cracks? And so, we see that same spirit of collaboration all across our network in Idaho as people try to care for our more vulnerable community members. It's pretty amazing.
I love that. You're describing this like really broad platform with massive adoption and really becoming something extremely useful in the healthcare ecosystem. And I think it's often easy, again, to forget, the journey from 2005 to here. And in particular, I wanted to zero in on one thing you mentioned, Adam, and that's, off the bat, you realize hospitals have a hard time buying from college kids, 2005 at the beginning of the business. And tell us about the journey getting from this idea to initial adoption to and then to growth. But what was the timeline? What was the process like? Were you guys full time with the business? And if not, what were you up to? Tell us about that journey a little bit.
Sure. So our early days, I don't think, follow a lot of your classic tech startup paths. We incorporated in 2005. We actually had an LLC at the time, and we built our first version of software because my mother had been doing her program for many years. She had many contacts across the state. We did a lot of road shows, and a lot of them, there's a lot of interest that didn't go anywhere. And so a lot of that initial kind of sales push died down. And we actually kind of went out and got day jobs for a little while because we didn't really know what we were doing too much in the early days. And we said, well, I guess we have to get a job. So we got jobs. But some of those contacts, about a year or so later, we were able to kind of pick up the conversation again and slowly start nurturing the right relationships. And in the early days, it was, I think we're really fortunate because, again, we're still pretty young, new in the healthcare space, but because what we built really solved problems in a very specific way for providers in the emergency department space, they became very large advocates for us. So to kind of give you a rough timeline, we wrote that version, one of our software, summer like 2005. Our first hospital went live at the end of 2008. So, there was quite a period there where things slowed down. But once we got that first hospital, we started to get a lot more advocacy from the physicians we were working with. And it's slowly, that first hospital was actually in Washington. We slowly started to just grow organically from there. So kind of 2008 was our first hospital. And by 2012, we basically had, a third of the state live, another third in the pipeline that indicated pretty large interest. And then something kind of amazing happened, which was because we'd spent the last kind of 3 years in Washington talking a lot with the directors in the emergency rooms. They knew very well what we did, and a lot of them really wanted to use our software. And the physicians themselves took advantage of some state legislation issues and worked with the state Medicaid in the state of Washington to propose some best practices for hospitals, one of which was to use software very similar to ours. And so it kind of did a I don't want to say a coup, but it was a pretty ingenious stroke of brinksmanship on the medical physician side, where we got a soft mandate in the state of Washington. So that really kind of jump-started our growth at that point. We got actually the full state to adopt our software after that within about 6 months. That's when we really started to hire folks and consolidate. Wiley and I were living, and Chris were all living in different places at that time. We started to consolidate and hire pretty aggressively. So 2012 is kind of a marker where an inflection point where we started to bring on additional staff and things really started to pick up steam at that point. So it's kind of early day timelines. Sometimes it goes a little bit slower than you imagined.
I love that though. I think that's actually something that a lot of entrepreneurs wrestle with, and probably a lot of the people watching this, and that's, trying to understand the balance between having a day job and knowing when the time's right and when the opportunity is right to leave that and focus in on your venture, right? And it's tough. I think a lot of people really struggle with that, and I'd love to hear your perspectives on how you knew it was time and how you made that jump.
I'll give mine, and then Wiley, I'd love to hear yours. And so I think when we started in the early days, as soon as we got our first hospital actually to pay us, Wiley quit his day job and just decided to do this full time, which is a testament to Wiley's dislike of working for others. And so he did that, and it was actually super beneficial for us in the early days. I had a couple of
the whole $500 a year that we were making.
Yeah, let's be clear. Wiley lived in an apartment with other college kids, and paid a college kid's apartment rent. So it wasn't luxurious living by any means, but
I spent $12,000 total that year. I ate a lot of Wendy's.
That apartment had a plenty good couch though that I got plenty of mileage on. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
But it was good because bringing on our first customer, we had a lot of changes we need to make in our software. Like, can you build your version 1? You've got this idea of what it's going to be, and then you start getting feedback. You realize probably half of the things need to change, and so it was good. I had some mouths that I needed to feed, so I was a little less able to live that sort of lifestyle. But it got to the point where we were basically already planning for my full time. I was moonlighting basically all the sales calls and everything, and we were really close to making that decision of me going full time and getting back with Wiley when the hospital, the state of Washington, kind of did that soft mandate. So that was just a really easy turning point for us to make that decision.
I want to pick up just a little bit on something that Adam was talking about earlier with his mom working in the vertical. I think one of the lessons learned from me here is that if you want to work in enterprise software, partner with somebody who lives that enterprise every day and as specific as you can get. Solve a specific problem, but take your cues from those people in terms of what problems need to be solved. When it comes to that idea of when do you quit your day job, when do you go all in? There's no universal or global answer to that question. This is an evaluation or an exercise in risk appetite and balancing your own personal risk appetite with the outcome that you're looking to achieve. And I think a great example of that is our story is a good example of that. I was a single guy. I could live on Wendy's, but Adam had a wife and one, maybe two kids by that time. And his risk profile looks an awful lot different than mine did. And so you can't say there are 10 things to look for to say that, yeah, it's time to quit your job. It's sit down, do a thoughtful evaluation, the pros, the cons, the risk that you're willing to take, versus, the upsides and downsides if you do or don't take that risk. Now, with that being said, to me, I felt like our business, in spite of my own desire to not report to someone, I felt like our business, needed a full-time developer. We were getting lots and lots of requests from our very first customer right out of the gate to do this, that, and the other. I mean, they were like, "Hey, dudes, can you just receive this HL780T feed?" And I was like, "What's that?" I'm Googling as fast as I can. Adam will tell you, we were on a call with this hospital's IT staff, and they're like, "We'll send you an ADT feed." And I'm like, I I don't know what that is. It turns out like it's a pretty core piece of our business. Had no idea what it was. Like we had a lot of learning and a lot of work to do. And so in fact, they were like, please send us your specification. And I was like, well, how about you send us your specification and then I'll send you mine.
Which looks identical to yours.
Yeah. And they were like, you can't just send us our specification back with your logo on it. That's not okay. Well, it turns out you can actually, but it was a fight. So I guess the point that I'm just trying to get to is, every business has different needs and every person has different risk tolerance and risk profiles. And
I think we lost Y there for a minute. But amen. Good point. We agree.
I actually think he was at a point that is a perfect segue into another thing I really want to touch on with you guys. And that's you took a bootstrap mentality to this business from day one, and you were finally convinced to raise capital, what seemed like kicking and screaming against, ever having to do that. And I really admire both the approach you've taken to that and kind of the mental models you put into work to ultimately make that decision and raise capital. I think it's in stark contrast to how a lot of people think about running their startup. And that's, thinking about fundraising as a goal, right? Thinking it as a big milestone as opposed to a means to other more important things. And Chris, I'd love to spend some time unpacking that with you specifically. Why did you guys eventually, first off, tell us about the positives of bootstrapping as long as you did, maybe some negatives. And then second, why did you guys ultimately decide to raise capital?
I mean, the obvious negative is we weren't working with you yet, Jack. I mean, that's clear.
I thought that was implied, right? Oh, come on.
Look, I obviously I agree with so much of what's already been said by Adam and Wiley about this idea of, I think it's an interrelated idea, but how do you know when to leave your job? Well, how do you know when to raise capital? I think, we read TechCrunch and you kind of hear about these high-flying companies out of San Francisco that are overnight successes. And I think that most people forget that that's like almost none of the companies that get started in this country. And there are lots of great companies that get started. And we don't spend a lot of time talking about the ones that fail, which is most of them. But we also kind of don't stop to realize that a lot of them just take a really long time to get going. I mean, think about that, right? What I was saying, 2005, 2008, wasn't just like to get going. It was like nothing. There were no customers. There was nothing. And then we got one customer. And it wasn't like then all of a sudden a whole bunch of customers came. It took years, right? So Wiley went full-time in 2010. And then Adam in 2012 and me in 2014. And at the time in 2014, when I came full-time, I left Bain Capital, we were doing $1 million. We had just had $1 million in run rate revenue. And so, I kind of look and say, well, gosh, would raising capital at that point have accelerated that chapter of the journey? No, I'm pretty sure we would have amped up our burn, but we wouldn't have found product market fit yet. We wouldn't have found go-to-market fit yet. And actually, fundamentally, the market wasn't quite ready to buy, and certainly not at VC required scale. And so what likely would have happened was that we would have run out of money. We wouldn't have been able to re-up. We had to lay everybody off, and more than likely, you would have just shut down the business. Instead of being able to take this very patient approach where we could wait, we could figure it out, we could really understand what the market needed and give the market time to understand what we were doing, because we were in fact creating a market for a product set that did not previously exist. This was not an evolutionary, we're gonna improve something that's already there. This is a categorically new set of capabilities. That, by the way, at the time flew in the face of the paradigm of fee-for-service healthcare, which is, more patients I see, I get paid. Okay, well, got it. Well, our software is trying to keep people from coming to your hospital. And so the conversations with CFOs went something like, well, why would I want that? That doesn't sound very good. And so it wasn't until the market matured more and moved toward a kind of value-based care perspective of sitting and saying, well, actually, wait a minute, like I'm going to do better if I help people stay out of my hospital and I provide better care for them along the way. And that means coordinating with the person across the street that I've historically viewed as my competitor. That's a different market. I don't think that we were ready for VC capital. At the same time, we continued to bootstrap then from 2014 when I went full time until 2017. By the time we raised money, guys remind me, like, I want to say we were doing like 15-ish million, going on 20 million of run rate revenue for our very first dollars in the business, external dollars, and for all intents and purposes dollars. And then we raised this $50 million round. I think the investor community, and Jack, I'd ask you the question, but the investor community is like, whoa, you never even heard of this company, and they're serving hundreds of hospitals, and they're doing close to $20 million of revenue, and they've had no capital. And we were at that point, I think it was pretty clear, with some reticence about taking on capital, but we realized we were cash starving the business, and there was a lot more growth to be had, and there was a lot more to be built that we weren't building because we didn't have the resources to do it as a bootstrap model, where we were effectively pre-funding all the growth off the cash flows of the business. And it wasn't that our unit economics weren't sound, they were, but when you're trying to hyperscale a company growing over 100% a year, which is what we had been doing, it was cash starving. And at the same time, one of the downsides of not raising sooner is that this enabled competitors to see what we were doing and then go raise capital. And we learned the lesson of never underestimate a determined competitor with a war chest. Right. So our one of our biggest competitors raised over $100 million. Right. We were just thinking about raising our first amount. So, yeah, we should probably get on that. Kind of what was the downside of that? I remember the day that we closed our round, I walked out of the office and, was a little tearful and realized like what had been a pretty supernal chapter of pride in bootstrapping was over. And that things were going to change, and they changed a lot, and mostly actually I'd say for the better. Like, we loved our syndicate. It was it was Peterson Partners here in Salt Lake. It was Kleiner Perkins and Bessemer Venture Partners in Maverick, out of the Bay, amazing investors who were amazing humans who cared about our mission and what we were doing. And yet Kaiser Permanente and Providence and Intermountain Healthcare and 3M and California Healthcare Foundation, like incredible folks on the strategic side who believed in what we were doing and wanted to advance it. And so we did. And if you look at our growth, starting 2017 up, it shot up. It took a while, and there was some pain along the way. We had to grow up. We had to grow up in our governance, right? We had to institutionalize how we showed up at a board meeting and holding ourselves accountable and more rigorously using KPIs and OKRs, to measure progress against our strategic and operational objectives. So net, I think it was a phenomenal thing that we probably should have done sooner than we did. The upside is you retain more of your business by the time you raise. The downside is you might have been able to grow more in the first place. So it's pros and cons, but the point that you made earlier, I couldn't agree more with. Raising capital is not the milestone, and patience matters. I was with a great entrepreneur earlier this week at breakfast who's just closing around at $1 billion valuation on a very small amount of revenue. And he's been building his company for 5 years, 5 years without much progress. And then it's kind of, he figured it out. He found the fit. It's amazing. And the market wants to fund it, and he'll grow like gangbusters. He already is starting to, right? I think you got to be patient sometimes and know when the right time to do it is. But I think it's a naive perspective to just sprint after capital for the sake of capital, which itself is a commodity, when the business isn't ready. And I think few things are more damaging than prematurely or overcapitalizing a business before it's ready to absorb that capital and grow appropriately. I don't know why, Adam, I know you guys have thoughts on this. Anything you'd add?
One perspective that I heard from our good friend Matt Marsh talking about Collective Medical once in front of a group of investors, he described the company as having grit, and that is a ill-found trait in many businesses these days. And I thought that was a nice way to describe it. It's not easy to bootstrap. I mean, it's really easy to go get money and throw money after problems and hire a lot of people and hope something sticks. But that is a risky way to start a business. And I think overall has a negative impact on the startup itself and the ecosystem. Other businesses raising capital and participating in that startup ecosystem. I'm a pretty big believer that grit matters in starting businesses and running scrappy and lean and working really, really hard. sometimes for a lot of years, pays off and builds enduring, valuable businesses that have something real to show and result in something that the entrepreneur can be proud of.
I love that. No, that's just fantastic. And Adam, I'm going to throw this last one at you. I'm very sad to say that we're running out of time here. There's just a million things we could unpack. But you guys went through this incredible transaction at the end of 2020, massive outcome, and now this new vision, new mission. And tell us a little bit about that. What's next on the horizon?
Well, right now, for me personally, like the biggest thing on the horizon is just to ensure a continued good integration and assimilation with our new parent company, Point Click Care, and to kind of realize what were the calculus for why we wanted to do the deal in the first place. And so I think we've been fortunate the last couple of years. We've always had companies kind of circling around the periphery, poking to see if there was any interest in acquiring. And none of that looked super interesting to us until last year when we met with Point Click Care and saw a combined vision that we thought actually was bigger than what we could do ourselves. And that was really exciting. And so, there's for me personally, there's a lot invested in just trying to make sure that we have that good handoff. Like when we were acquired, we had about 200 individuals working at the company. These are people with families and homes and dreams of their own. And I feel a sense of responsibility to make sure like they still feel like, there's a place for them in the broader organization, and they still can achieve a lot of those mission-oriented things that we've always been striving for. That's kind of short term. What's on the roadmap for me. Beyond that, I try not to get too caught up in all of the what ifs and what could be's. When I feel like we still got a lot of meaty challenges ahead of us. Broader mission wise, with Point Click Care, and Chris probably can add even more depth on this. Like one of the biggest things for us when we were evaluating, Point Click Care as an acquirer was, is there alignment with their culture, their values, and what they're striving to do as an organization? And it was kind of wild because Point Click Care has some similarities to Collective. It's also founder owned and led, just like Collective was. They care a lot about their employees. They care a lot about impacting patient care. And you would think that most, that should be the case for a lot of healthcare, healthcare tech startups or companies. It's not always the case. And so like that sort of alignment was really, for me personally, like a big piece of the decision making. And so I feel like we're in a great place. Like we're in the best home we could be in out of all the kind of entities out there, which really has me excited. Chris, I don't know if you've kind of got thoughts broader than that, but.
I agree with all of that. I think so often, again, in that same spirit of entrepreneurs focus on the raise instead of, what the raise enables, which is, achieving your mission. And then as a for-profit business, hopefully producing positive cash flows at some point. I think folks often also kind of myopically obsess over the exit and from a perspective of shareholder value creation, and shareholders, of course, are an important stakeholder, and I think we feel extremely strongly about this. Shareholder interests, we believe, are at parity with, two other stakeholder groups, which are your teammates and your customers, and in our case, the patients that they serve. And so you have to think about those interests at parity with one another and trying to optimize for them. As we thought about the balance of when is the right time to exit, it became pretty clear there were puts and takes, but this was a phenomenal outcome for all of our stakeholders. And so we felt really good about that, had peace with that decision, which is otherwise a bittersweet decision. Hard to let go of something that you build and you bleed and sweat over for so many years. And yet that was the case. And I think we're only 9 months in, 10 months in, but so far, all of the commitments that Point Click Care made to us as an organization, they've honored. And gosh, like that doesn't always happen. And we feel really lucky and grateful to get to be aligned with them as a result.
Guys, this has been fantastic. I wish we could just keep this going for a little bit longer. We're coming to a close. Now, I want to bring one more thing up before we do formally close. Chris, correct me here, but I think you said at the beginning of this that since the acquisition, had you hired 150 people, or do you have 150 job openings? So remind me, where are you at? It sounds like you're on a hiring spree.
Yeah, I think it's actually about both. Probably over the first 9 months of this year, we've hired 150, 160 new folks. And I think we've got slots open on just our team. So I think we're around 300 something, 300 and change right now. And, out of 2,000 total. And I think just on our team, we've got another 100 something, slots open. So for all over the country. But we love them when they can be nearby.
Guys, this is fantastic. Great mission, great team, and a great opportunity for anybody listening to apply and join up and be part of the mission. So thank you. Can't thank you enough for what you've done and for joining us today.
Thanks, Jack.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. Got a little treat here for you, not just what's on the table. I have with me the 2020 winner of the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Dan, welcome to the show.
Hi, TM. It's always great to be back in Boise.
It's nice having you. So for those who did watch you, and maybe more so for those who did not watch the competition last year, tell us a little bit about what led up to you joining the competition, and maybe just a couple of pointers as to what happened leading up to.
Really, honestly, COVID kind of changed my whole strategy on going to market, because a lot of it was just being in store, doing demos, getting feedback, tweaking my packaging, making sure my product mix was right. And once COVID hit, I couldn't really do that. And so what I did was I really tried to find a lot of places where I could showcase and try to, one, raise capital, but two, get in front of the right consumers and get a lot more feedback, maybe on a more broader than a Pacific Northwest scale. So that's kind of what led me to Trail Mix. It was a great local Pacific Northwest opportunity to showcase Recipe 33 and potentially what it could be.
So COVID was sort of the impetus to you hitting the road, quite literally then.
Yeah, because a lot of the pitch events went from being you had to travel to a location to everything became virtual. So it's like, okay, let's take advantage of everything I can just to tell the story. And that was the pieces. When you do a demo in store, there's only so much that you can't scale Dan Smith in so many stores, but I can scale doing pitch events and getting exposure for the brand in a bigger way.
A lot of parallels to this year's Trail Mix finalists. So this year we have 7 Trail Mix finalists.
Oh, wow.
And to our viewers, Trail Mix is on later today. Please check the schedule and check out the 7 finalists. But a common thread in their story was COVID happened, and then I decided to start a business. So in your case, it was COVID happened. I had to hit the road. You had to.
I had a business. COVID made me change the way I was going to business.
There's a little bit of history with you and food products, and I know it also sort of runs in the family. Give us a little glimpse into the Smith family.
Yeah. So I actually, before I met my wife, I'd worked for Ghirardelli, Imminent, Mars. I'd worked for some major CPG companies, and I joined the business the hard way. I married I married the daughter, and so I joined the family and brought a lot of my experience to their business. And they do the big jars of nuts for like Costco and Sam's Club, so the big PET jars of cashews and mixed nuts. So I knew the segment. And then I went back and was working on my MBA, and I had to do a business plan to graduate. And late night study groups, somebody would always bring snacks, and that stuff would be all over your hands. You read the ingredients. It's like, okay, there's a better way. And I do a lot of barbecuing. It's like, well, you marinate a steak, you brine a turkey. Why couldn't you do this with an almond?
That's brilliant.
And and it's like, you don't have this on your hands. And so we did the business plan, actually won a couple of business plans, but the thing that really validated it, I dropped off some samples to key retailers in the Seattle market, and I got called back immediately. And that, from my past 25 years of experience, that just doesn't happen. So it's like, okay, maybe there's something here more than an academic business plan. So that's what got Recipe 33 off the ground.
It's a cool Genesis story. So let's kind of fast forward to you won, and you got the big check. You were first place. What happened immediately after? You had a sort of, the flashlight was shining on you, right? It was Recipe 33 all over the place. But kind of take us to the first couple of weeks right after you won.
So the cool thing is I was in the middle of due diligence with a seed round investor. So this was just another validation piece that, I mean, we were coming down the home stretch anyways, but then when you get a $20,000 check and you get great exposure on the internet and here in the local market and a commitment from Albertsons that you were going to get into the stores, that was just more validation to close that deal. And since then, we've just been flying out the door. We've been doing a couple of events with QVC, and we've got a Delta contract where our little snack packs of the lemon rosemary and the cinnamon vanilla are on specific flights. So it's really, this past year has been about expanding distribution and driving trial.
So other than retail, you said a couple of flights. What are some of the other channels? And what I'm thinking of is the other Trail Mix finalists who are listening, who are super focused on only the retail channel. But how do you supplement your retail channel?
So, I mean, you need to have a presence with your own website, Amazon. They're expensive, so just want to make sure that a lot of people think, oh, I can get into those channels and it's cheaper. There are ways that you can cut corners, but at the end of the day, it's not a cheap channel to go into. For my product, gift baskets are like a huge. A lot of these snacks, subscription boxes, they're looking for healthy alternative snacks. So that's the piece is depending on your product and your segment, you kind of really have to look at what other channels are out there other than your just traditional grocery stores. I mean, that's my bread and butter. That's my experience base. I've had to learn a lot about alternative channels, basically more the online business. And it's a great way to get exposure nationally and be based basically in a small market to be able to expand out and kind of get that feedback. So it's not just some little bubble in the Pacific Northwest that's a bigger idea than that.
Yeah, I recall being on a lot of Alaska flights back in the day, and it's typically I traveled with the business crowd midweek, never on weekends, and you could see people kind of looking at products because they do feature some local stuff. They have the free beer always. That's what Alaska is known for. So, I'm surprised that there are more local folks who leverage that because these travels come and go all over the country, right?
It's historically that segment. It's not a high margin. If anything, it's a marketing opportunity.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But right now, it's one where they're not serving food in first class or in business class. So they're spending a little more money because odds are I probably wouldn't have been able to afford if it hadn't have been for COVID and what's going on with their food service.
Oh.
Your position. I'm not getting rich, but I'm actually on the positive side where normally you're investing 5 to 10 to 20 cents into capturing that business. So, and that's why you usually see it's very big brands. It's usually not the smaller brands that have that budget to be able to get onto the airplanes.
That's really valuable insight, actually. I appreciate you sharing that.
No problem.
So you won the $20,000. By the way, this year we were able to up it to $25,000. So maybe.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just throwing it out there, yeah. So you won the money. I recall getting photos from you with a pallet with a giant
3 pallets.
3 pallets, 3 pallets of almonds. So we know what you did with the money.
Yeah.
And that's all. That's nice and fine and dandy, right? But the real prize was getting onto Albertsons shelves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take us through that experience. And it typically takes some time for the Trail Mix winner to end up on shelves because there's some alignment and synergy, getting to know one another kind of period. So take us through that.
Honestly, their team was awesome. Again, to your point, it takes time. So it takes about 90 days to go through that setup process. So it's one where you have to be patient, and when the ball is in your court, you get the answers and you get it back because they're a major corporation and they have processes. And when you're a small company, it's like I make time, I do my paperwork and I get it back the same day. So it's just like you have to move with that sense of urgency, but there's just going to be things on their side of it that it takes time to set it up. There's third-party validations. There's just a lot of pieces to the process, but the buyers were exceptional. Actually, the buyer contacted me on Monday, probably 5 months ago, and just said, hey, you're greenlit. I want you to come over. When can you get over to Boise? And I was over here that Friday and took me to the store, introduced me to the store managers, cut it in on the shelf. We got the tags up. So all the key parts of execution. And now the real part, now the real measure is, are you going to sell off the shelf?
So hurry up and wait is something the next Trail Mix finalists should expect.
And that's part of it. But honestly, that's any retailer. There's a process. You have to go through it. It never moves at the pace that we want it to move at, but you have to, when it's your time to deliver, you have to make it happen.
So the buyer actually took you through the store. You guys did a walkthrough.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. That's surprising.
Yeah, that was exceptional. So Doug Cannon is the buyer for the category that I work in, and reached out again, just gave me a phone call. I got back to him immediately. It's like, yes, I can be there Friday, because he goes, usually Fridays over the next month or a couple of weeks, I can make it. It's like, no, I can be there Friday. He goes, okay, Friday works. But I just, exceptional, introduced me to all the key store people, the receiving person at the back door, because it's not just, it's who orders your product, but who brings it in the back door. It's kind of knowing those key people
all
in
the touch
stores.
points.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's not just, there's never just one person that touches your product. And then for me, I usually leave samples behind, so the employees, because they're in the aisles every day. I get to Boise a couple of times a year, 3 or 4 times a year, because my CFO is here. So for me, it's that person that can tell my story, or like the next time somebody's in the aisle, I go, I'm looking for something to do this and this. Those people at store level, that if there's one thing I learned from working in a store or from doing demos in the store, it's the people in the stores that they can help sell your product.
So what you're saying is getting that vendor number in the purchase order is not enough. You have to build relationships.
That's a baby step.
Okay,
it's important. It's absolutely important, because you can't get on the shelf. But it's for them, and this is what you're getting measured on, is how fast you turn off the shelf. That's what they get measured on, and at the end of the day, that's where your revenue dollars come from. So
how much time and resources do you spend on helping Albertsons sell your product, helping them promote the product? Tell us a little bit about
So a lot of that, and that's whether it's working with Albertsons or any major retailer, it's you have to have a promotional plan in place. Just getting it on the shelf is one thing, but those yellow tags, those little tags, they sell product. So you have to have promotions set up in their system, and that just it draws people's eyes in, and it gets you to try my product for the first time.
So what you're saying, take ownership of your product flying off of retail shelves. Don't just hand it to the retailer.
You put it on there, because how about this? As great as Albertson is with offering this up in the program, if you're not turning and justifying your space, there's 20 guys behind me that want that space. So, and that's the way you have to look at every segment. You really need to understand that. I mean, from 25 years of experience, I've worked on major brands that we've launched things, and they've been discontinued in a year. So it's, as a small company, you may get a little more leeway, but you don't want to, it's way more expensive to try and go back the second or third time if you even get that chance. So it's like, put your best foot forward, do the most you can. I mean, trust me, I've been bootstrapping until I raised some capital, and those pennies that you put into trade fund or trade promotions are absolutely worth it.
So turnover and then velocity. So now that your product is on shelves, I believe it's at both Albertsons, right? The Broadway store and the one out on Eagle and Fairview.
Correct.
And they call them the Market Street stores. So it's in 2 stores now. What's sort of the next domino for Recipe 33?
So chipping away here. I want to be in all the Albertsons stores, specifically in this division. And then Doug was excellent. He referred me to his counterpart in the Seattle market. So I'm working. If you can't own your backyard, you really shouldn't be running out and chasing after everybody else. So for me, it's how do I get all the key retailers in my region to really be able to tell the story that here's what it does at specialty natural stores, here's what it does at a traditional grocery store, here's what it does at like gift promotion channels. So
you almost have a unique story that's tailored to each of the channels then.
Yeah, I mean, the consumer's fairly for me, I have 2 core customers. I have that consumer that they flip over the back of the package, they care about the ingredients and what they put into their body. I mean, that item has 4 ingredients: almonds, lemon, rosemary, sea salt. That's it. And
you nailed it.
Yeah.
Must
so
be
my
your product.
customers, I mean, that's what they care about. The first thing they're going to do is look at the back of the package. And then the foodie, the person that's going to pair that with like the Beecher's flagship white cheddar cheese and a nice Chardonnay. So those are the 2 types of customers I really go after. So I really try to focus on those type of retailers, and then also where it gets positioned in the store. So whether it's in the nut section or over in the cheese and deli aisle, so it's an easy cross merch. So for the stores.
Okay, so naturally I would have thought you're just next to all the other, nuts, but that's not always the case. There's some strategic placement.
Yeah, think big.
Okay, and that's also where the walkthrough in the store, I'm sure, helps, because these Market Street stores are laid out just a little different. They're bigger for
Absolutely.
one, and they're very beautiful.
Yeah.
But how product is placed, I did notice that where it's almost a one-stop shop. If I'm If I'm looking at the chips, the salsa, and the queso and everything else, the nosh on top isn't far away.
Yeah. No, and that's a part is you have to think bigger than just your segment. We had a really nice the store out in the West Valley. We had a really nice display at the front checkout, and this is definitely one of those impulse purchases that I need. I'm hungry. I want a little snack. I don't want to stop. I don't want to eat garbage. I want to grab something healthy, and it was right there at checkout. Beautiful display. So got a lot of those pictures. Actually, my CFO kept sending me pictures, updates every week.
So we're going to air Trail Mix today at 4:30. We're going to announce the winners. Any pointers for any of the participants, but particularly the winner, as they kind of think about their next domino?
It's momentum. It's when you have sales and success, you keep that momentum going. Whether it's getting involved in more events, for me, it was closing that round and then putting those dollars to work. So this is, it's $25,000. That's for a small company. That's a lot. I mean, for me, it took 2 months worth of product inventory that I could lean forward going into the holidays, that I could lock up and I didn't have to worry about, am I going to be tight on having enough almonds to fill these orders at the end of December? Going into January, I bought the inventory, I was ready to roll. So think about how you're going to deploy those dollars. And then for the other people, it's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day. When you work in the business, and anytime that I get involved in a pitch event, it allows me to step back and look at the strategic. Am I going after the right consumer? Am I looking at, because it's easy to get, I've got 20 boxes I've got to get out today, and I've got 20 stores that I've ordered, and just all these things that you've got to get done, and you forget about, okay, is the almond market going up and down? There's different things that you really have to try and make sure you're looking at the big picture, not just the day-to-day operations. That's what I think these programs bring.
Think big. I like that. Folks, there you have it. Dan Smith with Recipe 33, 2020 winner of the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. If you can't get enough of all the CPG food product talk, we will also be sitting down with Kate Stoddard and Joni Kinwall-Moore, previous year's winners of the Trail Mix Pitch Competition, because today is all things Trail Mix, and Trail Mix again airs at 4:30 p.m. And with that, I would like to introduce our next talk. Karen Appelgren, a repeat volunteer for Boise Entrepreneur Week, sat down and hosted a panel discussing getting your tech to market. But first, a word from our sponsors.
We, like you, have had to be agile and innovative this year. We rolled up our sleeves and changed how we do business. Why? Because the world needed wireless connectivity more than ever. You needed LTE solutions for things like temporary healthcare sites, drive-through virus testing, contactless temperature sensing, and emergency response. You needed wireless for buses being used as Wi-Fi hotspots in underserved communities. You needed it for curbside retail, employees working from home, and drones that deliver virus tests in remote locations. Cradlepoint has been there for you in 2020, and will continue to support you with wireless edge solutions, no matter what tomorrow might bring.
Hello, and welcome to our session, Getting Your Tech to Market. Today, we're going to find out how a local entrepreneur leveraged his leadership experience, drive, and ingenuity, and Idaho resources to turn his technology into a revenue-producing product. You'll learn about prototyping help that's available and grants for research and commercialization activities. Be sure to stay tuned to the end of this broadcast when we'll have a special, exciting, exclusive announcement. Now I'd like to introduce you to our panel. We have Sean Luangrath, who is a seasoned international manager. Sean has worked at Fortune 100 companies on multiple continents and for both early and late stage startups. Sean is the CEO at Energy Solar, an Idaho-based renewable energy startup with the mission to provide the world with affordable power. Energy Solar designs and manufactures the world's most portable energy storage solutions. Another one of our guests today is Gray Beaudry. Gray is TechHelp's new product development lab manager. TechHelp works with inventors, processors, and manufacturers to make it in Idaho. Gray is a focused, highly motivated, and passionate mechanical engineer with 8 years of experience managing complex projects. He mentors student employees with a hands-on approach to design. They specialize in all developmental phases, including concept generation, rapid prototyping, mechanical design, marketing materials, and manufacturing assistance. Also with us today is Carmen Achabal. Carmen manages the Idaho Global Entrepreneurial Mission, or iGEM program. That's a grant program administered by the Idaho Department of Commerce. The iGEM program works as a catalyst for innovation and economic development by funding research initiatives where industry and universities partner together to bring viable technologies to market. In 2021, Carmen was recognized by the Idaho Business Review as one of the top 10 most influential men and women ushering the startup community in Idaho. Now I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Bam Omatoa. He is an Idaho PTAC counselor for Eastern and Southeastern Idaho. He has over 25 years of postdoctoral research in the chemical technology field. His research has led to 14 U.S. patents, and he's been published in 17 professional journals. Bam has extensive business knowledge and experience working with the government and knows how to win government contracts for small business. He was the principal investigator for 7 previous SBIR grant awards for his small business. He's also a program specialist with Elevate Idaho, a statewide program for Idaho businesses. So we have just a limited amount of time and so much information to share. I'd like to go over to Sean. And Sean, if you can tell us a little bit about how Energy got started.
I'm very excited. Thank you very much, Karen, for having me on this panel. We're very proud that we're an Idaho startup. We actually were incubated out of a solar company in Pocatello, Idaho, Big Dog Solar. And you know, the emphasis of Big Dog Solar is off-grid solar, so which means that you have solar panels and battery backup, large batteries for residential and commercial customers. And in general, how we got started was a lot of the off-grid customers would ask the Big Dog Solar, do you have something that's, you know, portable and you know, that I can take with me to the cabin or to the camping or RVing, that type of thing. And we kept saying no until enough people asked us that we actually started prototyping and creating a solution. And we actually created a prototype and actually iterated a couple of times and got some customer feedback. And finally, when we felt we had a good product, we went and utilized something that has been, I think, it's been a great innovation in the world of startups, which is crowdfunding. We actually put our product on crowdfunding, created a video, and presented what we thought would be the right message to the customers. And we ended up pre-selling about $800,000 worth of that product, our first generation of our solar generators. And that allowed us to get the manufacturing operation going, get a first set of customers that really were willing to pay for a solution. And it validated one of our hypotheses that there is demand for portable energy storage systems out there. So yeah, so it was a great beginning after we hit our prototype and then we put it on crowdfunding.
That's so exciting. Thanks for sharing that information. And I'd like to talk a little bit more about prototyping by going over to Gray to ask about the kind of work he does at TechHelp. Gray?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so to go along with what Sean's saying, this prototyping is very important, whether it's for crowdfunding, whether it's for getting investors, and it's a really valuable asset for small to medium manufacturers and entrepreneurs to take advantage of. And that's at the New Product Development Lab, what we really try to make accessible to everybody. So we take advantage of a lot of diverse 3D printing technologies to allow us to really span the range of whatever a customer may need, whether it be durability or resolution or price. and get something in their hands that it allows them to leverage whatever they need to leverage. So for Sean's case, it was crowdfunding. And for other people's cases, it could just be some initial testing that they need in order to validate what they're trying to do before they go to trying to do a patent or whatever else that might look like.
So is there a cost for your services?
Yes. Yeah. So we try to make everything accessible. So we use mechanical engineering students here at BSU. We use electrical engineering students and media students to make this very approachable and very easy for really anybody to take advantage of at a fraction of the cost of what a traditional engineering firm would be. So.
And what kinds of equipment do you have available? What types of work can you do?
Yeah, so we run the gamut of additive processes. So resin, filament, are our main two ones, ranging from your basic filament Prusa style machines all the way up through your really high-end resin with really, really fine detail machines. And then we also have your traditional subtractive technologies like CNC mills, lathes, laser cutters. We also have CNC PCB printing available as well for people that, like Sean, who are blending that gap between mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, where we can really help out with some of those needs as well.
That's so exciting. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to Sean. And Sean, you mentioned that you used crowdfunding to test the waters of demand and iterate and so forth. What other types of funding did you use in the road to commercializing your technology?
Yeah, as I said, the crowdfunding really got us going. We used the pre-sales funds that we received from our customers, and finally was able to mass produce our product and got them into our warehouse. And then we started shipping out to our thousands of our customers. And actually we kept that allowed us to get going, and we basically doubled revenues for the next 2-3 years and kept growing. And that really gave us a really good jump start. And as we continue to explore what our customers wanted and some of the needs that they expressed to us, which is one of the great things about crowdfunding or getting an operation going, is when you start talking to your customers, they'll tell you what they want, and they'll actually put money down and let you know what they're willing to pay for. Some of the things that they were telling us is that they really want more power, but still our portable solar generators, they want it to be more lightweight and portable and compact and take it with them. And so we explored this technology of developing our own inverter using advanced materials, not like the traditional silicon-based inverters that are, what have been used in our industry for the past 20, 30 years, but actually new technology that we discovered or we were aware of that we wanted to trial and experiment on to see if we can actually take this relatively new technology and integrate it into our portable solar generators. And we identified the technology, but we still needed some help as far as funding to go and explore that, and a very competent technical partner. And we stumbled upon a program within Idaho called iGEM, and that allowed us to actually get the funding we needed to go and partner with University of Idaho up in northern Idaho, and the funds provided from us from the state of Idaho through the iGEM program allowed us to do some R&D and really validate the technology, which ultimately allowed us to move forward with this technology.
Wow, iGEM. That sounds like an exciting program that the entrepreneurs watching today would want to know about. Carmen, please give us a brief overview of how it works.
Karen, thank you so much, and happy to. iGEM, or the Idaho Global Entrepreneurial Mission, it's a state-funded grant program that's really geared to help Idaho companies like Energy with their research and development needs. And it's done in partnership with Idaho's 3 public research universities, Boise State University, Idaho State University, and the University of Idaho. And what it does is it really focuses, it takes the expertise, the equipment, all of those resources that our Idaho research universities have. And it addresses and it partners with that Idaho company to say, how can we help you develop that technology even further? How can we get it closer to market, closer to you taking it out to those customers that are requesting it, and leveraging those resources? Oftentimes, some of our Idaho companies don't have the equipment or the technical expertise that's needed to take it to the next level. And so it really is that public-private partnership that really helps to catapult that technology forward. And that's what IGEM does to help Idaho companies.
So I know you're working with the university and there's funding for that. How can the money be spent then? What are some examples?
Okay, so the Idaho legislature has been very supportive of IGEM. They award the Idaho Department of Commerce $1 million to look at different projects. And those grants, they're awarded in grants, and the grants are awarded to the university, and the university can help them with prototyping, as been discussed. It can also be used to help with design and development. It could be used for efficacy. It could be used to really help validate the technology that's being proposed. Or if there's some type of regulatory need, as far as R&D, it can be used toward that. Each grant, it really is dependent on the scope of the research that's needed.
And so Sean's company was fairly young. Is there a sweet spot in terms of how long a company needs to be in business to take advantage of IGEM?
No, IGEM has helped, I would say, relatively newer companies and Idaho businesses at all various maturity stages of maturity, from, I would say, a startup or an entrepreneur all the way to companies like Micron and Simplot. They have also leveraged this program.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you, Carmen. Let's go back to Sean. I'd love to hear more about how Energy grew.
Yeah, so you continue the story. I mean, this is it's interesting that we were able to take these steps that leverage all of these resources that the state of Idaho has provided us. So with this technology that we've started developing in partnership with IGEM, we started really going down the path of the vision that we had as a technology company. We wanted to be more than just selling a product. We actually wanted to develop advanced cutting edge technology, and the inverter technology was a great first step for us. With some of the successes and discoveries from the IGEM program, we were able to actually raise an angel round. We had some angel investors that we basically courted, and we shared with them all of our vision of what we were wanting to do, and that allowed us actually to really accelerate our growth and actually go down the path of pursuing really advanced technologies. We've worked with other organizations in Idaho, such as the Idaho National Lab, Department of Commerce. They've introduced us to a lot of different avenues, and with that, we actually were able to explore some additional technologies that include microgrid, advanced microgrid technologies that we actually partnered with the Idaho National Lab on to apply for various other grants and so forth. We actually received a grant from the Department of Energy in partnership with the Idaho National Lab, which allowed us to really paint a very, very exciting picture of how our portable solar generators can be coupled with not only the innovative inverter technology that makes it really light and very efficient, but also microgrid technology that makes it a very smart system that you can couple together like a mesh network of solar generators to make a very exciting renewable off-grid power that organizations such as the Air Force got interested in. So we actually applied for a Small Business Innovation Research grant or contract, or SBIR contract, and we actually won a SBIR contract from the Air Force, which allows us to then explore taking our technology and applying it in the military, in the and other government use cases, which is very exciting. So yeah, so we actually continue to move forward with just the other organizations that within Idaho that allowed us to really gain additional customers that we hadn't thought about before, like the Air Force.
Wow. So getting a contract with the Air Force, that's a big deal. It's a government department. And I know some people say the process of government contracting can be challenging, and maybe entrepreneurs don't know where to start. And then you also mentioned the SBIR funding. So I'd like to take a moment to go to BAM and find out a little bit more about SBIR as a funding source.
Well, the SBIR is a government funding source that takes about 3.2% of federal research grant at 11 agencies of the federal government dedicated to innovation and research. And there is a sister program called the STTR that can have universities or research institutions. And we have at least 3 research universities in the state of Idaho, and they can participate. You can expand that to any federal research organization as well. And this grants fund in phases, 3 phases. The phase 1 can go from $50,000 to about $260,000, depending on the agency. In special, unique cases, maybe like COVID, you can actually get a phase 1 at $700,000. And then you go to phase 2, that can, I think, programmatically go to about $1.75 million. It can be 750. So these numbers move depending on the program and what you're trying to do. You have to justify it. This is a Congress-mandated program, the same as the Procurement Technical Assistance Center that I work for. It's a Congress-mandated program. They're all intended to help us to gain as much traction with the federal dollar as possible. The federal government goes ahead to spend $500 billion a year in contracting of either research or other services or products from the U.S. population. And so we have a right to go in there. It could be an inspiration to you to know that we're not taking as much as we could in Idaho. We're currently taking $1 for every $1,000 we can take by our population size. So there is opportunity to grow, and there's incentive to do that. We just have to match the opportunity that is there. Now, in the state of Idaho, we have a program that is formed by collaboration, a partnership we call Elevate Idaho. Now, that is the Department of PTAC, SBDC, and Regional Economic Development of Eastern Idaho began this a few years back. And then we have benefited from participation with Commerce, and then with our sister institutions, the Idaho National Lab and the Research University. The intention is to help our citizens, our residents in Idaho to write better proposals and win. Remember, I said we have to match the opportunity that looks at us. And so the funding is there, but we have to meet the basic minimum for us to be competitive in these programs. Typically, the win rate is less than 10%. And so we have to be very good. They want us in these programs, but they're not going to lower the standard. So we have to match up to the standard. So this Elevate Idaho program has several programs that allows us to meet this minimum. But the opportunity is there, like Sean just described to you. I think one of the things that Sean might tell you, and I should probably go ahead and say it, is that with the SBIR program, you have access to federal contracts at very set-aside capacity. A Title 8A certification is one of the most difficult things to get in federal contracting, and you're limited to about 9 years. With an SBIR, for your particular research, when there is need in the government, you have a set-aside status eternally. You can keep buying from you. So you have to try to market yourself to meet the market, and there is money there to be made if we organize to make them.
Wonderful. Thank you. When you mentioned the great resource that Elevate Idaho offers for Idaho businesses to learn about SBIR, and then Idaho PTAC also helps with government contracting, it made me think about the fact that entrepreneurs really don't always know what they don't know. Carmen, I want to jump to you before I get back to Sean and just ask you, is there some kind of one-stop shop that lists resources for entrepreneurs? So
There
you don't
is.
miss out.
There is. It's a great starting block, and it's at igem.idaho.gov. What we've done is we pulled together over 200 resources from across the state and put them on a pin map with direct links to those organizations that provide. And we've kind of categorized them into three different categories. One being entrepreneurial business assistance. So folks that need maybe some guidance with maybe some business plans, or they just don't know where to get started, they can go into that and do a search by entrepreneur business assistance. The second category that we've put all of these resources in would be funding. That's a question from grants to loans to angels to I would say some premier funding at a later stage. But we've put those in there to make it easier for folks to understand what's available, especially here in our state. And then the third category of resources is research. And so if they were to look into that, go to that pin map, if they were looking for something specific, they could put that in the search bar and they would be able to look at the research facilities across the state. It is truly like a one-stop shop where they actually can figure out who's there to help. And it really is, there are resources across the state. So we like to really promote the Idaho resource map on the IGEM website. Thanks so much for asking.
Great. Thank you, Carmen. Let's go back to you, Sean. So you were awarded the Air Force contract. Let's pick up where we left off.
Yeah. So again, I think one of the main goals of this panel is to really emphasize to the small business and entrepreneurs in Idaho that there are many resources available to help you move forward. So basically we've continued using other resources within Idaho, including the Idaho Department of Commerce, which then connected us to the federal kind of commercial services organization. And now what we're doing is we're actually exploring international opportunities. So we've been able to take advantage of like STEP grants, STEP STEP grants that help to offset some of the costs of attending like international trade shows, for example, to go and explore customers outside the U.S. so we can export our products and our technologies and sell into other international markets. And we've started, getting success in that. In that we've actually had projects in South America and projects in Haiti and projects in Africa and so forth. And so we're very excited about that. So I think it's actually we're so happy that we're able to actually use all of the various resources that Idaho offers to actually gain these successes.
Fantastic. And it sounds like when you tell the story that things fell into place, and our viewers might think, well, that was an easy road for Sean. Was it?
Yeah, no, in this 15, 20, 30 minute kind of panel, recorded panel, yeah, it may seem like we've just went from one success to another success, but I can tell you that it was a lot of hard work. There's a lot of things that worked and things that didn't work. Actually, most of it did not work. We actually applied for several, government grants or programs, and we didn't get it, or we took multiple times to get to actually finally receive an award. And that's why it's very important to work with some of these resources, like PTAC and Elevate Idaho and so that you keep refining your proposals, your pitches to get going. Our efforts to raise money. As they say in the startup world, you have to kiss a lot of frogs before one of them turns into a prince or a princess, so that that it's the right fit, right? And so they'll invest into your company. And so it was a really, really hard kind of couple years of just kind of putting your nose to the grind and just working hard and trying a lot of different things, and eventually they'll start to bear fruit. All of the efforts that you've put into the startup and all of the painful days and nights of working starts to come to fruition. And in fact, actually, if you don't mind, I'd love to take this opportunity to actually share that energy after probably about a year plus of actually speaking to investors and so forth, trying to raise an additional round. Energy has just closed our seed round, a $3 million seed round that allows us to really take the company to the next level. So we're very excited to announce that as part of this Boise Entrepreneur Week, program, and share this really great news. We feel it's a win for our company and a win for the startup community here in Idaho and for entrepreneurs and so forth. So yeah, we're very excited about that.
Congratulations. That is wonderful news. And you gave us some good advice here, really being tenacious, sticking with it. I'd like to ask each of the panelists for their one piece of advice. And Bam, in particular, can you talk about the 50 words?
Yes, thank you, Karen. Like Sean just said, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. But you better make sure you're stepping in the right direction. And so the first thing we do is we take 50 words. It's just like in-house thinking to describe exactly what you offer to the government. In procurement and in research, it's the same. 50 words to describe what it is that you want to offer and differentiate. Within these 50 words, you're required to describe the unmet need in the system, in the society, that the government has responsibility for or cares about. And then you want to know who said it, at what level. The other thing you want to know, for it to be an SBIR level of 50 words description, is to speak about your innovation. Every method of solving a problem has a thinking mode behind it. What innovation means is you have a new paradigm for looking at the same problem and solving it. If you have a new way that has not been an improvement on something, but just a new way, then maybe a lot of people thought you were crazy, but it's new. That itself is an innovation. And then, of course, you gather a team of people who will work with you. If you don't need a doctorate degree to do this stuff, but you need a lot of experience to show you can carry this through. All those are going to be in 50 words that you're going to do. When you make that 50-word summary and share it among everybody in the state who can, you are likely to get people to reason more with you. Because they have intellectual property section, you might need to have a provisional patent to protect some of the first innovation you want to describe so you can talk openly. But 50 words is just good enough. If you make it longer than that, I don't think our attention span is much longer than that. And then in the world of business, when you come from innovation, oftentimes you do not understand that it takes a lot to be a manager. There are funding success. When Sean said there were many years and pain, in research, we call that the valley of death. I mean, when nobody's funding you and then you have no money, you just abandon it and go away. The idea may be good, but you have to bear this child till the end of it. So you have to work with people who will plan how to get through the valley of death. You may never have seen it before. You have to go through this with some perseverance and planning. And then, of course, what we do in Elevate Idaho is to guide you through solicitations from the government to find a match for you, and then make sure you fit the government. In government, I'm sure we hear on radio and TV that the government is very loose. It's not loose. When the government asks you for 40 things, you better make sure you have 40. Otherwise, you do not qualify to stay there. So the government is very serious with what it does. State or federal, it's the same. And that's what we do. And then some of people are grant writers. You want to find people who can communicate for you. I think there's commercialization planning. There is a lot of limitation for many innovators to have a plan in business. And we have the SBDC, whose primary role from the Small Business Administration is to guide small businesses to succeed. So in writing your business plan and all that, you have to have a plan. Finally, in following with what Sean and Karen has, and I mean, Carmen has told you, have told you, you have to have a conviction. You have to have a determination. You have to persevere, and you have to have a higher purpose, I think. And I said, I like to give two. If you don't have many more than that, and I think you should have more. One of it is the dollar. One of it is the future. The future of Idaho eggs on much of this. We're having new people moving into the state, and there are those natives that have lived for long. We all want to grow in harmony. We need to harvest all the capacity in our young people. They can stay and grow a state into a success. And then there is federal dollar at $500 billion that we can make. We are currently making $1 for $1,000 that we can get by population ranking. I think we can do much better. So let these things drive you if you want to do this. The job is enormous, but the profit is also very enormous.
Thank you. I'd like to go to you, Gray. What advice do you have to help entrepreneurs who have this great idea? They're trying to get it off the ground. Or have you seen some, pitfalls to avoid? What would you share with the audience?
Yeah, the big thing is not to get caught up in just assuming that your idea is going to be marketable or that everybody wants what you have created. There's a lot of research and data that needs to be acquired before you can determine if crowdfunding is a good way to do that, like in Sean's case. And so getting a prototype, whether that be physical, virtual, whatever that means, is an extremely valuable tool. And with the advances in technology, it's not as expensive as some people think that it is. So getting something in your hand, getting it in the hands of potential investors, getting it in the hands of, in terms of Sean's case, some potential, pre-selling of those, first $800,000 worth of equipment. You need something to show people. And in Sean's case, you could do your first initial product run in we'll call it a prototyping state or a small batch manufacturing state, depending on the nature of your product. And so it's really a whole new world than it was even 5 years ago. So it's quite exciting.
Thank you. And now I'll go to you, Carmen. One last piece of advice.
I would say ask questions. Ask questions. Idaho has an incredibly supportive ecosystem. So if someone needs help, ask for help. Ask questions. If call me, call Bam, call Karen, there's so many people that they can contact to say, how can you help? What's my next step? I'm stuck. So one, don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Idaho, our business community, our entrepreneur, our startup community, very supportive to really help and guide. So that way you don't have those missteps that I think a lot of folks kind of encounter. The second, can I give two if it's okay?
Okay.
The second, sorry, I'm going to do the second piece is don't be afraid to fail. Failure is actually a good thing because you learn so much from failure. You'll learn to see what works or what didn't work. And oftentimes what didn't work will tell you a whole lot more to get you to that next step. So don't be afraid to fail. Ask lots of questions. We have an amazing ecosystem and don't be afraid to fail.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. Sean, congratulations again for the journey your company has taken and getting that funding round closed. And thank you everyone here for providing support for entrepreneurs in Idaho. We'll see you later.
Welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week.
We're here live at Trailhead, and I'm very excited to keep the momentum going for the day. I do want to take a moment and let everybody know that right now, going on at Jump, you can stop down and join the Investors Choice Conference just a block away. It's a great opportunity to network with other entrepreneurs, startups, founders, and certainly some investors that have come into Boise to kind of get a flavor of what's going on. So go down to Jump. Following that at 5 p.m. will be Dave Melter, who was here last night for the 2-minute drill. He's going to do a meet and greet with founders and get to know our ecosystem, and so it'd be a great chance to shake his hand and hear about his TV show and the 2-minute drill. Immediately following that is our block party night, so lots of chances for in-person networking and meeting other people in our ecosystem. But before we get to any of that, I'm really excited to be joined by Joni Kenwell-Moore of Snacktivist. So Joni has a long history with us. Joni was our first Trail Mix winner in 2018, and we're really excited to welcome you back to Boise to check in with you and hear how things are going.
It's awesome to be somewhere in person, talking to somebody like live in person, and I have a real heart for what you're doing here and the impact it makes on Idaho, so thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, just for our viewers who maybe didn't participate in 2018 or kind of know much about you, so it was a few years ago. Well, it's funny because we had Megan Lacey on, who was the other pitch competition winner that year, and she was telling us her story, and I was like, man, this really was like a couple years ago.
Yes,
Like, this is 3 years ago now, right?
A lot has happened.
Right.
And I feel like with everything, the events of 2020, it even feels longer than usual. So.
Right. So let's start by telling our audience about who you are and what you make. Let's start there.
So I'm Joni Kenwell-Moore, and I am the founder and CEO of Snacktivist Foods, and we make a line of grain-based foods that are delicious, better for you, and better for the planet. And so when I did Trail Mix the first time, we had just started our company. We were really new at that point and very excited about going into finished product goods. And we're still excited about our finished product goods line. But with COVID, what did people start to do?
They started baking.
They stayed at home and they baked a lot. So we ended up doing one of those rapid pivots that you hear really cool stories about, and literally took thousands of pounds of food service baking mixes and put them into bags and sold them on Amazon.
That's amazing.
So and so that really changed our business trajectory. And like so many people, we had to pause and pivot and survive. And we've really grown as an organization, brought on some fabulous team members, and we're gearing up to really take off and have pretty intense growth over the next 24 months. So
that's amazing. So something I want to drill into a little bit more that you brought up is, when you were pitching in 2018, a big part of why you kind of rose to the top in that pitch is you've really dialed in the sustainability of a product. And as we think about the CPG market and food products for the future, right, this understanding of how to have less impact on the planet, how to make healthier choices for consumers, and nothing about this packaging tells me that I'm sacrificing.
Yes,
right, at
you're
all.
Definitely not.
Right, and I've had your stuff before. It's delicious. You're not sacrificing when you eat it, right?
We really like our customers to feel like they can have their cake and eat it too.
Right.
We call it conscientious indulgence.
Is that a tagline already on here?
Well, we call it conscientious indulgence. It's like, okay, I'm going to enjoy this. I don't feel like I'm sacrificing, but it satisfies my dietary needs.
Right.
Our line does check those boxes: vegan, plant-based, gluten-free, all of that good stuff. But also, I'm having a significant footprint impact on the planet.
Right.
And we're really passionate about that. And that's taken us a couple of years to really develop. Like, we were talking about it 3 years ago, but we really weren't able to do it yet because it takes time to develop those kind of back-end robust systems. And I'm really proud to say that this year we actually are really starting to do it. It's super exciting.
So I'll tell you a story, which we'll pretend is the first time I've told you this story. But so after you pitched in 2018, I had been working on this idea of a micro farm for myself. And I heard you pitch The next day I heard Kate Stoddard pitch.
Yeah.
And I pulled the trigger on this microfarm as
Love it.
a way to like personally have more sustainable living in my life and the people around me. And I want to tell you weren't the reason why I made that, but I remember hearing your pitch thinking like, you know what, like walk the walk. This is something I care about.
High five to that. That's amazing.
I should do this, right?
Yeah.
This is something. So I just want to tell you that your pitch and watching you, kind of go on the store shelves of Albertsons and work on your product, while it's a very different thing,
I love that.
I was very inspired.
Okay, that makes me so happy because that's part of what we're trying to do is create that movement that thinks about those kind of little differences every day.
Yeah.
Like just what you eat for breakfast. I mean, 365 days later, it can actually make a big impact.
Well, and we know that the stretch to make some of these choices that are healthier for our planet, healthier for ourselves, it's not that big of a leap, especially when we know, climate change is kind of bearing down on us.
Yeah.
The ancient grains that you guys talk about and the way that you talk about why that's so helpful for farmers and how a field maybe doesn't have to furlough the same thing. And like there's a lot of benefits there that as long as you can turn it into a product as you have, like it's huge.
It is huge. And, a lot of the farmers that we work with, they're very serious about making this transition to more diversity in their crop rotations because that's, at the end of the day.
It's more money for the farmer.
It's more profitable for them.
Yeah.
It's better for the soil. It helps develop the root systems, and that's where we get that carbon drawdown piece. And so there's a big climate impact there.
Mycelial networks that get built.
Yeah, it preserves water, so it limits the water contamination in our waterways. And one of the missing pieces for them is like, how do I add value to this crop rotation? Like, can I grow this crop and have it have a profitable value add? And so we come in and we say, yes, if you want to start, cycling in more sorghums and millets and tefts, especially people who have had a sudden irrigation restriction, like farmers who get the notice that says we're cutting down your water rights and you're only allowed to take 10%, and they're like panicking because they don't know what they can grow. And we're like, hey, look, this is a drought.
Trees.
Not almond trees. And no offense to the almond product makers of the world, they've had to cut down almond trees this year because of water restrictions. And we're actually actively trying to reach out to those farmers and say, hey, look, why don't you consider growing teff for us? And we have a local teff manufacturer here that mills it, cleans it, does all the things we need to make it into amazing flour, and we put it into our waffles.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's a win-win. And when you look at that whole ripple effect, it's like, okay, cool, we're impacting our diet, so we're feeling better. But then you look at like the climate impact, the economic impact, keeping farmers on the farms. It ultimately impacts GDP.
Yeah. Oh, hugely.
So,
well, and if enough companies and choices are being made that are like this, impact on a couple farmers, right? But if enough people are doing this, like it really makes a big difference.
It does.
And part of the reason why, I love talking with you and talking about the journey that you've been on is because I think for any early stage entrepreneur trying to figure out how to pitch for funding or build their product, like you certainly want to solve a core problem. At the beginning of the day, you started trying to solve dietary restriction baking mixes. And where it's led you is in how do you build sustainable projects that can like jumpstart an ecosystem around where you're trying to build your product. And that's such an amazing like lesson. So if you're an early stage entrepreneur, like what is your like next step?
What's your why?
What's your
why?
Why?
What are you doing is important because like for me, I always think, I can probably eat a little bit of wheat. This looks delicious. I'll eat it. And then I pay dearly for the next few days. It's like, I just, for whatever reason, and, there is an epidemic of food allergies. And a lot of people have really focused on the Band-Aid. Like, okay, let's make free from food. I'm more focused as a nurse and a scientist. I'm like, well, why? Why do we have an epidemic of food allergies? Like, we can make great free from foods, but why is the population suddenly reacting to normal foods from peanuts to wheat to soy to corn? And, really the root of that problem is in our food systems, and it starts at the soil. So for me, the way we look at it, it's like, we are a free-from company. We do make an allergy-friendly line, but how can we ethically sell free-from products without taking a deeper dive to figure out how we can solve that problem in the first place? And then you're really impacting your consumers, their needs.
Well, and it's both sides. I mean, one, understanding how to serve your core customer really, really, really well. And you have that dialed in. You know who your core customer is. You know who needs you.
We have great evangelizers.
Absolutely.
Like,
I've met them,
I'm
by
in
the way.
love with my customers. And it's really neat because like now we're at the point where I rarely know the person who leaves a review. Like I don't have any idea who they are or how they found us. And it just warms my heart every day where I'm like, oh my gosh, here's a mom who's struggling. She's got kids with food allergies. She's busy. And she just said that what I'm doing is impacting her life and making it easier. I'm like, on a basic level, that's gold. That just makes my day.
That's also the point of entrepreneurship, by the way. Like all of us, when we're designing or innovating or thinking about through things, the whole point is to make someone else's life easier.
Yeah.
That's like the purpose of being an entrepreneur.
And then now I have this secondary thing where a farmer calls me up and they're like, I have this problem. I just took over my great-grandfather's farm and I want to do this, impact sustainable. And I'm like, okay, let's talk. Like, let's call up our partners at WSU, the agronomists we're working with, and it's like a collaborative project. So now it's like, cool, we're solving our customers' need and our suppliers' needs at the same time, which that, to me, like, it's tough to do, but if you can start to pull it off, it's beautiful.
So we've done a great job talking through your story and your product, and I think people watching need to know, if you're in Boise, Idaho right now, you're thinking about baking something, where can you get Snacktivist?
Oh yeah, importantly, Albertsons, thank you. You can get us, you can find our product line at the Broadway store or over in Meridian. Also Boise Co-op, so that's great. We're looking for food service customers. We have actually a really robust food service program, but nobody in Boise. So juice bars, boutique cafes, like the places that sell our waffle mix, like a lot of them don't even tell anybody it's gluten-free or vegan.
No, you don't have to if it tastes good enough.
Like Coeur d'Alene Resort, they're like, that's one of the best waffles we've ever had. We're just serving it. Like, we're not going to tell people it's gluten-free or vegan unless they ask. I'm like, James Beard Chef.
Nice.
So
while we have you here, and we know you've taken all these great steps, and certainly the relationship with Albertsons and getting you on board there was a huge,
it's a milestone.
It was a huge milestone, especially for any early CPG company. Like being able to do that is amazing. So right now you have the Boise Entrepreneur Week audience right here in front of you. What do you need for Snacktivist to take it to the next level?
Well, what's really exciting is that we recently were invited to join larger distributors, KeHE, Unify. They're really the big boys that run the better for you NOSH category in grocery. And we are onboarding. We're already in one, and we're onboarding with a second, launching into Thrive Market, other big players. And we actually are looking for investors, because when you have huge opportunities, you need cash to actually execute on it flawlessly and to support it to make sure it's a successful launch. So we're trying to close a convertible note round right now and looking for investors. So that's a big way that you could help us. Also, just spreading the word. If you have friends and family that are looking for something fun and delicious, novel, healthy, let them know where to find our products.
And knowing you, I imagine you have a fantastic pitch deck ready to go.
Yes,
to
we
sit
do.
in front of
And
investors. Okay.
I literally spent the last 2 weeks nonstop meetings with VCs across the world, from London to Sydney to San Francisco and New York. So the word is out that regenerative is the new normal, and it's the future. And we're literally like one of the leaders, which is exciting. So
yeah, super exciting. So you heard it here first. If you're looking at opportunities here in Idaho that you can invest in, Snacktivist has had great trajectory. We know you very well, and we're very proud.
We're family now.
We are. We're very proud of how this has been going. I really want to thank you so much for coming down and talking with us.
I'm really happy to be here.
We love inviting you back every year, and so we'll continue to do that.
Thanks for supporting us all along the way. It's been incredible.
That is our mission. That is our purpose. That is why we're here doing Boise Entrepreneur Week year after year.
You put the walk into your talk, so keep rocking it, guys.
Thank you. So real quick recap, I want to let everyone know. So the highlight of today, Trail Mix is happening at 4:30. Obviously, Joni is our OG winner of Trail Mix, and so very excited to have you kind of kick off this day of Trail Mix coming up. 5 p.m. at Jump in person. You can meet with Dave Meltzer with a 2-minute drill. Very excited. He took the trip up to Boise here to judge our 2-minute pitch competition last night. 6:30, the Trail Mix winner will be announced, and then 7 p.m. block party with bands Wend and Seago. So really excited for the slate of in-person events tonight. With that, our next presentation is 6 Pillars of Food and Business Success with Steve Cleary. But first, a word from our sponsors.
We are Executive Cleaning of Idaho, an owner-operated commercial cleaning company serving the small business community in the Treasure Valley. Taking care of our community is our #1 priority. We offer janitorial and disinfecting services, window cleaning, carpet cleaning, and floor care. We pride ourselves on high quality and cost-effective solutions so that you can focus on running your business. Visit us at executivecleaningidaho.com to learn more and get a free quote.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Gibson. I'm here with Steve Cleary, the co-founder of Next Level Brands. Thanks so much for being here. We're excited to have you to learn from all the work that you've done. You have pretty significant background in CPG, and as I said, you're the co-founder of Next Level Brands. So what you do now is help many different companies as they progress in their journey to retail shelves. So tell us a little bit more about your company and how it is that you help.
Yeah, we try to do that. So the idea behind Next Level Brands was basically taking some of the experience that I had previously with larger CPG companies and working in roles with them, mainly as an agency in marketing, retail marketing specifically, and combining that with my wife's expertise in education and training, and putting that together to try to bring some of that information, or what we like to call the secrets of the big guys, down to the level where people who are starting out don't get caught off guard about what's happening out there, because it is an industry that's been around for quite a long time. It has some things about it which, even though you may be a disruptor in a category, there's no disruption of the entire industry except for Amazon, which did that. But in terms of being a brand or growing a product line within the industry, there are some things that you're going to run into that everybody else that's out there working runs into too, and they apply to Nabisco or they apply to you. And so what we're trying to do is take that and package that knowledge in such a way that folks can absorb it, learn from it, and then implement it in their businesses.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think so helpful too, because when you look at a big company, it's hard to always look at what were all the steps that really somebody went through to get there. And when you're just starting, you're not going to operate in that same way as that big company. So for you to be able to take all that knowledge and really break it down into those very specific steps of what they need to focus on first as they're going through their journey.
And the other thing too is with larger CPG companies, yes, they have deep pockets, and that's one of the things that's obviously a huge resource for them. But there's a lot of other things that they also have. They have a lot of knowledge. They're able to get their hands on a lot of data. They're able to experiment in ways that a solo entrepreneur can't really do. But the playing field has become more level, particularly because of e-commerce now and the effect of e-commerce on both companies and also on retailers. Both have been incredibly affected by what has happened with Amazon, but it's probably actually given the smaller companies a better chance than they've ever had to be able to succeed in the industry.
That's actually a good pivot, because we're going to walk through today 6 things that you work with when you're working with companies to try to get them from the startup phase onto a retail shelf. And so I'm going to list them real quick so that people can track along. So for everyone that's watching now, would be a really great time to take out your notebooks if you don't already have them out. We're going to go through research. We're going to go through product, packaging, pricing, passion, and last but certainly not least, in fact, maybe the most important, funding. Actually having dollars to make this all happen.
Yep,
so
very important.
Let's start with research. Tell me what companies should be thinking about as it relates to research and go to market here.
So basically, the 6 things that you talked about as we call them the pillars of success have come about my experience, my background, that of the companies I've worked with. There are a few things that just keep cropping up again and again and again that you kind of need to have ducks in a row. And there's also areas where, surprisingly enough, a lot of people start out in the business, want to succeed, but don't have those things going for them. So that's where we get it. Research about knowing the industry. So as I mentioned, there's a lot of things about the industry that's been around a long time. Food, beverage, health, and wellness all share this commonality of like super products, whether they work really well or they taste really good or whatever it is, but this whole thing of product orientation. When you're small and you're selling at a farmer's market or you're selling at a local co-op, fine, you're very, very product focused. So mine is organic, mine comes in sustainable packaging. As soon as you begin to move into growing that business, you move from the food, beverage, health, and wellness business into the logistics business, because that's how big stores and big retail operates. And Amazon operates on a logistics business, and this is Q4 we're going into. A lot of people are feeling pressure from Amazon about supplying them. So it's not just retail, it's all across the board, no matter where you're going. But the cool thing about this industry, as opposed to something like tech, if you're an entrepreneur, is you can do your research by going online at Amazon or walking into a grocery store, any Albertsons that you want to go into the section that you have a product idea for, or you already have a product, and look at that section. You can learn a whole number of things, just right there, free university. Okay. So you can look at that and you can say, oh, I'm going to do tomato sauce. Tomato sauce all seems to be in 12.5-ounce round jars. So I probably shouldn't do a 2-pound octagonal glass cut jar. Right. You can learn those basic things. And then beyond that, there's a lot of available stuff online for accelerators and incubators that are out there. Some of them are, sponsored by, like, for instance, with Trailhead. And then there's ones in Chicago, there's ones in Portland, in Seattle, Los Angeles has a great one. So does San Francisco. You can go on their websites and begin to get some knowledge. And then there's courses and the community stuff like we provide that takes you then just further in depth into that learning process to know about the industry, so that you understand what's coming around the corner, so that you don't get surprised by it. You're ready for it.
Yeah, that's key. Some of those differentiators that might have stood out at a farmer's market, as you said, do not make you efficient necessarily as you're starting to ship. Like when you have a jar that doesn't look like everyone else's jar or doesn't fit in everybody else's slot.
And sometimes you can make that a good thing, right? You can be different, but you have to be really good in order to be that different. And then there's some basics about food and beverage in particular, that you have health regulations. You have things that you have to have right before you go out. There's other things in terms of you can research pricing, you can research the packaging aspect we're going to talk about a little bit more, but you can do all of those things and get that basic grasp of how does the industry work.
Yeah, really getting a solid sense of the environment around you and the environment that you're operating in. Yeah, that's great. So let's move on to product now. Tell me more about what you walk companies through with it.
So companies, when they're getting together, there's almost not necessarily a pattern, but there's sort of a correlation of a couple of different things that drive people. Some people are very mission based, particularly food, beverage, health, and wellness. It may be vegan, plant based. It may be driven by, in many cases, individuals have started successful companies because they or a member of their family had some type of health or food restriction. All right. And so they started. So, Cauliflower, big company, well-known, was started because she basically had type 1 diabetes and loved pizza, was trying to find some way to get around that. So, Aunt Fanny's Cleaners, same thing. It's a daughter in the family, deathly allergic to normal household cleaning products. So he goes and invents his own, and then boom, it becomes a company. So creating a winning line is more about, okay, if it's grandma's brownie recipe and you really want to make grandma's brownie recipe, national and basis, whatever, creating a line is first of all is to understand that just one product, just one box of grandma's brownies is probably not going to be a successful company. You need a line. So maybe you need butterscotch flavor, chocolate flavor, because again, the way the industry is built, there's efficiencies in having more than one product in a line and more than one size sometimes. It also spreads costs out over, and it brings more people to try your product if in fact you have slightly different variations. So they can all be smoothies, but don't make them all smoothies based on kale, because that just doesn't cross a wide enough ground. And then basically the idea of the product, again, for success is to understand who's going to use your product, who's going to buy it, It isn't necessarily, we always use family and friends, right? Test it on our family. It's great. Oh, I love it. It's the best soup I ever had. No, it's probably not, but they're going to tell you that anyway. You got to spread out a little bit beyond that to a wider group of people to test your product, test the validity of the product. And you do that usually through whether it's farmers markets or holiday bazaars or selling in a couple of local shops just to see what's going on. And then nowadays, of course, with the advent of Amazon and the other e-commerce platforms, you can very easily test the validity of a product and get great feedback from people without having to go off and do focus groups or something terribly expensive to prove your product. But you kind of have to get that idea down. What am I producing? How am I going to produce it? And, and then moving on, which we will, of course, to pricing, which is what am I going to charge for it? And will people pay it?
Yeah. So getting scrappy, even with, you talked about this a bit in the research, but getting scrappy even on the product side of being creative with who you bring into that circle for feedback. Yep. And then also not doubling down so much on this is the one product, but actually recognizing that people want choices, even if your one product is really, really great.
Yeah. If your formulation is so exact, it's very hard to scale it. It's very hard to take it, quote unquote, into production or what we call commercialize it, because you just won't get that same flavor, same taste. And, and I've worked with people who've had that, issue like in confection, the very high end confection, where as soon as they tried to make it somewhere other than in their own commercial kitchen they were renting, they couldn't duplicate it, could not really duplicate the flavor or the texture or whatever it was, but just, it's all the same ingredients, but I have many more of them in the way they come together and the way that, if you go to a co-packer or co-manufacturer, you'll have the same issue. Is you'll make it according to the formula. They'll make it according to the formula. They'll taste different. Not bad, but different.
Let's move on to packaging and talk more about that particular aspect of the product.
CPG, consumer packaged goods. So whether it's a box, a bottle, a jar, whatever it is, the thing we have in common is that it's something in a package. The package plays a critical role in what we're doing. The reason behind this is twofold. Number one is just simple protection of the items. So it's, why do you put it in cardboard? You put it in cardboard so that it's not in a bag getting smashed. Or you put it in a resealable bag because it's something that's not going to be used up in one sitting. So there's that practical aspect of what do I put this in, and then there's choices. So do I put it into glass jar and I want to be more eco-friendly, or do I put it into plastic, or how do I do that? So packaging important. Packaging itself, remember, is the message unit, the message vehicle that everybody has to use to get their product out there. Because yes, you can be at a farmer's market, or you can be doing a demo at the co-op, and you can talk to people and say, hey, this is really great, you got to try it. But 99% of the people who purchase your product will see it, learn about it the first time by looking at your package, either on Amazon or on a shelf, whatever. They're going to look at your package. So the package needs to convey a very clear message about what your product is and what it does. This is not made easy by the fact that in food and beverage, packaging is quite regulated in terms of what you need to message to the consumer. So by the time that you put your full nutrition statement, your ingredient statement, your corporate address and your logo, your directions, right? Any warnings about allergens or anything else, you don't have a lot of creative space left in most packaging to really do the job. But you can do it with colors, you do it with typeface, you do it with different things to try to get people interested. And then in the phraseology we use is to cut the clutter, which is how do you cut the clutter and get, again, walk into a grocery store, go to the section that you're in, get your iPhone out, take a picture of the section and look. If all the packages are blue and green themed, maybe you want to do an orange one, right? So it's that type of, it can make a difference. Keith Belling of Right Rice and Pop Chips, Keith Belling did that in the rice section. And he went in and he said, all the rice stuff is yellow and white. So he made his package black, which, by the way, went against a cardinal rule of food packaging, which you were never supposed to use black. Now it's quite common, but it wasn't then. But he said, I if nothing else, I pop.
And that's interesting too. You mentioned the regulations, because I see not just in packaging, but in a lot of different areas, I think some people get so caught up in what the regulations are and making sure that they're they're following the rules, that they forget kind of that actual purpose, which goes back to what you were saying initially about research. If you know your customer, then you understand, right, where you make those trade-offs in the packaging.
Yep. Is your customer going to read the nutritional values? Are they that kind of a shopper? Well, if they are, you might want to call out one or two of your really good values on the front of the package. Don't make them pick it up and have to turn it around. If you maybe don't want to talk about what the nutritional values are, then obviously, you don't do that. But yeah, the packaging as a messaging vehicle is just absolutely huge, because it's where people really learn about your product. And initially in the stages of trial, it's where they're going to make their decision to buy or not, is holding the package in their hand.
Yeah. Do you see people changing their packaging as they scale? I mean, certainly the difference between a farmer's market and actually going into retail, but even as they get bigger within retail, do you see that changing much as somebody grows up as a company?
Most of the time, along the journey, there is one or two major packaging changes. The first one tends to be size. And it tends to be because however the person started with creating the food, creating the beverage or whatever, they put it into something that they had available. And, traditional jarred products, for instance, everybody starts out in mason jars because you can go buy them. They're the same size. They have the screw-on tops. We're all good. But that particular size is made for canning and made for jams and jellies, whatever, may not be quite right for tomato sauce, for instance, because you may need more tomato sauce to serve for, right, and for a dinner. So you kind of got to go back again into the research and look at where those are. The second impact that comes with packaging in the maturity of a CPG company is price. Because a lot of people who are on the upscale, which most of your emerging brands are on the upscale end of product development, they cost more per ounce anyway than whatever the big guy product is on the shelf from Kraft or Nabisco or whoever. So one of the ways that you can get closer to some type of parity or keep a price, let's say below a $10 price point, is by reducing the size of the product that you're putting out there. And a lot of that comes through experimentation and understanding a lot about what the usage is, resealable. At one time, there were very, very few resealable bags or packages used for food. And now almost all of them are, because they realized that package was not made for sitting down and eating in one, fell swoop.
Yeah. It's a huge growing trend in recent years. So, and good segue on the price as it relates to packaging, because it can be a really expensive piece of that total P&L, really. Tell us more about pricing.
So the pricing, and we're sort of working our way up in critical nature. So pricing is a very, very tough thing to start out initially, because you're making, for most entrepreneurs, they're making the product themselves or with family members or with friends. They may start out under the cottage laws, making it at home. They may then go to a commercial kitchen or a restaurant kitchen that they're renting, but they're still basically hand batching everything. And it's very hard to know, to begin with, what a product is going to cost at scale once it's commercialized from what you're doing for the farmer's market in your initial runs. And what happens with a lot of entrepreneurs going out is they do their research in the category a little bit, and they look at the pricing and they say, oh, well, I need to be $5.95 on the shelf because there's nobody over $5.95. The problem is that what they've created in the formula that they have and in the size that they have is going to cost them $7 to produce. So there's this little conflict. And there's a couple of different ways of approaching that. But what most people do is they price it fairly, and they think they've got it. They're making a little money on each item, but not a whole lot. And then comes the day when somebody at the store is interested in buying their product. They say, oh, this is really great, Amanda. We love this. You need to come in through UNFI, who is a very large distributor. Well, UNFI wants 20 to 30% markup on your product. If you didn't build that into your cost at the farmer's market, you all of a sudden are losing money on everyone you sell. So there's that aspect. It has to be wholesale pricing has to be adjusted to, take into account that when we expand, we are going to, we're going to have to include a distributor and maybe sometimes a broker. That's another 5 or 7%. But the pricing aspect is pretty simple in the fact that so much of the emerging brands, so much of the stuff that's out there now that's better for you and like plant-based meats or whatever, while there is somewhat of an equivalency of pricing to what's already out there, it really doesn't matter. I mean, I've worked with people that when we looked at pricing for a product and they were going to put it on Amazon, after all my years in the business, I said, you're crazy. This isn't going to sell. I mean, there's no way. Went on Amazon, selling just fine, thank you. So I sort of gave up looking at ceiling prices. I'm more interested in testing it at whatever price you need with as much margin as you need in terms of the pricing. If you go to websites, a lot of the incubator sites, whatever, and they'll say, oh, well, how much should I have in a food or a beverage or a beauty product or whatever in terms of margin? And they'll say, well, 40% or whatever. And I say, you know what? If you can do it at 100%, do it at 100% because that's going to go away at some point in time, right? Everything that you do from here on in is going to reduce your margins, but hopefully your cost of goods, your COGS, what it takes to produce a single unit is going to decrease because you're going to be buying in bigger quantities. You're going to be, the co-packer is more efficient than you doing it in your kitchen, all of those things. But you have to have a built-in price mechanism. And then you adjust that also as you go through the journey. Your price becomes adjustable. Hopefully you lower it as your volume gets higher. You're able to lower your price and get more and more closer to whatever the mainstream price is for that particular item.
Yeah, so not starting cheapest of cheap at the beginning, but really giving that runway for yourself as unexpected costs come up, as they will. And then I again want to link this back to what you said about product. As your product will change as you go along as a company, but then also again with the research, if you know your customer, because you're mentioning a lot of things here where things are going to come up and you're going to have to make trade-offs as to what the ingredients are, maybe what the packaging is. And so if a company doesn't know their customer very well at the beginning, they're not going to know where to make those trade-offs, and they're going to have to go back to the research. So I think it's great that you highlight research at the beginning, and note that it's often something that is skipped, because I think it's helpful for people to really go in and make sure that they're clarifying as they go what their customer actually wants.
Yeah. In general, the takeaway is of the group of people that I've worked with the last few years, most of them had their product underpriced in the beginning. Maybe priced to sell at the farmer's market or whatever it was, but not enough margin in the product to be able to deal with a distributor, and not enough to have a real good margin in there, as you should. You should have a margin. You're in business to make money. But it's very critical. But I think a lot of people are a little scared of that, of going, well, gosh, I see these things, other things out here, and they're $4 and mine's $7. So, well, yeah, but yours might be worth $7. So it's that differentiation. And nowadays there's a huge gap between whatever is on the bottom shelf at the supermarket, which is the lowest price, largest container, to what's on the top shelf, and just huge margins, huge margin differences, and cost per ounce or cost per unit, a lot more fluctuation than there was, say, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah. So pivoting on to passion. I think a lot of people think they have passion at the beginning, but say more about what you see as it relates to passion.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's a lot more subjective than the other things we're talking about. But the thing about passion is, if you go back and look at the people who've made a success of their businesses, it's a common trait that they all have. Now, that passion may simply be about food. It may be about, craft beer. It may be about whatever, but it is something that basically is consuming, and it is, the kind of number one thing in their life, if you will, and they're all in, and they really want to build this, as opposed to the, more hobbyist, if you will, who does something and kind of gets into it and really likes it, but doesn't want the pressure of taking this and making it in a factory, because that takes away the whole the whole thing that they're into baking, or they're into making it, and they want to share it with other people. Well, okay, so the passion for the business, the passion for what you're doing, very important. The other one is the passion for purpose, which is a lot of people use the food, beverage, or health and wellness as a vehicle for helping to change agriculture, helping to change the food system, promoting better nutrition for children or the elderly. There's a lot of other passion things in here that we're simply doing this line of household cleaners because we want to help families out there who have children or family members who may be allergic to 409. I mean, it's just, that's all. And that drives it. And when you hit the bumps, which are inevitable, and the challenges and whatever, the passion is what gets you to power through it. Whereas some people hit those and they go, oh, I'm really tired and I don't really need to do the market every Saturday, and I want to do something else. I want to spend time with the grandkids or whatever else, and then they're gone. So passion, you got to be in it to win it. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only people I've seen win it are people who have that passion in some form.
There will be bumps in the road for sure. And then it sounds like also kind of know yourself, because and you tell me what you think about this, but it's not necessarily that you can't start something and then pass it off, but knowing at which point maybe you need to be bringing someone in to pass it off to if you're the started person.
Yeah, it's a tough industry, and a lot of times. So let's talk about just real quick the entrepreneur. The founder may have the skill set to get off the ground and may have, again, the passion. They are oftentimes the best salesperson for their food or beverage or health and wellness product. But depending upon their background and depending upon how their personality, they may get to a point where, first of all, you need team members. You can't do this on your own. So you've got to look at your team members, and you have to see who do I add to the team to make it stronger. And I did an interview once with a client who, we got down to this idea. There's a lot of stuff I could tell that she was reticent about doing. I could tell. And I'd say, okay, so why don't we do this? Let's put together a list of all the things you really like doing in the business, and a list of all the things you really don't like doing in the business. And then the ones that you don't like, we'll see if sort of on an ongoing basis, and I think we looked at once a month, although that wasn't really practical, outsourcing that. So I came back with a list of 16 things on the I don't like side of the page and one at the top of the I like page, which was sales. She loves sales. So I said, well, okay, this is going to be a little tougher than I thought. But okay, let's start with, bookkeeping. Right. Her husband's helping her with the bookkeeping. It's like, no, let's outsource it. So, the founder ability is, into that. Now, what happens as the business grows and your team grows is that eventually, I think most founders will find it easier to turn over a major portion of the business based on either what their talents are or their likes are. And those don't always match up, but right. So if you like baking in your kitchen, but you don't like the idea of being around smelly, big machinery, then when it goes from your kitchen to a co-packer, you're probably going to want to have somebody else taking care of production. Just that simple. So it's, build that back up. And then, I think a lot of founders make great spokespeople for their brand. And then, kind of move on to that. But if you're also a entrepreneur who cannot let go, this is a very hard business to deal in, because you very quickly, if you're successful at all, outstrip your ability in 24 hours a day to be able to grow your business.
I think that's really key. So thanks for mentioning all of that too. Because I think for some people, they feel like they do have to do it all. So I think just you mentioning the fact that you've had clients that have recognized that they can't and have had to pass it off and really think a little bit more strategically about who they bring in and how is helpful. Last but not least on the list here, and then before we ask a question and close up, what about funding?
So critical. Access to capital is probably the number one reason businesses fail or make it, of all the other reasons. So let's say we've got all the other parts, all the other pillars, all the other steps in order. This is a business that requires huge capital investment in order to grow. It doesn't require a whole lot of capital investment to start, which is kind of the dichotomy of the founders and growing emerging brands, is you can get into this business really cheap, but you can't go very far, very cheap. So one of the things, again, we go back to this role of founder is, I look at people, and if there's a team, for instance, is, okay, so who's the fundraiser? Because you're going to be raising funds. And a long, good conversation, if we have one at Trail Mix, is a person who's been, working at Trailhead, is Louis Armstrong of Killer Creamery, and Louis has been on a sort of a 3-year journey in seeking the proper amount of funding for his company. And it is growing at a rate that he needs to keep that going, right? Because, this level, that level, and yes, it's growing. It's very successful. It's a wonderful brand. He's a great guy, but you still have to have funding in order to grow. And a lot of people getting into the business don't realize. They say, well, I don't want to give up, equity in my company. Well, okay, you might not have to, but you're probably going to have to. So you should at least be prepared for that gap between friends and family where you're bootstrapping it, and that's great, to where you actually can go out and raise money, in the market. You've got angels in there and whatever. Forget about, for the most part, banks are not terribly interested in you at the stage that you need the money. And so it becomes a major part of building the business, access to capital, and understand that you're going to have a fundraising plan, and you're going to have to learn the alphabet of Series A and Series B. But that's going to be part of what you're doing. And the two things that are really important about that is, number one, is the messaging of how you're going to build the business and where it's going to go. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the numbers. It has to make sense. It has to be realistic. People who are going to invest in you, don't try to do funny books, because they're in the book business and the numbers business. And so put it out there, be realistic, but be prepared that this is something that you're going to continually do as long as you grow.
You've seen a lot in your journey at CPG, and then also now helping many of these founders get onto retail shelves. So if you had one piece of advice that you could give somebody that's just starting out, or maybe one thing that you see somebody trip over all the time that you just wish that you could kind of, take people by the shoulders and say, please don't do this. What would that one piece of advice be?
Well, it's funny because to nail it down, of course, to one thing is really hard, but I ask guests on the Next Level Brands podcast at the end of the podcast, that's what I ask everybody is, give me a piece of advice you want to share with entrepreneurs, which we've turned into another thing called words to grow by. My favorite words to grow by, which I call it any piece of advice like that, actually comes from a fellow with a company that he did a lot of experimentation before he got the product line right and was willing to do it. And my piece of advice is don't pay attention to initial results. So if you go out and you get rebuffed, if the buyer won't take your phone call, if the distributor doesn't like your product, if that particular flavor didn't go over really well at the farmer's market, don't worry about the initial results. Worry about the journey. Worry about the long journey. Try to find out, maybe it has too much habanero in it. That could be possible, right? So don't be put off by whatever your initial results are or your rebuffs. Keep at it, because it's a long game.
I love that. Play the long game. I think that's a good thing to end on. And with that, thank you so much for being here, Steve. It's been really great to chat with you.
Appreciate it.
And we'll let everybody go. Hope this is helpful. And we'll also link down below for where people can go to find you and your podcast. Just so thanks again.
Thanks.
Welcome back to Trailhead. We are live. It's a crazy afternoon. Boise Entrepreneur Week is rolling on. The sun is out outside. Okay, we're a little bit behind, so I got to look at the schedule here to give you an update. If you're waiting for Trail Mix, it's coming up. It's going to be at 4:40, so about 10 minutes late. The winner announcement for trail mix is going to be at 6:40. So if you're waiting for those things, they're coming along. Just hang on. You're going to have to wait with me here a little bit. The Investors Choice Conference, one of the couple of in-person events, is happening right now over at Jump. Wait and listen to this great interview with Kate first, but then go over and check that out over at Jump. And also tonight, the block party is going to be very cool in person at Jump. Make sure you bring and wear a mask. We've got a couple of bands, Wend and Sego. I'm saying those wrong, so I apologize right now. Plus food and a lot more. So 7 to 10 tonight, the Boise Entrepreneur Week block party. But I'm really excited right now to talk about orchestra provisions as we get ready for Trail Mix. Kate Stoddard is the founder and CEO of Orchestra Provisions, and she won the whole ball of wax Trail Mix in 2019. Kate, welcome to Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, so we want to tell this story. We want to tell the story of Orchestra Provisions. Tell me where it started.
All right, grad school. I went to graduate school, got a master's in the science of nutrition. And while I was doing that, I found an interesting study on a tribe in Zimbabwe whom, though they were vegetarian, they had very few instances of iron deficiency anemia. This is normally something vegetarians really struggle with, and turns out they eat Mopani worms.
Okay.
So these worms are very rich in heme iron. And further in that research, I found that the UN and FAO had put out this kind of massive report about the viability and sustainability of feeding billions of people insect protein. So I got pretty obsessed with that idea and how seemingly easy it would be to incorporate this into the food system. Of course, the challenge then becomes to change people's eating habits and kind of disarm them in the way of eating insect protein.
So we're in an interesting time in our world, right? More and more people, we're trying to figure out how to feed more and more people with different sources of protein and all sorts of things. And so the key protein in your products is?
Cricket powder, yep.
And so this is something that people, I think, definitely are getting used to. You know, Idaho, we've got kind of an open-minded. You got the crocodiles down by Glens Ferry, and so people are used to maybe trying different things. How have you found the uptake has been for people trying your products?
Yeah, it's definitely a psychology experiment. You know, I'd like to push past things like alligator, which are for sure novelty. Crocodile. Yep. Sorry about that.
Yep, no, you got it right.
I really want to push through the kind of novelty concept. I would like people to see that this can be seamlessly integrated into our food systems as a powder, and it won't affect the experience of their dining experience, basically. So you can have all the added nutritional value and environmental value without compromising that dining experience. And so I have really found that people don't notice my products have cricket unless I tell them. So it's very interesting.
Clearly labeled, right?
I mean, we're very transparent. I love talking about it because it's an amazing solution to all the world's problems. But yeah, I mean, it becomes kind of a, hey, this is the, perfect protein. It's protein for the planet. Try it out. And they always love it. Sometimes I don't lead with cricket. Sometimes I do.
Tell me what your first product was.
The first product was a line of seasoning blends. I thought that would be a really great intro to people.
Is this what you brought to Trail Mix?
Yes, the first time around. And so I had 9 different seasoning blends, including like a taco seasoning and a curry powder. And it's an excellent carrier because everybody to some extent has a spice cabinet, salt and pepper at a very basic level. We know how to use them easily. And so it's familiar and also carries cricket powder well. Spices are very potent and they taste really great. And so you just integrate that powder in and you would have no idea. So
people are getting excited for Trail Mix today. I'm getting excited. I always enjoy watching this and eating food. So it's fun to watch food, right? It's like Boise's Great British Baking Show in miniature. Tell us about the experience of Trail Mix and how it was to win that.
Yeah, such an excellent experience. Having the mentorship leading up to it, really crafting my pitch deck, which is something I had never done. I am the scientist. I am the food scientist and environmentalist. I'm not a business person to start. I didn't come out of Harvard Business School or anything like that. So they really gave me the tools I needed to kind of approach this business world and look really solid. And then, I got up on the stage, I was so nervous, so nervous. I'm not used to talking in front of people like that, but I really believe in what I'm doing has limitless, infinite impact, opportunity. And I got up there and I felt like I did, with all that mentorship, I did a pretty good job of communicating the idea. And it was an amazing experience because it really brought validity to my idea. It was a bunch of people, in that business world telling me you've got something here, we're on board. And from there, I got shelf space at a couple of Albertsons locations.
How did that
go?
What was it like? Tell me, what was it like walking into an Albertsons? You grew up here, right?
Yeah.
And so you're familiar. You walk into an Albertsons for that first time and you see something you built. What was that like?
It was incredible. And I've learned now, and 3 years since then, right, a lot about my product and how it does in retail. So Albertsons is a fairly traditional marketplace, and this is not at all a traditional item. So it was so crazy to walk into an Albertsons full of kind of more, your basic, what you would see, what you expect to see, and see my product up there on the shelf with, McCormick's in the spice aisle, right? And I kudos to them for keeping it there and supporting me in that. And I really can't express enough what a jump off point that was for me, because now when I talk to other retail locations or in food service, I'm like, hey, I've got 2 Albertsons locations.
I'm in the nation's second largest grocer, so
and they're like, oh, all right, and it really did. It validated the whole business concept and the truth that this is totally doable for the average American consumer.
What were the other benefits coming out of Trail Mix?
The networking was huge. The exposure, just the credit of look at what this woman is doing. This is the future, it just brought, again, validity. But the network's been invaluable. People have really, in this network, have supported me and turned me on to different ideas they think would be great, or people or, resources, and that's invaluable. And, once you're in the family here, I think at Trail Mix and Boise Entrepreneur Week now, they don't just ever push you out. You're there. You're a part of the family. And so I can always kind of contact, TM or Nick or whoever it is, and they're so happy to help and collaborate and brainstorm.
Okay, so we talked about your initial product. That's not what this is. Tell us what's on the table here.
Yes, this is a protein powder. Just like you would use any other protein powder for the most part. The caveat there is that it's a whole food protein powder. So most protein powders, what they're doing is they are adding heat and extracting an isolate to get the most protein possible, right? And so some of those products you can just add to water, shake it up at the gym, and just chug up your protein. This is more of a culinary use, right? It has all of the added nutrition. So there are, whole foods in there. We haven't extracted anything, which is kind of the way our body has evolved to recognize nutrition and assimilate it. So it's a very bioavailable protein powder that also has the added value of heme iron, prebiotic fiber, magnesium, calcium. It's a perfect food. So only 4 ingredients in each one. A lot of people are really happy that it's not super sweet, because many protein powders are very sweet.
It's fascinating because you talk about, obviously, the impact on the planet, and you've got here on the package that whey takes 1,000 gallons of water, soy takes 216 gallons, and a cricket takes 1 gallon.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about, and this isn't even a scale, you've got, I can't show it on camera, but you've got 1,000 gallons versus 1 gallon. I mean, that's a huge impact just on the water use.
Yes, absolutely. Water, arable land. You can actually grow crickets indoor in, say, New York City, in Manhattan, and have a local, organic, super healthy protein source for those urban centers. So that, and then feed. They require a fraction of the feed. So, something like how we're cutting down the rainforest to grow soy and corn to have a hamburger. This is so much better. It's a regenerative food system, ultimately. You can raise these crickets, and then also their waste rebuilds topsoil. It's kind of organic fertilizer that happens, and you're not taking so much. You're kind of able to give back in the same way. They also feed really well off of compost and waste from other food systems.
So if people want to try this,
yeah,
how do they do it?
Well, it's available in the Boise Co-op in the North End, also the Village in Meridian, and the Vervain Collective down in Garden City. They can also go to the website. We also have a subscription model, which is super exciting. We've been seeing people try it and then subscribe, so we know they're loving it. And then, if you want to, like the practical use of it is you can just take a couple scoops of it. I love it in my oatmeal, granola, yogurt, smoothies, that kind of thing. You can bake with it, squash muffins or pumpkin muffins for the season. Yeah, it's really easy to use.
Are you excited for Trail Mix today?
Yeah, I'm
it's
super
always
excited.
so fun to see these products and what's going to come out.
It is.
Kate Stoddard is the founder and CEO of Orchestra Provisions. Why Orchestra Provisions? Quick, we got 10 seconds.
Yep. An orchestra is a group of crickets, like a herd of deer, and also I think an orchestration of humans can, incur social change. So
that's great. Thanks to Kate for joining us. Really fascinating. Trail Mix is coming up here in a little bit. But first, we're going to catch up with Dan Smith of Recipe 33. He's last year's Trail Mix winner. You sense a theme this afternoon. And say it with me. But first, a word from our sponsors.
From selecting the perfect produce and triple checking its quality to preparing it for you, we have perfected the art of fresh. Albertsons, the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics.
Hi everyone, my name is Amanda Gibson. I'm here with Dan Smith, the founder and CEO of Recipe 33, last year's Trail Mix competition pitch winner. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Amanda.
How are you doing?
Excellent. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to talk through the product and some of the lessons learned from last year and have you share some of the wisdom that you've gained along this journey with everybody that's watching.
Perfect. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, so I know last year you did a whole pitch, which everybody has access to go watch. It's still up on the YouTube channel, but tell me a little bit about, for everybody that doesn't go back and watch right away or doesn't know anything about Recipe 33, tell me a little bit more about the product itself.
So this was actually my school project, but what I do is I take almonds, I take fresh ingredients, and I infuse the flavors inside the nuts. So this one is smoky serrano, but we start with fresh serrano peppers, hickory smoked sea salt. And the same way you would marinate a piece of meat or a piece of tofu, we just do it with almonds. So you create a solution, let the almonds soak, and then we've got a proprietary drying process that pulls the moisture out. You get none of the junk on your hands.
Yeah, and they're delicious. I've tried all but one flavor, I think now, and I've learned that apparently I am your target market. So I'm very impressed with the amount of flavor that's packed into one little almond.
That's great. Yeah, you're definitely my target audience.
Yeah. So last year you were in a different phase of the business, as happens in a startup journey. Everything moves very, very quickly. Tell me a little bit more about what winning the pitch competition allowed you to do and some of the steps that you've taken since then.
So with COVID, I kind of did a hard pivot from just being in the store, lots of demos, to fighting to stay alive. But I really kind of repositioned to, I signed up for every pitch event I could get into, specifically in the Pacific Northwest. But as I was going through due diligence with a potential investor, I had a couple of really nice hits. The Boise Trail Mix program was definitely one that, not only getting distribution at Albertsons, a $20,000 check, but right in the middle of having somebody review your financials, it's kind of like, okay, they already thought it was a good idea. This was just even more validation that to win an event like this. So, but that has allowed me to secure that seed round funding and really start to expand up and down more than just a Pacific Northwest brand, but to validate and show that we could operate in the Bay Area and in the LA market. So that's really where we've been focused.
That's fantastic. That is awesome. You also shared with me early on that you did 500 demos over the course of 2 years. So this would have been before the pitch competition, right?
Yeah, pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, yes. To clarify, that's a good point of clarification. So from 2018 to 2020, when COVID hit, and you had a very specific approach. Obviously, demos help you get sales, but you had a very specific goal in doing those demos. It sounds like. Tell me a little bit more about what you learned through that and why you specifically did 500 demos.
Yeah. So in my past life, I've worked on some pretty big brands with M&M Mars and Ghirardelli chocolate, and they have the money to do consumer research and validation and really making sure that you know exactly who your consumer is and how you're speaking to them. So I had good ideas of who she was and the way I wanted to communicate. But those demos really allowed us to, refine the call outs on our packaging. The branding has pretty much stayed the same, but there's just been small little tweaks to packaging that doing those demos, getting that live feedback on, is this too salty? Is this, what are they looking for when they flip over the package, and making sure those things are called out immediately, and, not going down a rabbit hole of buying 100,000 packages of something, really being able to be flexible and to be able to take that information that we were getting from the demo data. And really what we were looking at is, was it a female, male, family, really trying to dial in. And then we try to bracket age as well. So we understand, is it a younger consumer that has more family, or is it an older demographic that, they're entertaining friends? So really trying to understand that, and doing those demos really allowed us to kind of ask those questions and to really build out, what that profile and who she really is that buys our product.
Yeah. What were some of the biggest assumptions that you went into that process having, or did you have any? Was it all a test and learn, or did you have a couple really big assumptions that you feel, or myths that you feel like were busted throughout that process?
I really thought my demographic would be very close to what I was doing when I was at Ghirardelli. And I don't think I was far off from that. Maybe a little more fitness or health conscious than the chocolate consumer. But I really thought I had an image of, I always say that there's my aunt, and she would do wine and cheese and pairing and, bunko and book club and different things like that. So she would buy that product to entertain her friends, and then I have the health and fitness and maybe a vegan that fell into one category, that first thing they're going to do is go to the back of the package and they want to see what the ingredient statement is, and no additives and clean ingredients. So those were really my two big ones. And we weren't off on that. It's more of like having the money to kind of go in and to really subdivide and go down even further with the consumer. I've really tried to keep it at those two and just try to drive trial. Since COVID, haven't been able to do those demos. And then we launched a garlic dill. So I'm just now starting to get back into stores and track some of the feedback on that product. But we found some alternative channels. So like gift boxes, some of these snack boxes and trials. And then we got onto Delta Airlines, that has really allowed us to get our product in front of a lot of people and drive that trial. So you experience the product, you experience the no mess on your hands. So we've had to be a little more creative without demos. So the demo part was not scalable, or at least with me doing the demos. There's only one place. So many places Dan Smith can be at one time, where if getting on the airplanes and getting into these snack boxes allows me to really expand the reach of Recipe 33.
Yeah, but it sounds like it provided some really key learning for you in those early phases, and really fed a lot of what you decided to put on your package as well. That's an area that I see some people immediately go cheap, which might work depending on what category you're in. But tell me a little bit more about some of the things that you learned, and very specifically what you decided to include on the package, or what type of packaging you decided to have.
So initially we launched with clean body, clean hands. And it's cute. And we registered it, we tried to protect it, and it didn't resonate so we were asking customers, does that make sense to you? Well, after the demo, that totally made sense. But when you just put it on the shelf in an 8-foot section and you look at our product, it didn't really make sense. So we did a pivot to no mess, just flavor. So, it's very simple. That made a big difference, but it's one of those small little call outs at the bottom of the package it's really clear that when you're standing in front of that section and you've got that 2 seconds to get somebody, how do you communicate that, it's usually people pick it up for the ingredients on the front, that that flavor combination, or they flipped over the back of the package. If you flip over the back of the package, I know I'm halfway home. but it was really kind of watching the way people shop the section, getting interaction with them and getting that feedback that allowed us to, do small production runs or small packaging runs, but to be able to take that feedback over those 2 years and really kind of get our packaging to where it is today.
That is amazing how many little learnings have happened over such a really relatively short period of time, and quickly you've been able to pivot. And then you have other people that are involved in this process as well. And then you come with a great background yourself in terms of understanding the category, understanding the buying process. But tell me a little bit more about the people that are involved in the company, and then also the specific skill sets that have helped this all come together.
Sure. So this was actually my MBA project. So I went back to the University of Washington, was working on my MBA, and late night study groups, somebody would always bring snacks. You either have the Cheeto fingers and you're trying to write the 20-page paper, or you read the ingredients and it was just loaded with ingredients. I would always say, why? So that's when I kind of had the idea. I had to do a business plan to graduate. So I just started dabbling. In my background, I really like to barbecue. So it's like, you brine a turkey, you marinate a steak. Why couldn't you do this with almonds? So that's kind of what started it. And then I had a study group in my final year, and we had to do a business plan to graduate. So Giuliano, Microsoft marketer, incredible background, attention to detail. He's that person that when they take their picture, you ask them if they can forward it to you so you can post it on your Instagram account. So just that eye for design and then attention to detail that I may not always have. And then Mutu, so Giuliano and Mutu were the first two to join me from the business group. And Mutu is a tech guy, tech whiz. So he took, when we were talking about the demo data, I was telling him what I wanted to collect and how I needed to use it when I meet with buyers, where I can explain who my customer is and really be able to show that with graphs and make it a pretty presentation. So Mutu goes, oh, that's easy. We can do an app and blah, blah, blah. And it'll go from here to here. And it'll just roll up all the data. So definitely skill sets that I don't have. Building out our website, getting us onto Amazon, all those things are like, 15 minutes later, they're done. And I probably would have spent months researching, probably hiring a third party. So those were two. That's part of the recipe 33, is there were 3 of us initially. And then I would say about 6 months into it, we're starting to do models and forecasting. And in our second year study group, Jen, and Jen is based in Boise. And that's kind of what brought all of us together. My team and I, we were all working on these models all week long. And it goes, man, it'd be really nice if we had somebody that actually did this for a living. And wasn't just a couple of classes that we took in our MBA program. And Jen happened to be in town, and we grabbed drinks with her that night. And she, absolutely has been supportive and jumped on board with us. But she is our CFO and kind of keeps us in line, definitely keeps me in line with expenses and staying on top of the financials. But basically the 4 of us started Recipe 33. So they have stepped further back in the business since we did the seed round. They all have really good careers. May not have made sense to bail out and start a nut company. For me, I've always been in the consumer CPG industry. For me, as I was just looking for an opportunity to kind of build my own brand and to do something that where I thought there was a gap in the market.
Yeah, it sounds like a really well-rounded group of people, and like everybody's been able to come in kind of at the right time and the right place to make it happen. Are there times where you've had to be really creative and stretch your resources? I know the answer is yes. When you're a startup, you're stretching your resources. Yeah. But are there times where you've had to be creative, just given the fact that you don't have, a 20-person team or even a 10-person team, and find ways to get things done and partner with, make the most of what you have?
That's where I will say, so my family, my wife's family they're in the consumer packaged good industry as well. And I've worked for them the prior 10 years to starting this. And my father-in-law, my wife, my mother-in-law, they are the scrappiest, and working for them just really showed me, because when you come out of the Mars, the Ghirardelli, Coca-Colas of the world, you don't have to worry about, you have to worry about budgets, but the resources, the tools, you have all the bullets and all the guns you need to go do the job. For me, it's like, okay, we had X amount of dollars to start this up, to get it off the ground, basically to build out our brand playbook. Everything was kind of bootstrapped, but we needed something that was going to be premium. It was going to be premium inside the product. How do we communicate that? And you didn't want to have something, not that there's anything wrong with the brown bag, but this on the shelf next to this, one's gonna, definitely one's gonna stand out. So we had to do a lot of things from how we created our brand playbook. We leveraged, so Giuliano, his best friend, has a brand agency in Brazil. And so he worked on the weekends with us. It also took us 9 months to come up with and to put that together to do it, versus hiring an agency and working through it and probably having it done in 6 weeks. But we worked through the whole process. I mean, we really chalked this up to continued education. So what we learned in the MBA program, so how could we apply it and take something from a white sheet of paper and actually get it onto the grocery shelf? But that was, there are so many ways that we stretch dollars. I didn't draw a salary for the first 2 years. So it's what you have to do. And I kind of knew that going into this is how do you make it go? How do you, I drove down to California and buy 500 pounds of almonds and drive them back, because the freight, everything else would just add on to the cost. So there's just a lot of creative things you have to do to make it happen.
Yeah, you're testing and learning as you go, but you're also, using your own vehicle or your own kitchen. You talked about the development process and just playing around with some of the flavors whereas you might not be at the point where, as a startup, where you have the finances to hire a co-man or somebody to test the flavors for you. So I've been really impressed with that journey. What other lessons have you learned just in the last year because of some of these hurdles that you've had to jump and in creative ways that you've had to go around things?
It's really for me, it's been prioritizing. So, the financials, all that I do have some help there now. Since I brought in, really it came down to who we took money from. And it wasn't just a check. They brought in a team of 5 or 6 people that helped me with procurement, accounting. They've taken several things off of my desk that allows me to basically do, production and selling it. And then I can really focus on driving and growing the business. And then also that we have a line of credit that we picked up a contract with Delta Airlines. And, as hard as it is to get those contracts, it's even harder to pivot on a dime and to run out and try to buy almonds, to supply 500,000 units for the next 6 months. So having a good partner, has really been key for us. And that was more, over the 3.5 years of being in business, that was a key part for me, was I didn't want to just bring in dollars. It was more of having that right strategic partner. And L2M has been incredible. They're based out of Clackamas, Oregon. And I would say that's been pivotal for me to really kind of go to that next jump. And our revenue shows it. It's allowed me to really go out and sell. We were at Expo East this past week, and they're right there with me. They're in the booth. They did a lot of the background work to kind of make all that happen. All I had to do is go there, make sure the product was there, and go put on my selling shoes and do my thing.
Yeah, that sounds like a really great partnership. Is it the buying power more that they're helping you with, or are they actually helping you kind of plan for some of these next steps before you even arrive at the place where you would need to source as many almonds as you might need to fill a Delta contract?
It really is both. They've been helping me on the strategic side of it, because it is easy to get sucked into the day-to-day. And I will say that a lot of these pitch events, so like the Boise Trail Mix program, was the same thing. It was my one opportunity to not get caught into, I've got all these website sales, I've got to get these out the door. It's easy to get pulled into that, or I've got to get these whole food orders out the door. It's being able to step back, look at your business from a holistic perspective. And that's working with L2M. I'm probably down there in Portland, probably twice a month, and being able to kind of work through that. They've got a dedicated person that just works with me, and we kind of sat down. So that's part of what we were doing since they were there in Philadelphia at Expo. We had a couple of days where we really kind of stepped off to the side and kind of go through, where are we going over the next six months, a year, 2 years out, to really make sure we're focused in on that, and that they're aligning the right resources, money allocation. So it's a combination of both. definitely the dollar resources, but it's having that team behind you to know that, when you're leaning in, there's somebody that can grab you. As you lean in, there's somebody that's got your belt to make sure you don't go too far, or that you're leaning out there far enough to make it happen. So,
yeah, that balance, and it sounds like they have really helped with that planning, and that has made a difference in the day-to-day of your operations. Is it more that you're able to do more with your own time, or is it more that it feels less chaotic, or what have been the changes that you've kind of felt on a day-to-day level?
So I have a person, so I was able to, at my co-packer, my family business, I was able to bring on a full-time person that just kind of keeps our batches and processing going, because before it was me doing that and trying to drive sales. So like I could never imagine being out of the factory for 3 or 4 days like I was last week, where I've got a person dedicated. She's awesome. She's detail oriented. A lot of the things that I may not always be, so I've been able to surround myself, with a good investment partner, but then also a good staff, starting to build out a staff that allows me to kind of focus on the things that I'm good at, or that I do best. And honestly, it's what we need at this time. It's distribution, sales growth, it's being able to build that part of the business, but then being able to sit down and analyze your business to make sure that when we're doing promotions and investments, that you're getting the return on it. Because at the end of the day, if your gross margins, if your margins aren't hitting and you're not driving sales, those things they start to show up, and that's what kind of stops your growth. So it allows me to do both.
Yeah, for sure. What's the biggest lesson that you've learned yourself going into this? I mean, I know you had a lot of background and experience, and then you had the MBA class on top of it, but was there one big aha that you've had throughout this whole journey that has just been kind of mind-blowing to you?
I mean, it's so much work. I mean, it really is. So I was working full-time in my family business and doing the MBA at night, or not on the weekends. So, I mean, I was easily, 50, 60 hours a week with the family business, and then another 20, 30 hours a week with the MBA. So I'm doing that times 10. But I mean, the difference is I'm smiling, I'm jumping up out of bed every morning. I'm my boss, so I can, there are things you have to get done every day, but it allows me to kind of build my schedule and build that. But it's, I'm doing it for the right reasons. I'm trying to make something that's different. I want to build out an organization that, we are trying to do better and make better products. So that's kind of the part that drives me. That's what gets me up every morning, is I have that opportunity. I have that luxury to kind of steer my path. I've worked for those companies where I've been in that silo, and this is my function. I didn't have to worry about, was I going to get paid next week, or or were we going to pay vendors, or what we had to do. So that's kind of been I've really learned a lot about that, it's easy just to be the guy that goes out and hunts. That's awesome. And I had a lot of fun doing that. But being able to do the entire picture and kind of have the strategy, and at the end of the day, it falls on my shoulders. So, if it didn't work, it was me. If it worked, it's a small, but it was we.
Yes, with great risk, great responsibility,
Exactly.
but great reward as well. So I'm glad to see you smiling. What are you most excited about for this next year?
It's continuing to drive. I mean, I've had some incredible meetings, a lot of opportunities coming out of the Expo West. So just really seeing that opportunity that we're going to be more than just a Pacific Northwest brand. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but, we've already had really good buy-in in the Bay Area and basically down in LA market. But I had some incredible conversations with Wegmans and Kroger, and I've got additional airlines that are looking at our products, and we've done really well. I think I mentioned the gift basket business, but a lot of this, it's unique, it's different, the no mess on your hands. And we have very, like the black truffle, some very unique flavor profiles, and we start with real ingredients. And that's really what's been able to differentiate us. But that's also, it's the part that the work is getting ready for the real work starts getting ready for these trade shows and doing your work while you're there. But the real work is following up and making sure all these things happen. That's the part. That's what makes me smile.
That's great. That's amazing. If you could give one piece of advice to entrepreneurs that are watching, or really, let's focus it on entrepreneurs, any of the entrepreneurs that are watching, any of the startups that are watching, what would that one piece of advice be for someone that's just getting started?
mean, I really have two. And I would say, and this is really what I tried to prove out in the first 2 years of Recipe 33 was, could I make my economic model work? Could we make money? Could we stand? But then are you differentiated in the market? Like, will people see that? And is it a big enough piece? Like, there are tons of seasoned nuts out there. I didn't invent seasoned nuts. Blue Diamond did that in the 50s. So it was, how do you take that and then be able to differentiate it, that there's no junk on your hands and it's clean ingredients? But if you didn't have the point of differentiation, it didn't really matter what the economics were, because there's going to be direct competition with you and you're going to have to work off of their cost structure. So that's where I really think that if you don't understand your costs, and if you're ever going to make money, and it's, you have to make money, you have to be a viable business, and then your product really has to be differentiated. So for me, it's starting to think about additional flavors, different products, expanding into a different product ranges. Right now, I'm the almond guy. I'm focused on almonds and how to do that. I've got a couple of flavors that we can expand into, but the advice is really understand why you're different and then what your cost structure is to make that happen.
Thank you so much. I have enjoyed this. I think it's so helpful for everyone to hear from someone who is doing this every day in the trenches with something that has scaled really quickly over a period of just a few years. So I appreciate you taking the time to share. And we'll make sure to link back to your pitch competition video from last year too, for people that want to learn more. But again, thanks so much for taking the time and for being here.
Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it.
Welcome to the 2021 Trail Mix Pitch Competition. You will see 7 finalists go head-to-head for the much-coveted shelf space at Albertsons, as well as a $25,000 grand prize for the winner and $5,000 for the runner-up.
Good afternoon, judges.
Hi, team.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the 4th year of Trail Mix. We've had 3 finalists in the past who won shelf space at Albertsons, and we're going to crown our next winner momentarily.
We decided to fill the void and make our own using simple and natural ingredients.
Our Trail Mix program is specifically designed to take early-stage food product entrepreneurs from farmers markets to supermarket shelves nationwide with the help of our partner, Albertsons. Each of the 7 contestants went through a rigorous application process, starting with an online application, leading to a screening process, as well as a mentorship phase where they were paired up with a food product expert. And ultimately, they showed up here at Trailhead and delivered their pitch to the judges.
We're making about 5,000 cans per month, and we can do 5,000 cans a week.
This year, we are honored to have 4 esteemed judges, starting with Enrique Rivera from Bank of Idaho, Carrie Tucker from Simplot, Caitlin Barranco from Albertsons, as well as Rachel Jones, also from Albertsons. Each of our 4 judges bring their own unique experience and skill set to the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. In retrospect, we've hosted 3 Trail Mix finals. Overall, we gave away $60,000 in prize money during those 3 years. We've impacted over 150 CPG startups, delivered over 120 hours of mentorship to them, and overall have produced 3 winners who made it onto Albertsons shelves, not to mention 17 showcasers who exhibited in this space and didn't make it to the finals, who also landed on Albertsons shelves. This year, I'm especially proud to share with you that we have a great diversity of product and people as our contestants. As we were all about to see, the pandemic has given birth to a whole new set of early-stage food product entrepreneurs right here in Idaho. And without further ado, let's take a look at this year's Trail Mix finalists.
I've never been a potato chip person, so when my husband came to me with the idea to make chips from the potatoes we grow on our farm, I was like, why would we do that? But when we talked more about it, I was like, okay, there's a need for this. Idaho is the potato state, and there's not an Idaho potato chip right now. So we developed this chip that now I'm obsessed with. I love. Our chips are fresh, not greasy, and full of flavor. We want to be the Idaho chip. We want Roots Chip to be a household name. It is farm to bag and good for the environment, for people. It's made with ingredients that people can feel good about snacking on and having in their home. I'm Zoe Wallen, the founder of Roots Chips, and this is my pitch for the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Hello, I'm Zoe. I'm the co-founder and co-owner and co-farmer over at Roots Chips. My husband and I farm in Aberdeen, Idaho. He is a fourth generation farmer, and we love farming. We are so thankful for opportunity to work in agriculture and grow food for around the world. Our farm focuses on soil health and regenerative practices, and it's Idaho, so obviously we grow a lot of potatoes, but we noticed that there were no Idaho potato chips at the time. And I said we love to farm, we also love to snack, but we want healthier options for us and our 3 little boys. So we decided to fill the void and make our own Idaho potato chip using simple and natural ingredients. So when we developed our snack, we wanted something that was full of flavor, but only using simple and good for you ingredients. We call ourselves the new generation of potato chips. And there are many competitors out there, but what sets us apart and makes us different is our story. We are on a mission to do good. We are farm to table, or you could say farm to bag. We are the farmers and the chip makers. There is no middleman. We are involved with every step of production. We offer consumers complete transparency. We have a regenerative farm. We use farming practices that are good for the environment, improve soil health, and sequester carbon emissions. With every bag purchase, we donate to a local food bank and other organizations that fight hunger, and we call this Potatoes with a Purpose. What also sets us apart is our product. We are also on a mission to snack good. We're Idaho preferred, and everyone knows you cannot beat an Idaho-grown potato. Our taste and quality. Can I be honest with you guys? I was never a potato chip person. That was until we created a product that I love, that I crave. Our chips are not greasy. They are fresh and full of flavor. We also have unique options. We use a variety of types of potatoes and have a variety of flavors and have our organic options. We use simple and natural ingredients, and we really pride ourselves in using ingredients that people can feel good about snacking on. So let's take a closer look at our product. Roots Chips is natural. When customers turn the bag around to read the ingredients, they will recognize all of the ingredients listed. We don't use anything artificial. Organic, all our potato chips are grown using regenerative practices. We have our certified organic options. Specialty, we have unique options like our sea salt purple chips and our russet chips. Healthy potato chips. Potatoes are naturally rich in potassium and copper and other nutrients, and we cook these powerhouse root vegetables in expeller pressed sunflower oil. Local, we are Idaho preferred and offer consumers a local snack as well as businesses. And our flavors, we have your more traditional options like barbecue, mild jalapeno, sea salt and vinegar, and then more unique flavors like hot potato, cracked pepper, purple sea salt, which is made with our purple potatoes, and then dark russet sea salt, and then our organic options come in purple sea salt, dark russet, and our original sea salt. When we think about our target customer, we think of someone like Molly the millennial. She's active and always on the go. She wants better for you snacks for her and her family. Her snacks need to completely satisfy her cravings. And as a fellow millennial, I know that 90s kids love to snack, and she also wants to keep her kids happy with good snacks. We also think of Gen Z George. He's young and discovering the world he is a part of. He wants to know how his food is grown, and the company that he is supporting has a mission to do good. The cool thing is that our chips also appeal to a wider audience. The traditional potato lovers' taste buds will be more than happy with our bold flavors. The support we've received locally has been amazing. When we've worked so hard towards something, those little emails that come in from happy customers mean a lot. Here's a picture of Randy, a happy customer who just emailed us this week when he was so excited to find our chips in Walmart. Our target customer is looking for that local product. So our focus has been really on locally owned grocery stores, sandwich shops, and eateries. We also sell our snack size bags online with a subscription option. Here's a picture of our chips in Walmart and Pocatello. We're in 6 locations, and Blue Rock Farm Market over in Twin Falls. And in this picture, you can see how cool our bags look on grocery store shelves. We also focus on sharing the behind the scenes of our farm. On the back of our bags, we invite consumers to come follow us along on our social media platforms where we share all about our farm with pictures and even some funny videos. We offer consumers complete transparency and bridge the gap between how consumers' food is grown and how it ends up on grocery store shelves. And we are quite likely the only potato chip company that can say that we do this, that we can show every step of how the potato is grown and the agricultural practices used on our very own farm. So on our website, we have a store locator page. I screenshotted it and put on here where consumers can go and find a store near them. And our bags come in 3 different sizes. We have a snack size in a 1.375 ounce, which goes really good at sandwich shops, eateries, delis. Our organics come in the 5 ounce, and our larger bag is the 8 ounce bag. Oh, oops, I'm not sure how this slide got in here, but the slide before shows where we want to be, where we are, and then this slide must show where we want to be. So we officially launched in March, and since then we've gotten a lot of chips into happy snackers' hands. Potato chip sales were $7.7 billion in 2019 in the US, and a 2020 Potato USA report showed that chip sales were up 9.3% over the previous year. And a survey showed that 6 out of 10 consumers are wishing for healthier chip options. So the demand for potato chips is high, and there is an opportunity to grow there. And while there might be many competitors, we believe that our local brand has a huge opportunity to grow nationally and possibly even regionally. We are currently running our processing facility at 25% capacity, and we have the ability to produce and sell a lot more chips as we grow our business. Our farm supplies the potatoes for our chips. They are available year-round, and our ingredients, like seasonings and sea salts, are sourced locally whenever possible. And for the future, we see an opportunity to grow regionally, if not nationally, and diversify into other farm-to-table snacks. Like everyone here, we have our eye on the prize. Shelf space at Albertsons would be a pivotal growing opportunity for Roots Chips, and that prize money would go towards automation to improve efficiency and capacity. So myself, my husband Lad, and 4 awesome part-time employees make up our team. I am a former labor and delivery nurse, and now instead of focusing on the health of my patients, I focus on the health of my family and growing our farm and growing our potato chip business. Lad is a 4th-generation Idaho potato farmer. I'm pretty sure that dirt and hard work are mixed in his blood. He studied agricultural business in college. We are so excited about this and this business that we've grown straight from our farm. We ask you to help us make Roots Chips a household name. I'm excited to hear your questions and your thoughts on our chips. Thank you so much.
Hi, Zoe.
Hello.
This is Carrie, and I had a question. First of all, your purple chips are delicious. I've been snacking on them, and I can't stop. So thank you for that. You mentioned that your plant or your facility is running at 25% capacity now. If you were to grow that closer to 100%, would your farm still be able to supply all the raw materials, or would you have to branch out?
Yes, at full capacity, we would be able to supply all the potatoes. We're currently doing about 10,000 bags a month, so that would be 40,000 bags a month, and we would easily be able to supply those potatoes.
Zoe, great presentation. Thank you. I'm curious, they all taste great. What has been your best seller so far?
My personal favorite is our purples, and that is our most requested, and I also love our salt and vinegar. And that has also been a popular one. And barbecue has been a big seller as well. What was your favorite?
Great. I like the hot potato, I gotta say.
It is hot, it's spicy. We're excited about that one.
I think compared to the other hot chips out there, I think you have a great tasting chip right here with this hot potato.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. That we've put a lot of work into it, and that really makes us excited.
Zoe Rachel again. How do you choose who you partner with for local food banks or charities?
Since we've only been open since March, there hasn't, we haven't done a ton. We were doing just all state food banks, and now we are picking one every 6 months. And so we find one that aligns with our values and that the money will go help fight hunger. And we will keep that listed on our Potatoes with a Purpose page on our website so consumers can go there, know exactly who we're donating to and who we have donated to in the past.
Well, great job today.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was good.
Originally, when we started bottling our products, we had been selling at the farmer's market, and so we were just distributing them in cups. And so we had to figure out the right ratio to put them in a bottle. And once we started bottling them, it's a lot simpler because Bree's really refined the craft.
Winning the trail mix pitch competition would be huge. Having shelf space at Albertsons, I've been walking those aisles multiple times throughout this competition looking at where we'd sit perfectly. I have pictures all over my phone, picturing us on shelves here, picturing us on shelves there. So it would mean a great deal to us to have our products on the shelves at Albertsons. That would give us the much needed exposure to introduce people to something that doesn't exist yet. We're coming with the idea of alcohol-free drinking. That's new for everyone. I'm Brianna.
And I'm Melissa. And this is our pitch for the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa Nadzu. I'm the co-founder of Free Spirits Beverage Company located here in Boise, Idaho, where we specialize in no alcohol cocktails. Our Free Spirits journey began one spring day in 2019 over conversation with our friends talking about who makes the best Bloody Mary in Boise. Bree and I at the time were already in the bitters business, making shrubs, syrups, and our own drinks for private events when we were discussing what our next steps would be. The conversation rolled into farmers markets and how they're one of the best ways to incubate business. I should know, after all, I just retired from managing markets. I agreed to participate in the market under one condition, and that was we had to go as an experience. A few weeks later, we attended the Boise Farmers Market as an on-site drink vendor. We couldn't even determine what our reception was going to be, and we sold out. The following week, we doubled down on our products again, and we sold out again. We were so successful that we started making take-and-make kits so that our customers could enjoy at home what they were enjoying with us at the market. And then we naturally grew into bottling our free spirits so they could be shaken over ice and enjoyed straight from the bottle. And here we are. So the problem is alcohol. Alcohol is imbued in almost every aspect of American culture, from calming the jitters on a first date to Friday night happy hour with friends. Not drinking can make you feel excluded. In the past, when people didn't drink, it was assumed that they had a problem with alcohol. Now, more and more people are stepping away from the dominant drinking trend, and so much so that there's a 2019 Nielsen survey that states that 66% of millennials are now trying to consume less. There's enough people that are not drinking that a new beverage category has emerged, and that's no-proof and low-proof alcohol, also known as NOLO. The NOLO market is only 3% of the alcohol market, but it's going to grow to 34% by 2024. The U.S. non-alcoholic drinks market is expected to grow to $415 billion in 2021 with a 5.3% increase each year, according to IWSR, the leading global alcohol beverage analysis firm. Apple cider vinegar is projected to grow at a CAGR of 4.5% now until 2028 due to its health benefit association. Clean label growth in the industry, no artificial ingredients, shelf-stable functional beverages are seeing a 46% increase in just the last 3 months. Increase in the self-care space by the proactive naturalist segment is also showing a 14% target growth. And Spin Marketing has mentioned an 18% increase in women-owned businesses because consumers are seeking out smaller businesses and underrepresented segments of our economy. So for us, all of these point to us being on the right road. So what's the opportunity? We're the first Boise-based business to specialize in zero-proof cocktails, and we make all the ingredients. We build drinks based on shrubs and oxmals, basically drinking vinegars. with ingredients sourced from our local farmer friends and sweeten them with organic sugar or local honey. The idea is you can enjoy a no-proof cocktail straight from the bottle. And if you choose, you can add your favorite spirits of choice and imbibe with a fantastic cocktail. Good for you and good for your guts too. Free spirits are better for you functional beverages meant to be enjoyed at all levels. Because apple cider vinegar is our base, not only do you get the probiotic benefits of apple cider vinegar, but at its core, it's apple juice, also known for its high polyphenols and vitamin B3. So a boost for your immunity, your digestion, and your brain function. And at the heart of what we do, we're locavores. We believe in our community and supporting our local farmers. The majority of our ingredients are sourced here in the Treasure Valley, with some ingredients coming from California and Oregon, with farmers that are joining us at the Boise Farmers Market every year. Our farmers use best practices, mostly organic, items not grown in the Pacific Northwest. We source from Mountain Rose Herb, a small, socially conscious organic company in Oregon. We use ingredients that are in season, so they're at their peak flavor, and the benefits are passed on to our customers in their drinks. Healthy soil, healthy crops, healthy drinks, bringing temperance back into fashion. These are our free spirits: Luke Perry, Rose Cosmo, and Smoke and Melissa. All apple cider vinegar based, all shelf stable. Luke Perry hints of smoked pear, ginger, sesame, and guajillo pepper. Rose Cosmo has a little mulled cranberry, fresh lime juice, and flower power syrup, and rose water. Smoke and Melissa is a lemon balm, rosemary, and ginger with some smoke added from Lapsang Souchong tea. No other beverage company is doing what we're doing. Our drinks are built better for you, loaded with antioxidants, made primarily with Idaho ingredients. Yes, there are other functional beverages, sweet and tart like ours, but they're all carbonated. Idaho Kombucha, Earth Bevco might be some that are familiar to you. National brand Poppy, which also contains apple cider vinegar, is selling very well in our market, according to local distributor Hayden Beverage President Andy Mitchell. Our products are not carbonated. That's the biggest differentiator. We leave that up to the consumer to decide. At the regional and national level, there are several companies that are specializing in no-low alternatives, but again, all carbonated. Many competitors also begin with an alcohol product, and then through a heated process, the alcohol is removed. So they distill it, and then they distill it again until there's none. We build up, starting with the shrub, and then layer flavors ingredient by ingredient. We create a great alternative craft experience. We cold process all our shrubs and spirits to retain their nutrients. So we originally started with a retail location here in Boise where we would invite others in to enjoy Free Spirits Friday. People could come in and order off the menu, everything from a dry martini to a blackberry Collins. An experience to be shared without alcohol, shaken, not slurred. We had great traction with a few articles written about our bitters and our free spirits, and one in particular by Mikhail Aschenbrenner from Greenbelt Magazine states, "I drank like a walk on a fall day, listening to Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy, brisk and earthy, it grew in flavor and complexity with each sip," when referencing one of our free spirits. We then closed our doors 6 months later after we opened them due to the pandemic. Even in the pandemic, our sales grew 57% from 2019 to 2020 and 66% from 2020 till now. We are on track for a great fourth quarter in which our sales go up exponentially due to people seeking out exceptional handcrafted gifts for the holidays, possibly putting our sales at 89% over last year. All of our revenue goes back into building our business. We're grassroots, growing organically through our local customer base. And as part of our initiative to become a zero-waste company, we use our shrub mashes and upcycle them into value-added products like our rhubarb barbecue sauce, cranberry sauce, and those sell out alongside our free spirits every Saturday at the market. So who's sitting at our table? Who's joining our party? Well, it's Lizzie. She is a customer who loves the idea of ready to drink right off the shelf with ingredients she can pronounce and flavors that don't disappoint. She's sober curious, she's a mindful drinker, she has an expendable income, and what we've noticed here locally is that 80% of our sales are female driven. So this is our super huge team, along with all the ladies of the world. Brianna, with her corporate world background, and it's peppered with a little bit of food and bev, and then me, a community cultivator, lifelong community cultivator, and former market director. Together, we have spent the pandemic getting our resources in order and getting much needed certifications out of the way. We are both preventative controlled qualified individuals. We recently moved into an FDA kitchen with our friends at Idaho Kombucha. who are going through their own organic certification, and we believe they're the perfect mentors for us to scale up our business. We're working with the University of Idaho to scale up our recipes and recently completed our good manufacturing practices and HACCP with them. We recently passed our manufacturing processes too with Central District Health with 0 errors. So how do we grow? Well, like I said, we just moved into an FDA-approved processing facility, and we've been talking about wholesale and e-commerce for a good deal of time and feel we can reach most of our customers this way. Knowing several local businesses that are experiencing supply chain hiccups, we procured enough glass, closures, and boxes to put us in the position we want to be for 2022. This year, we're innovating with our business by partnering with Manfred's Kitchen to bring no-low dreams into fruition in downtown Boise. We're teaching temperance classes at Fort Builder. We're putting a refrigerator in at Larkin Larder where it's stocked full of our products for easy access for our customers. And we will attend our first trade shows with Urban Craft Uprising in Portland and Seattle. We are part of the National Sands Bar 2020 Dry January Tour alongside Atlanta, Raleigh, and Seattle. And we're looking forward to shelf space in the aisle and behind the bar at Albertsons. So Free Spirits Beverage Company straddles the craft cocktail and health and wellness markets by mindfully creating inclusive beverages that are 0% alcohol and 100% approachable. Thank you for taking your time with us today and allowing us to share our products with you. We're super happy to be here and we look forward to your feedback. Imbibe with us or not and enjoy your free spirits.
This is Rachel. First of all, these flavors are so powerful and delicious. Oh my goodness. Like, wow. And I love the packaging and the labels and your naming processes. Great job. Do you have a tasting room here locally then, this Free Spirits Beverage Company?
Well, we did, and we just closed it at the end of August, but you give us 4 more weeks and our tasting room will be open with Manfred's Kitchen right next to Woodland Empire. And that's gonna act as our basically our no-low menu place that we showcase our free spirits that we bottle, but also the free spirits that we make with our other ingredients. Free spirits is just one aspect of what we do.
You mentioned target market of like millennials, females. Is that your niche, or how are you going to promote this to everyone?
To everyone, get on the Albertsons shelves, e-commerce. And it is really female driven. A lot of it is female driven is what we've noticed. And yes, so currently we're at the local level and we're ready to scale up. So we would be expanding. We're ready to hit it hard here in the next month with going to the trade shows in Seattle and Portland. And I mean, we can do demos and things like that, except for we really feel like people should just, here you go, try a sample, right? We can give you samples, you can try a sample, but not necessarily like this, but like a sample to take home with you. Yeah, I think that the best way for us to target our audience is just getting in front of them in more places.
So I love your marketing. So 2 questions. 1, is there any significance to the mermaid? And 2,
that's Ione.
Are these images protected? Are they?
That image was created for us by an artist friend. It's actually a sigil that says mixology is medicine because we believe in plant energy and magic and what it can do for our bodies. It's kind of a ode to my grandmother. So we started as a bitters company and her name was Ione. And Ione is actually a sea nymph. And so the story goes, me and Bree, so the Ione bitters story goes, me and Bree were trying to come up with a name for our bitters company. And I threw out, well, what about Ione? And she goes, like Ione Sky? And I was like, yeah. And so if she would have had a daughter, her daughter would have been named Ione. And my grandma's name can be pronounced Ione or Ione. And so that's where Ione came from. And then we gave Ione to our friend Holly, and we told her what we wanted her to create for us, and she created the mermaid. And now the mermaid is known as Ione.
Love that. Great story. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We super duper appreciate you listening to us and learning about our product today.
Before I could even sell a single chorizo, I had to put in 2.5 years plus of just work. And at any point, I could have quit. I could have said, this isn't worth it. This is taking too long. This isn't what I want. This isn't what I envisioned. But, I use my parents a lot as an inspiration, and knowing what they had to go through being immigrants coming to this country. We don't have any family here. Like all our family's back in Spain, right? Just everything they had to overcome, learning the language, learning the culture, learning customs, all that stuff. The challenges that I had to face, I feel like in relation to what they had to go through is a lot more manageable. And so the fact that I'm even sitting here and I got a dry cured chorizo product out that's being bought, it's being sold, I'm selling it in different parts of the United States, and it says Three Sisters on it, like that's incredible. For me, that's really incredible. I'm Jaime Fernandez. I'm the founder of Three Sisters Artisanal Meats, and this is our pitch for the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Jaime Fernandez. I am the founder and owner of Three Sisters Artisanal Meats, and we are from Boise, Idaho. So to give you a little bit of background on the company itself, my mother and father are from northwestern Spain. They're from the Provincia of León, which is, again, in the northwest corner of the country. They both came to the United States in the 1970s. And when they came, they brought their tradition for making dry-cured Spanish chorizo. This is something that's actually been in my family for generations, going back longer than I think anyone really knows how far back. And I named the company, where the name comes from is, my mother is one of three sisters, and it's really her family that provided the recipe that we use to make our chorizo. And then my father, when he came to California, he was a sheep herder and a cowboy. And the first ranch he worked on in California, in Northern California, where I grew up, was called the Three Sisters Ranch. So it's a combination of honoring my mother, my father, and then also just our family heritage and legacy and being from Northwestern León. In terms of what also provided me the inspiration to make this chorizo, growing up, I've been making chorizo my entire life since, honestly, I was about 3 or 4 years old. And living here in the United States and growing up in California, I never really saw the kind of chorizo that reminded me of what we would make at home, or when I would go back to Spain to visit the family, the kind of chorizo that we would enjoy. So I wanted to bring to the United States the most authentic, true to tradition chorizo possible. Being from León, we are actually the ancestral home of chorizo. So this is something that runs really deep in our roots and our culture and our heritage and history. So we take a lot of pride in making sure that we do everything the way that my parents did it, the way my grandparents did it, so on and so forth. So I wanted to bring to the United States market the most authentically Spanish chorizo, but made here in the United States. So what makes us unique and innovative? Number one is our shelf stability. We have a 100% shelf-stable product. It's something that can be, transported cross-country, can be delivered cross-country, can be shipped cross-country. It doesn't require any additional refrigeration or freezer space, which is also great in terms of, being able to place it in a supermarket. Allows for a lot of different diversity in that end. This is a premium product, and with a premium product comes a premium price point. We pride ourselves on making the highest quality, best tasting chorizo in the United States. And because of that, we charge a little bit more than you might, find in a normal grocery store. But the reason for that is because this is an excellent product. We know what we put into it, and we believe that based also on our consumer reviews and the way that our customers have continued to buy our chorizo, they don't mind paying that little bit extra because they know the quality that they're getting. And the third point is that we're an on-trend product. Right now in the United States, charcuterie, especially specialty charcuterie like what we make, is something that is incredibly popular. It's growing as a market. There's been a lot of different ways for for charcuterie to be sold in this country. So we definitely fit in regard to being part of this growing trend for specialty charcuterie. In terms of why we make a high quality chorizo, or what makes our chorizo high quality, number one, we are definitely a natural product. We only make our chorizo with 100% USDA approved pork shoulder and 9 ingredients. And all those 9 ingredients you can pronounce, you know exactly what they are. They all fit on the label. And these are the same 9 ingredients that my parents have always used, my grandparents have always used. So we are very strict in staying with the tradition of our recipe. This is also a specialty product. This is a traditional Northern Spanish style chorizo, but made in the United States. So again, it's a twist on an old favorite is the way that I look at it. But there is no other chorizo right now being made in the United States that uses a traditional Spanish recipe. We're a clean label product. We don't have anything artificial at all whatsoever in our chorizo. There's no nitrites, no nitrates, no potassium. Again, nothing you can't pronounce. So we make the cleanest, most natural chorizo currently on the American market. And we're proudly local. I live right here with my family in Boise, Idaho. I am a Northern California native, but right now our business is headquartered here in Idaho. And that's something that we take a lot of pride in. And we love being part of the Boise food community and food scene. So the current market right now, creative charcuterie last year made over $27 billion in retail sales in the American market. It's a huge market. And it's actually been named a top 10 food trend for this year. It has made almost 16% in dollar gains versus 2019. So we're really catching the wave at the right time in regard to how our product fits into this particular market. Between October 2020 and September of 2021, we produced almost 2,000 links of dry cured chorizo. And the way that we price it is $7 for a wholesale link of chorizo. And for our retail, we retail it on our website for $12.99. So there is, a little bit of variation there. But again, we've done very well in the wholesale market, and we have had some good success within our own retail market. In terms of pricing and placement, again, our wholesale cost is $7 a link, which comes out to $84 per case. There are 12 links in a case. Currently retailing, we have about 5 different retailers who retail in brick and mortar, and they retail it anywhere between $12.99 and $14.99. So what's good about that is that you're getting, I think, a very healthy potential margin, anywhere between $6 to $8 per link in regard to the margin that is available for our chorizo. In terms of production and aging, it takes us anywhere between 35 to 38 days to make, fully cure, package, label, and have a case of chorizo ready. And that's industry standard. And we like having it probably a little closer to 38 days than we do 35, but that's typically our calendar. Where we currently produce our chorizo. We currently produce our chorizo with the Golden Gate Meat Company of Richmond, California. They are a fully licensed USDA facility. They have a USDA inspector on site 2 to 3 times a week. They're completely HACCP compliant. In fact, I was part of the team that built out and made their charcuterie production room. So I actually have some history with the family and with the facility. They've been very good to me. They've been our home base of operations now since 2018 when we first started producing our fresh chorizo. So they've given us a really good, consistent production capacity. But I'm also looking for new production facilities outside of California. Variety of reasons, but I'd like to actually have it closer to me here in Idaho so I can keep a little better eye in terms of quality control, and also it'll help in terms of our overall price point, margins, helping with costs, that sort of thing. But for now, we're producing in Richmond. They do a great job for us, and we're very happy working with them. So finally, what would a partnership with Albertsons look like for us? Well, first and foremost, I love doing demos. I love going out to the public and having people try our chorizo. When I started the company, again, I've probably done well over 75 demos on my own up and down California, from Napa Valley down to Los Angeles. So I definitely want to be an active partner in terms of being able to get the chorizo out, having people try it, really establish the brand. And this also, I believe, capitalizes on what the market trend is. There is a consumer trend right now for high-end quality charcuterie. And without question, we are high-end quality charcuterie. And I think that ties in also with the idea of trading in and trading up. I know currently Albertsons carries Boar's Head, which is great product, but I think, when they have a look and a feel and a taste of our chorizo, you're going to get customers, slowly trickling over to us, and you're going to see an uptick of people purchasing our chorizo. And finally, we are a premium product. Again, we take a lot of pride in the ingredients that we use. We take a lot of pride in keeping it natural. We take a lot of pride in making the highest quality chorizo on the American market. And we believe that translates to higher margins. But again, we really love the product that we make. And we would love nothing more than an opportunity to work with Albertsons. So with that, thank you very much for your time and consideration. And I am happy to take any questions you might have.
This is Caitlin. Great presentation. You covered a lot of points and you're making me more hungry right now. But my question is, I don't know if I missed this. So you're not in any other retailers, correct?
The only other retailers that we are currently in, we are in a small specialty Spanish food store in the Bay Area called the Spanish Table. They have 3 locations, San Francisco, Berkeley, and Marin County. They've been with us since the beginning. We're also in a delicatessen restaurant where I grew up in Colusa County, California, called Granzella's. And then actually here in Boise, we're at the Bass Market. Which has been a really great fit for us. They've really enjoyed I love working with them. They've been really good cheerleaders for our product, and it seems like their customers have really enjoyed our chorizo.
This is Rachel, and the Basque Market has been a huge success for us at our Market Street stores. So we're very familiar with partnering with the Basque folks, and your packaging is absolutely gorgeous. What kind of shelf life do you have on your product?
So the shelf life that we have on our product is you're looking at about 4 months unopened for a link of chorizo. If you do open it, the best thing to do is to refrigerate it, but then you're looking at honestly, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So think of it like you would like salami, right? It's the same kind of idea. We might actually have a little less moisture than a traditional Italian salami does, but we have really great shelf life. I've been able to ship via our wholesale. We work with a wholesaler called Mabel online, and I've shipped to North Carolina, Texas, Florida, New York, and have had no issues at all whatsoever in doing it that way. So yeah, the shelf stability has been really great.
And outside of Boar's Head, do you, in the Idaho market for premium chorizo, do you have any other competitors that you guys would compete with?
I would say that honestly, that our main competition comes from Spain. So it's Palacios, it's Fermin, Doña Juana. So when I measure the quality of our chorizo, I measure it against the companies back in Spain, because I feel like that's who I'm really going up against. So in terms of American made, I'll be perfectly honest, I haven't found a true competitor, but it's the Spanish chorizos. And what I think that separates us from the Spanish chorizos and why we would do very well in an American market is because, we are an American made Spanish chorizo. So you're taking the best part of northern Spain, and you're doing it here with a real northern Spaniard, and the story behind it, and I just think that whole combination, that's what allows us to compete, honestly.
Great job, thank you.
No, thank you very much, and
Nice job.
Thank you, appreciate your time. Hope you enjoy the chorizo, and thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Bye.
My family in Mexico is incredibly proud that we're continuing their legacy, essentially. They are there for us, of course. They offer their support in every way possible. We're always reaching out to them and, asking them questions about this or that, because they know the business, they know the salsa, obviously, they know how it's produced and all that. And so it's so amazing to have them as a resource whenever we need them. And yeah, they are proud of us that we're doing it. I saw this as a huge opportunity for us to get in front of Albertsons execs, get our product in their hands, and to have them try it is huge for us. It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm so happy that we were able to do this. I'm Allison Corona, founder of Chicana Foods, and this is our pitch for the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Hello, my name is Allison, and I'm the founder of Chicana Foods. Chicana Foods is a family-owned gourmet salsa company based in Boise, Idaho. Our signature salsa machas are inspired by traditional family recipes used in Mexico to this day. We have a rich heritage and passion for food in my family. My mother's family started their own salsa company in Mexico 20 years ago. Their name is Pionero Salsas Mexicanas. Today they have 50 employees and produce salsa for thousands of Mexican families every week. Their success has been an inspiration to us, and we hope to grow our company while treating our employees like family, just as they have. 3 years ago, I lost my husband to suicide. It was a heartbreaking loss that shook me to my core. As I processed my grief, I began to ask what I wanted for myself moving forward. And then 2020 happened. And the pandemic and the murder of George Floyd changed me. It made me realize what I had always known, that this country struggles with racial injustices every day. I just never stopped to realize that I could do something about it. At the time, I had a career as a photographer and a social media professional that a lot of creatives would be envious of. And yet I knew that it wouldn't allow me to do the community work that I so desperately wanted to do. I understood that I might be able to make a decent living for myself, but I couldn't help my family or my community in a meaningful way. And that's when Chicana Foods was born. I quit my job in January of this year, and with the emotional support of my mother and my two sisters who are on the screen there, and the money that I was saving up for a home, to buy a home, I started Chicana Foods. Chicana Foods, to me, the word Chicana means a lot. This little quote on the screen says to be Chicano means to have been moved by social injustices to the point where the person sees it as his duty to fight wrongs wherever they may be found. So our product is salsa macha. Salsa macha is a surprising blend of rich, nutty, spicy flavor with a perfect touch of sweetness. The combination of ingredients is unlike anything that you've tried, and it's absolutely addictive. It comes from Veracruz, Mexico, on the Gulf Coast. Veracruz was colonized by the Spanish in the 16th century, and the combination of Spanish, indigenous, and African cultures created many unique foods that are not seen anywhere else in Mexico. Not only is our salsa unique, it's healthy. It's made using 3 very nutritious seeds: pumpkin, sesame, and sunflower. It has peanuts or cranberries. We have two salsas, olive oil, garlic, and dried chilies. There's no added preservatives and no added sugars. We started selling our salsas at 34th Street Market in Garden City on July 31st, and we sold out our very first day. Our customers raved about the taste, the versatility of the salsa, and the clean ingredients. By mid-August, we added the Caldwell Farmers Market to our schedule, and then we did 266 jars in August and then sold 360 jars in September. Our salsas are not just for chips, so they can be enjoyed on so many dishes. We love to put it on salads, eggs, avocado toast, ramen, tacos, and even ice cream. According to Statista, 218.1 million Americans used store-bought salsa in the United States in 2020. The figure is projected to increase to 224.6 million in 2024. And salsa matcha is gaining popularity in the United States. Foodies have started to talk about it, write about it, and seek it out. An article in the New York Times Magazine called it the most valuable condiment in 2020. Our direct competition is currently in larger metropolitan cities. The major difference is the oil that they're using. All but one of these companies on this list are using canola or vegetable oil. We know from the research that olive oil is a superior oil for good health, and our customers understand that. So Don Emilio's is the only one on this list that is importing their salsa from Mexico, and they're charging $8 for a 9-ounce jar, and they're using vegetable oil. Chili is based out of New York. They're charging $18 for a 9-ounce jar, and they're using canola oil. Macienda is based out of LA. They're charging $18 for a 10-ounce jar, and they're using grapeseed oil, which is another higher quality oil. Our customer, meet Sophia. Sophia is a 28-year-old orthodontist, single mother of 1 dog, who loves to travel. She is a health-conscious food lover who is always looking to be surprised by something she hasn't ever seen before. She reads the New York Times, the LA Times, Food and Wine, and Eating Well. She follows the ACLU, the Human Rights Watch, and the PBS on social media. She is passionate about social change and volunteers her time at the YMCA in their educational and leadership programs. She understands that her money holds power, and she spends it on brands that are making a difference in this world. Sophia is not alone, and we're here to work with Albertsons to see how many more Sophias we can reach. I appreciate your time, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our product with you. I look forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, this product is absolutely unlike anything I've ever had before. It's delicious. And your presentation, I want you to pack me a lunch every day. So thank you. Absolutely, just beautiful. Earlier in your presentation, you talked about you sold 266 jars at the markets. How would you ramp up your supply, and what does your shelf life look like if we were to bring it into, let's just say 30 stores to begin with? Second question, one more, sorry. And then where would it live in a grocery store to you? Where would you like to see this product?
So we're currently sharing a space with another food company. We currently make 145 jars a week and 580 a month. We could, with a bigger kitchen space, we could make up to 800 a month. Shelf life would, the cranberry one has a shorter shelf life. We're currently saying it's 6 weeks, but we haven't tested it. We're working on that. And then the peanut one is a lot longer. There's nothing in there other than like the olive oil that would go bad. So, and then the last question, I'm sorry, was where do I see it? Probably with like the specialty jams and stuff, or charcuterie boards.
This is Enrique.
Hello.
Great presentation. I gotta be honest, I being Hispanic, I've tried hundreds of salsas and they all come with chips, right? So I was excited to see a different twist here with yours. There's no tortilla chips or guacamole and all that stuff with it.
It's good on chips too, but it's much more than that.
Right, but you're showing that it's more than that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we plan to grow that.
Is this the same recipe as the one by your family and their own salsa company in Mexico? Is this the same recipe? Like,
It's very similar. It's not exactly the same. We've made We've made it our own.
right? No, just because tradition is important, and I think it's a great story. The
Yeah.
tradition alive from our, grandmas and our
Yeah.
aunts and ancestors.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Hope you loved it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
It was kind of my brainchild, and then Eric made it a reality. Because in the beginning of the pitch, we talk about how I had this herbal functional syrup that I was making, and I wanted to do it at the farmer's market on site and mix it with carbonated water. So I had this really elaborate scheme, and Eric was literally like, that's a terrible idea. That was literally what you told me. But then he was like, or we could do it this way. And so he kind of took my idea and ran with it and made it a reality in a way that we could get it out and like it be an actual product.
We're at that stage. With my experience in the brew world, I saw people grow, and we're at that stage where we need to take that next big step. Distributors, large chain grocery stores, and so getting on those shelves sort of paves the way for what's next for us and helps us really sort of enter into that world and learn how it works and learn how we can do it. I'm Eric.
And I'm Sam, and this is our pitch for the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Hi team, I'm Sam. I'm the co-founder and functional flavor wizard at Earth Beverage Company. In 2017, I was working for Whole Foods Market doing the purchasing and merchandising for the whole body department, which is the supplements and the body care together. I was also listening to a lot of the Side Hustle School podcast, and I decided I needed a side hustle of my own. So I was making these medicinal honey syrups that were super medicinal. I wanted to introduce people to herbs they otherwise wouldn't be exposed to, but I wanted to do it in a delicious way because herbal concoctions are notoriously disgusting. I had this very elaborate scheme where I was going to take the syrups and I was going to mix them on site at the farmer's market with carbonated water to make like an Italian soda. Enter my very no filter, very practical husband, Eric, who you met and you'll see again. He says, Sam, this is a terrible idea. But he follows with, we can do it better. So what began as an herbal syrup with poor execution is now a carbonated RTD functional beverage and a quest to fill a hole that we found in the category for simple, delicious products that are good for you, made by real humans with real ingredients. So the health market is inundated with healthy products, but the problem is people are sacrificing flavor for function, or they're focusing on taste and they're losing their ingredient integrity along the way. Companies are chasing nutrition stats, or they're following fad diets instead of just simple whole food approach. People are also moving away from these chemical isolated nutrients and these kind of frankenfoods. There's this big farm to table movement, or farm to can as we call it. This I know you've heard of. There's also a big zero proof sober curious movement going on. Move over craft beer because Switchell is here. Our consumers want to imbibe. They want to have interesting drinks, but they don't want to suffer later. So a good example of this is Beth. Beth is our avatar or our profile. She's a 30-something working woman. She works at a marketing firm. The cool thing about Beth is she can enjoy our product all day. So she can go and have her spin class and then drink a Switchell to recover and rehydrate afterwards. She can have it in the afternoon as a pick-me-up, or in the evening, she either A, has a ready-to-go cocktail, she just puts a shot in it, or B, she can completely negate the alcohol and just have our product. There's also another subset of people that we serve. After the last 3 years of direct-to-consumer sales in farmers markets and events, we've realized there are other people that benefit from Earth. So these people I'm going to tell you about are like legit, actual consumers of ours. So we have Dustin, and Dustin is the engineering student and gamer. He drinks our products while he's studying or leveling mages, whatever nerds do. And then there's Mimi. Mimi is our favorite sober curious consumer. She's the fiddle player of our favorite band, and she's new to sobriety. So we actually ship cases of product to wherever she's going to be, so she has something to hold in her can so people don't ask her awkward questions about if she's in recovery. It also helps her to stay on track. And then we have Holly, who is like the archetypal mom, and Holly doesn't let her kids eat anything processed at all. Her kids literally only drink Earth Bevco. Our products are medicinally minded for the holistically curious, and so are our consumers. They have a diverse set of needs, and we have the solution. So enter Earth Bevco. We have honey-sweetened Switchells and botanical sodas. They are a simple is better, back to the land, farm-to-can approach to the entire functional beverage line. No refined sugars, literally nothing artificial, never alcohol. We're a logical replacement for sports drinks, for sodas, and for chemical-laden zero cow products. Our switchels in particular is what we're known for, and they're based on a 17th century of what was the Gatorade of the time. We call it America's OG functional beverage. There's 1 tablespoon of apple cider vinegar per can in our products, organic honey, apple cider vinegar, and then whatever fruits or roots we put in there. The cool thing about switchels is that we are converting the kombucha consumers within the category to trade in and trade up for an electrolyte drink that is prebiotic based, that's less funky than kombucha, has no refined sugar, no caffeine, and not even trace amounts of alcohol. This quote that's up here is by Dr. Axe. He's a well-known, he's a chiropractor and functional medicine doctor, and he's saying that kombucha is going to have to move over because switchel is on its way, and we're here for it. So here's some of the category stats. So the functional beverage category is obviously booming right now. It reached $125 billion in 2020, and it's projected to reach $217 billion by 2028. Our particular segment, which is the health and well-being segment, is the fastest moving within that. So now you're curious, you want to know where you can get us. These are just a few of the places. We actually have 50 retail partners right now. You can get us in bars, we're in restaurants, coffee shops, we're in quite a few break rooms around town. We're a really great grab and go. We also do grocery. I'm just going to highlight this really quick. So our velocity at the Boise Farmers Market is really excellent. We have 120 units a week between the 2 co-ops. I'm just going to leave that there so you can soak that in. Here's some fun things for our trajectory for the year. We've sold 70,000 single unit cans from January to September so far, just this year. This we're very proud of. In 2020, we launched an e-commerce site to help us navigate the pandemic. We currently have 114 monthly subscribers. Idaho, which is our home state, is obviously our biggest market. California is a massive market for us, followed by Oregon. So, and this is a fun trend for us. So in 2019, we were making around 90,000 in sales. In 2020, we were around 100,000 in sales. We had a big scale up, and so far year to date, we're at $256,000 in sales. So we sell single unit cans that MSRP for $4.99. They're 16 ounces. We also do a 4-pack that MSRPs at $15.99. And you're wondering, how do we get these products to our people? Literally any way that we can. We drive trial with tons of events. We're very active in our community. We make a ruckus on the social channels because we know that if we can get the product into people's mouths, we can get it into their baskets. This is the team. This is it, the 2 of us. So I'm Sam. I'm a master herbalist. I studied both Western herbalism and Chinese medicine. I studied nutrition at Bowman College. And then I spent 8 years in the health food sector. I worked for both natural grocers and Whole Foods Market. But I could not captain plan this project without my husband, Eric. Together, we're the dream team. I'm going to toot your horn for a minute.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Eric has a master's in biology. He studied culinary arts at Johnson & Wales. He has a decade of experience in production of beer. He worked at Odell Brewing in Fort Collins, and then he most recently worked at Payette, our very own Payette here. So he is a master of production and operations, and his flavor formulas are amazing. I'm going to let you explain the more technical side.
Okay, thanks for letting us trade off here and following along with us. I'm going to talk to you about our current production facility, how we source our ingredients, and then sort of finish out with a little bit about what our plans are for the future. So this is our production facility. It is in Garden City. It's a 1,900 square foot facility that we bootstrapped ourselves. By looking at the picture there, you can see a whole bunch of really cool equipment. That white thing over there in the corner is our reverse osmosis unit. So we're able to take that fine Garden City water and make it even better. We want to put perfectly clean and wonderful water into our product. I custom designed some of this stainless steel with some friends of mine in the brew industry. It's a 350-gallon tank, and we have 2 350-gallon bright tanks or carbonation tanks that I perfectly carbonate the product with before we package it. We also have a 2,000 square foot cooler where we keep all of our cold storage. All of our product needs to be cold stored, so it's really important that it stays cold. That's just what happens when you use real ingredients without preservatives. Speaking of real ingredients, we are proud to say that we get 2 of our main ingredients from right here in the Treasure Valley. We source our honey from steel apiaries and our vinegar from Golden Valley vinegar. Obviously, we can't always get local produce, whether that's seasonality or because consumers demand something more exotic and something more tropical. When that happens, I personally go out and vet companies for sustainability and quality. A great example of that is Kolokai Ginger Farms in Kauai, Hawaii, where we get all of our ginger from. So you know where we make it, you know how we get our ingredients, but can we make enough? Is this scalable? Well, I'm happy to say that it is. We're currently at 25% of what we can do. We're making about 5,000 cans per month, and we can do 5,000 cans a week. So we have plenty of capacity to scale up and even make more. So we can make a lot, but how do we plan on selling it? Well, we did 250 so far this year in 2021. And that was just Sam and I by ourselves. We understand that we need to grow this company, and in order to do that, we need to work with distributors and large chain grocery stores. To be honest, we built a lot of value in Earth Bevco, the brand and the can itself. Our cans are $5 a pop, and customers don't bat an eye. Because of that, we feel like we have a lot of pricing power, and as we move forward in these relationships, we're going to really be able to have a mutually beneficial relationship with both distributors and grocery chains. So, if we win, what we want to do with our funds, we want to hire a sales rep because we're going to need help. We understand that our product just isn't going to get on the Albertsons shelves and move itself. We need to do work as well. So we want to hire a sales rep that we can do a lot of developing sort of marketing plans for so that we can make sure that our product flies off the shelves. In closing, I just want you guys to know that we do understand that it's a mutually beneficial relationship and that we need to work hard to make sure that we get the velocity we need so that we can both benefit from this relationship. Thank you very much, and I'll bring Sam up for further questions.
Hi, Sam and Eric. This is really good stuff.
That's a good one.
I was curious about switching costs. You have multiple, I'm sure you probably have more than just the 4 that were in our 4-pack. So how do you, is there a base beverage that you then add things to? Do you have to mix them all independently? Kind of talk to me a little bit about how that works when you're manufacturing different flavors.
Yeah, so it kind of depends on, what it is. Our Switchels definitely have a base, and that is the apple cider vinegar, fresh pressed ginger, and honey. When we're doing something more like a botanical soda, the world is kind of our oyster as far as what we want to do. Our botanical sodas, the one you're drinking right there, does not have apple cider vinegar or ginger in it. That's more focused on the medicinal mushrooms and then some of these more antioxidant fruits. So it's really just kind of our oyster. I have a lot of different ways, kind of technical ways that we can introduce these things. We are most known for our Switchels, but the botanical sodas sell really well for those people who don't like the vinegar taste.
This is Caitlin. Sorry if I missed this, but what is your shelf life? Because these obviously have to be cold. So I'm assuming that they would probably, what would your idea be on where these would be housed? Like I'm thinking like, would they be in the kind of the produce area with the other kombucha drinks? Is that your thought process?
Yeah, we generally are on the shelves right near the kombucha. One of the great spots for us is right next to the Kavita, which they do an apple cider vinegar product as well. They're owned by Pepsi, I believe. But when you put us right next to them, people understand that and they trade in and trade up for our product. We are right now currently at a 90-day shelf life. Once the product is purchased, essentially that's more based on my flavor profile. I think that the flavors start falling off after 90 days. And that's something that in the future, I think that we're very willing to work with developing, further and trying to figure some of those things out.
Have you thought about a glass bottle versus a can just due to the aluminum can shortages we're having? Does that raise your cost up quite a bit right now?
It would. The reason we go aluminum, I know there's been a little bit of a shortage. We haven't had a problem yet. I know some people have. The can, it's just more recyclable, especially here in Idaho. I don't know if you know this, but we don't really recycle our glass here. It all goes out to a giant pile in the desert. So we just feel like in some ways that can be more sustainable. Also just shipping, if we wind up being regional and we're going other places, throwing pallets of glass on, it's heavier, it's more costly for those kind of things. So we just feel like cans is the better way to go.
Plus, the experience of popping open a can's more fun than opening a bottle. Yeah, it's just better. Thanks for spending your afternoon here. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Cocoa Bombs' biggest inspiration actually came from Ferrero's Kinder Egg. It was like the hollow chocolate shell that you eat, and on the inside was this plastic toy that you broke open and then built together to make a little toy. That concept really stuck with me, and so I had this sudden urge to go out and create something. And really that day, all the forces in the universe, I guess, joined together, because I remember scrolling through Instagram and I was coming across a lot of hot cocoa. It was starting to get cold. And then next thing I know, I saw like bath bombs, and it really just led to the invention of Cocoa Bombs. The name actually came just from those bath bomb videos, and then, the hot cocoa. And once I ran the different names I was testing, Cocoa Bombs was really the one that just stuck out to me. My name is Eric Torres Garcia. I'm the founder of Cocoa Bombs and Eric's Original Cocoa Bombs, and this is our pitch for Trail Mix's 2021 competition. Hello everyone, my name is Eric Torres Garcia. I'm the founder of Cocoa Bombs LLC and the inventor of Eric's Original Cocoa Bombs. All right, so I'm gonna get right into it because there's a lot to cover in such a short amount of time. So hot cocoa was actually a product that was invented around 500 BC by the Mayans, and it's a product that's pretty much stayed consistent over centuries. Not a lot's really changed about it. You go to the grocery store, walk to the hot cocoa aisle, and you'll see a couple different flavors, but they're all in one shape, which is powder. So there wasn't really a problem that existed, rather an opportunity that was discovered by Cocoa Bombs. And this is really where the magic happens. So essentially, we created an entire disruption in the market. And I'm gonna give a little bit of a backstory from when we started to where we are today. So back in 2019, I had actually just come back from living abroad in Italy for 2 years. And during my time there, I worked at a gelato shop, and I was living in a city that was very passionate about confections and chocolate. I came across a lot of different candies, and Cocoa Bombs' biggest inspiration was actually by Ferrero's Kinder Egg. I'm sure you guys have seen the US version, but in Europe, there's a completely different version. So in Europe, the Kinder Eggs is a hollow chocolate shell filled with a toy on the inside. Essentially, you eat the chocolate shell, and then you have this little capsule that you pop open, and it becomes this little toy that you can put together. So after I came back from my time abroad in Europe, I kept this concept in the back of my mind of trying to recreate some sort of product to bring to the US market with that concept. I took a job in accounting, and I was actually pretty miserable doing that. The workload was not that great, the hours were long, and I didn't really like the numbers in front of my screen all day. And so one December, actually, I just had this sudden urge to start creating and playing around with this idea that I had in my mind. And long story short, the very first prototype of a Cocoa Bomb came up. And I took this video, posted it to all my personal social media pages, and it got a lot of attention, but it never really converted into sales. So I took all the videos down from every channel, and then I went back and I built a website in about a day. And after I had a website up, I reposted the video, and this time I reposted it to TikTok. And this is right around the time where TikTok was really starting to blow up. So I posted this video, and within minutes, it had gone viral, and my first order came in. And by the end of the day, I had, in 8 hours, done over $7,000 in sales. I had to make over 1,000 bombs, and I had to ship out hundreds of orders all over the US, and it wasn't even a legal entity at this point, so I had really no idea what to do. Fast forward, I got all the paperwork, trademark filed, and I basically just got to work and started figuring out how to make these things, how to package them, how to label them, and how to ship them. So that was 2019 in a nutshell. 2020 was when we really saw a blast of demand we were unable to meet. So we were interviewed by the Washington Post, and they created this whole story on our product, which then led to a major publishing company based out of London that reached out to me and wanted me to write this book on 40 do-it-yourself-at-home recipes. So we really became this novel invention and actually became an unintentional product leader for this item. The book is now pending distribution. It's actually coming out 10 days from today. It was supposed to be out on the 28th, but due to logistical issues this year, they had to push that forward. But it's being distributed all across Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and the US, and all major English-speaking countries, Walmart, Target, Barnes & Nobles, and a few other bookstores. So there was really a lot of innovation waiting to happen in the candy industry, and this is what took off. We're at about 20,000 followers on our TikTok, and if you Google who invented Cocoa Bombs, you'll see my name pop up. So with this, though, really came a lot of expectations, and actually, I'm very proud to say that since the very first day I invented this, I kept the product with making it with very high quality premium ingredients. So currently, all of our bombs are naturally flavored. We use an SQF supplier. Our chocolate is also SQF supplied. So we're actually a part of the Cacao Horizons Foundations. And this is a program that our supplier uses to improve the livelihoods of cacao farmers in underdeveloped countries. And it's sourcing sustainable and ethically sourced products. So this is the healthier product because it contains better for you ingredients. We use 100% real chocolate, all natural flavor additives, and this is something your conscious consumer is going to buy for their kids, grandmas, grandparents, friends, families, and loved ones. All of this, of course, really wouldn't matter if it was not made in Idaho. So we actually make our plastics within a 1.5-hour radius in Idaho of Boise, and our boxes are actually also sourced within a 2.5-hour radius of our new manufacturing facility in Blackfoot, which I'll get into in the next couple of slides. And we make, mold, and package everything out of that facility as well. So we've had a lot of people breaking down our doors to try to get their hands on our products. This is the order they've reached out to us. So 2019, we had Sam's Club wanting to put an order with us. And then followed by that, we had Costco Canada that wanted to place an order with us. And then we also had Kroger reach out to us early spring this year to have our products put on their shelves all across their stores. We've also had a lot of smaller retail chains and big retail chains as well that have reached out to us over the past couple of months to have a private label opportunity where we make the items and they sell them under their name. So market size and sales, as you can see, 2019 and 2020 were fairly good years for us. We were just limited by the amount of space we had. So this year, we've actually just finished construction of a 6,000 square foot facility where we're going to be making and distributing and selling all of our products from this wholesale location. And this year, Q4, this is what we estimate. We are a little bit late in the game because our facility was delayed in construction over the past couple of months just because developers had hard times finding contractors and so on. But we've switched mainly from direct to consumer to a more B2B wholesale food service and co-packing business model. 2021, this is what we expect to do. 2022 and 23, that's what we project once we land one key account. So with every successful product comes some sort of market imitators. Our biggest selling point is that we are made in the United States. Not only that, in the great state of Idaho. As you can see, both of our competitors have these products made overseas and imported in. We use all natural flavors for our products versus artificial ingredients. We craft small batches using premium ingredients, and we also offer a wide variety of flavors. So this is really our biggest selling points, not to mention these things are actually flying off the shelves through our wholesale channels already. We can't make them fast enough, but we're trying to stick to the people and buyers that are able to represent our brand well. So none of this would have really been possible without the support of a great team and an awesome supply chain. We recently partnered with Vessel, which is a supply chain company based out of Boise. We've also had a lot of help through Boise State University. We've worked closely with Tech Help to develop a food safety plan. We've also had a lot of guidance from Idaho Candy Company. We've used also Shamrock Foods. And then that photo that you see in the background right there is our new facility. It's a little bare in the photo. We now have a lot more items inside, but that just kind of gives you the scope of how we're going to be able to scale up. And we've also had the support of an amazing team. My mom has actually taken on the role of being operations manager of the facility who handles hiring and training. We have a lot of guidance from our awesome legal advisor who is over at Dempsey Foster, also in Boise. And we also have Stratton and Associates, who are also in Boise, helping us with the accounting and financial side of things. We've also worked closely with America's Small Business Development Center right here at Idaho, and also the Idaho Women's Business Center. So we really hope that these are some products that can land on Albertsons this holiday season. These things are flying off the shelves everywhere else. We can't make them fast enough, and we want people to carry our products that represent our brand well. I've played around with a lot of ideas on how we can go about marketing this opportunity. Perhaps we could do a meet and greet and so on, but I'm hoping you guys have enjoyed the samples that I sent out your way. And now's the time for questions, and if you guys have anything you'd like to ask, feel free to do so.
Hey, great presentation, Eric.
Thank you.
I have a 11-year-old daughter and a 17-year-old daughter, and TikTok fans like super ecstatic to see this product, and they had to see the whole procedure and the explosion, so that was great. But I'm curious, what about your product's great packaging too, by the way.
Thank you.
Have you had any what about with like coffee companies, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, coffee is
Yeah.
a big deal right now.
Yeah.
Coffee companies, some obviously the big ones nationwide, and those are usually year round.
Mhm.
Is something that have had any interest in you?
Yeah.
Product that they can offer year round. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, actually, so we've been contacted by some fairly large companies all across the US. There's been a couple tea companies, some coffee restaurants that have reached out to us to start working and developing on a product that we would be able to carry year round through their channels. And that's something that's still sort of in the development stage. You know, this itself took about a year to really develop. So that's kind of where we are right now in terms of that. But like I said, you know, there's people really knocking down our doors, just trying to figure out where to get these, how many we can sell them, and how quick we can turn around.
Great presentation, great packaging. I'm
Thank you.
Either a fan or a huge packaging is my nemesis. So this is, it presents well, it opens well, it works well, and thankfully you're in Idaho where
Yes.
hot chocolate sells year round, right?
Yes.
So in Texas and Florida, not so much.
Yep.
What are your top 2 best selling
Of course.
SKUs?
Yes. So we actually have 10 different flavors. I wish I could have gotten out all those 10 flavors to you guys, but we just didn't have enough time with the entire move and everything. But our top 2 selling items continue to be standard milk chocolate, which I'm sure all of you guys got a box of. And then that's actually followed by either s'mores or peppermint. It really just depends on the time of year. We see s'mores sell a lot during the fall. We see also pumpkin spice, your more spicy flavors sell right now. And then we see we see peppermint just fly off the shelves come November, December. January, we start to see milk chocolate sell again, but milk chocolate sells 4 to 1 compared to everything else that we have on our product offerings right now. That's including corporate gifting, you know, coffee shops, bakeries, and so on, retail chains. That's really what they love to carry.
Yeah, I love how it says, like, you know, because sometimes not every packaging says this, but I like how the back says in the heart of Boise, Idaho, right?
Yes.
So it's like we can really put that local
Yep.
tag on there.
Yeah.
It just resonates more with it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'm really proud to know that everything started here in Boise, and I still have a lot of my advice, you know, legal counsel, CPAs, Business Development Center, my mentor, Idaho Candy Company that I work with, all here in the local area. All right, thank you so much, everybody, for this opportunity, and I look forward to hearing back from you guys soon.
Great job, Eric. And it,
Thank
and
you,
it tastes
thank you.
great, by the way.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, cheers, thank you.
I guess to avoid being the same product that's already out there, the idea was, how can I make a better snack? What does that mean? What does that look like? What do I want it to look like? What does that taste like? What will that smell like? And then one idea became another, and one moment became another moment of, wow, this is really cool. Could I make it better? Oh, that's really nice. What can I do to keep it this chewy, but make it, but not too hard, not too soft, and it went from one to another of a flavor, of smell, of taste. Sometimes it was too much spice, and it's always evolving and it's always changing.
and then eventually being okay with, okay, I feel good with selling this experience of this flavor, whether it's pineapple or mango. And I love hearing from people's different opinions, because at the end of the day, when they pay you, when they say thank you, this is amazing, that in itself is worth every minute that I spent creating this. My name is Juan Morales. I'm the founder of Naughty Fruit, and this is our pitch for the Trail Mix Pitch Competition. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for having me here. I'm very excited, a little nervous, but more than nothing, super excited. Just happy to be here. My name is Juan Morales, and before we get into Naughty Fruit, why technically we're here, let me tell you a little bit about myself so you have an idea as to why Naughty Fruit, in a sense. There's about 6 items there: family, community, nutrition, growth, legacy, and love. And a couple weeks ago, I was able to analyze myself, the business, and I was reminded of a couple things. I took a semester of business abroad in Lyon, France. It's known for one of the best places for food in France, in Europe, depends who you ask. My tradition is, I am traditionally from Mexico, first generation Boise State alumni. First to do a lot of things in my family. First to go to France and go to school. And so I took a semester in France to go to school. And I love to eat. We all love to eat. And what I got most out of that experience was not only our Latinos, also very family oriented, but the French also like to share experiences and life around food, wine, fromage, bread, cheese. And it reminded me that the intent into why they do what they do with the cheese and the food and the drinks and wine was always an intent of love, passion. And so at times it's not so much as to how complex the items are. It's more of, it was made with love, made with attention, made to unite communities, made to gather, and made with love. And so I came home, went to school, I finished school, and then that stuck in my head for a while. A couple years later, in front of you, there's a photograph of my family. A couple siblings are missing there, but it's my father, my mother, my sister, my brother right there. And we run a small company called Morales Homemade. We sell tamales. And of course, we also sell fruit cups. As you can see in my mom's hand, that's mango cups. And so I still got stuck with, like, what can I do? Because my parents do the tamales and my siblings help out. But it's like, what can I do that could be my creation that I can share with the world? A little bit of my family. How can I unite community? How can I create something that's nutrient dense? How can I grow it? What can I be proud of when I create something, and then it can outlast me? And then of course it's got to be made with love. So Naughty Fruit became a thing, and along the way, it's part of who I am. All this embodies me into a bag of dry fruit. Well, the dry fruit. So let's get started with Naughty Fruit. There's a couple issues, I guess, in the world of dry fruit where we're all used to the whole trail mix stuff, not considering the program, but the actual trail mix brands and the pumped up sugar that they add, for longevity. It's been quite a few years that anybody has ever made anything more than what it is. Either it's simple, okay with flavor, or it's very, very chocolate with sugar. It's super sweet, not the most palatable. So I figured, I'm like, well, why don't I make something that's new, that's not sugared up, that's maybe nutrient dense, that's healthy, that's tasty, and that's easy to go. So this is what I created, Naughty Fruit. It's the dehydrated spiced fruit snack. We have 4 flavors: pineapple, mango, apple, and mix. And our important process, along with obviously the dry fruit, is making sure that it's local. We use, and you guys are probably trying it right now, we use local apples. I'm holding a bunch of pears right there from Sim Farms, which we use in Marsing there. Obviously, we don't grow mangoes in this area or pineapple, so we use what we can that's local. Part of the community is be involved with community, support community, process products for community, and of course, the freshness is a big deal. The next process that makes it special is the cutting. The cutting and the dehydrating are cut a certain way for certain experience. They're dried a certain way. I think a lot of you guys have heard what's considered as raw. And so in our world, we like to do it at a low temperature. The raw concept is like from 105 to 115 degrees Fahrenheit. It depends who you ask. But that area allows you to be able to dehydrate in where enzymes don't get cooked up and where it still becomes nutrient. And so that's part of the process that allows Naughty Fruit to be unique and tasty and delicious. The next aspect, where you guys mentioned, obviously quality is important. It's important to us as well. We use all natural fruits. This is where simple is best. Keep it simple, keep it delicious. We try our best to acquire the fruit at a fresh intersection and then process it at the best process that we can, which is fresh right off the vine, or technically off the tree for apples and pears. And we get, like I said, some of our fruits from Central and South America. Apples, mango, pineapples, and bananas. And so fresh is important, all natural, keep it simple. Our spice blend is where we add 3 ingredients. Well, the fruit's the 4th, I guess, but yeah, we add 3 ingredients. So it's like salt, chili powder, and lemon. What kind, how many? That's a good question. Proprietary spice blend, so we can tell you that one. But we make it subtle, we make it flavorful, we make it simple. And then the last part of the process of Naughty Fruit is the packaging. So I live in Teton Valley, Idaho, which is like Yellowstone National Park, the Tetons, and it's beautiful. That's my backyard. And so I said, how can I help the ambient? Because the more we consume, the more we waste. Then it goes to to landfills and it becomes an issue. So as soon as I could, I started to identify packaging, and biodegradable was something that we're not going to change. We want to do it biodegradable. And obviously, as we grow, we will look into compostable and so on and so forth. But that's important to us. So our packages are biodegradable as well. A little bit of the market, the U.S. market. I was able to Google this. It's not rocket science. Right now, I guess technically 2020, the market was valued in the USA. The market was valued at 10.4 billion, and the growth is at 5.35. So there's percentage. So there's money to be made. Obviously, it's not gonna stop. Fruit's gonna continue to be consumed. At Naughty Fruit, a couple numbers that we had for you guys, and again, this is part-time. I've been doing Naughty Fruit part-time. In 2019, we did a little bit under $25,000 in sales, and this is throughout the year, in peaks and valleys, depending. Because again, our market is in Jackson, Wyoming. Our market is small towns. Our market is skiers and people that are outdoors out there. Lowest hanging fruit. Lowest hanging fruit, pretty much try to keep it local just so I can create momentum. For 2020, it was $49,000, so a little under $50,000. And right now, and again, this is obviously COVID affected us a little bit, but we readjusted, we organized ourselves, and then we grind, we hustled. And then 2021, we're projecting 85,000 plus. Again, it's still technically part-time because my other job is doing the roast tamales, the Morales homemade, the hot foods, and the catering that I do with my family. So there's money to be made. We're making money. It's working out. This here is some of the brands that are out there already. Well, Naughty Fruit's out there, but we're not that big yet. But we have Dang, we have Ryan, and we have Bear. A lot of these are products already that exist. They're a little bit similar to us, different to us. Some other companies are doing veggies. Obviously, the trends change, and people want healthier. People want less sugar, no sugar. Ryan did a good job where they dry it with the skin on, which is a little bit different, unorthodox, but it's working. People are purchasing. They want healthy options. On the far right is my Naughty Fruit with different options, and on the bottom left, I guess bottom right is the strawberry heart. So we do strawberries as well. But again, something comparable that we're not a multi-million-dollar company yet, as Ryan is or Bear or Dang, but we can be. So here we go. This is a couple comparables from weight per ounce per bag, the price point for our bags, and then obviously shipping. The average units, I guess, ounces is from 3 to 3.5. Bears at 2.7 ounces, and then underneath there we have the price per ounce. I am a little bit on the higher end, but again, what I was reminded the other day is, well, I don't just do fruit. I do quality fruit. I have a clientele that is willing to pay for quality stuff with nutrient dense products, and so we're okay with that. Obviously, we're flexible with all of this to be able to grow and expand. We understand that being able to get into different markets, we have to lower our price and so on and so forth. But again, we're flexible. Price point's a little bit different. Like I said, I'm a little higher. And then shipping from one bag at $1.75 to 6 bags, $6.95. We eat a little bit of the shipping because we want to get people to try them. When I get them, want you to try naughty fruit and put it in your mouth and see what I mean when I'm saying like delicious, unique, tasty, all that stuff. Because once you try it, you're kind of hooked. So again, Bear has free shipping with Amazon. Ryan does. I think you get like a discount after $20. I think it's free shipping after $20. And Dang is at about $5. A couple things to consider. Here is on the right side. I'm assuming it's like mirrored. So on the right side, you have all of our places where we sell and resell. We're currently working with QFD, which is a distributor in Montana. They picked us up about a year and some change ago. So we've been working with them. They've been fantastic. Whole Foods also in Jackson, Wyoming. They're one of our clients. Again, we love working with local businesses. The rest of a lot of them are resort town. I mean, it's a resort town where I live. So Targhee is a resort area. Jackson Hole Ski Resort, the Village, there are resort areas. And a lot of these, like I said, we created a niche item, a new item that will be able to take care of a lot of issues and then increase, have value in when you consume it. So a lot of these are very specific clients. The square footage that we have right now in our shop is 650 square feet. We're using 40% of that for naughty fruit, including the storage. The other 60% of that space is used for catering for my family business, which again is Riley's Homemade. But again, we're ready to scale up. Everybody's on board. And then before I forget, my clients, the people that we're trying to make this for, the naughty fruit, is myself. I'm Latino. I'm considered Latinx. Generations growing up here, backgrounds in spices. The Gen Z, the Americans that are growing here with culture, with variety, with diversity, with spice. Those are the people that I'm going for. Obviously, simple ingredients, health conscious, clean eating, and obviously no added sugar. And so I believe my next one is, why don't you guys let me know? And I would love to eat naughty fruit with you guys together. And this picture is obviously one of your shelves here at the Broadway store. And the one thing that's missing is something local. There's a lot of companies there, but I would love to work with you guys. And that's me. Thanks for your time, guys. Any questions?
Thank you. That was a great presentation. And frankly, I really like your product. One of the things that's always steered me away from dehydrated is what you mentioned earlier, how extremely sweet it tends to be. And I think that your spice, I'm not sure what is, but whatever the spices you put on it is a really nicely counteracts that sweetness. And it's really quite good. Of your competitors, I'm not very familiar with them. Are any of them doing something like that with the spice?
I believe Bear is doing apple chips, and I believe they add the traditional cinnamon and whatnot. They dehydrate, but they also bake. But it's more of a chip concept. I guess who here hasn't had chips with cinnamon and sugar on them, or apple chips and stuff. So they're doing that as well.
Could you tell us a little bit about your margin in percentage? You are one of the higher priced products, but roughly what is your margins?
So at the moment right now, I've started to buy bulk. As you saw, I started to buy a pallet worth and so on and so forth. So the last time my margins were about 72%, which is nice. I haven't done a full throttle study on the breakdown of what my apple costs now, as opposed to my apple. I'm buying apples by the bin here at Sims, which significantly reduces my price. And that, like I said, I had to sit down and go over that just to get specifics. A lot of this was done in the last 2.5 weeks presentation. So I've been just trying to focus on, one, getting product done, for my clients, and two, getting this presentation done. But I'd be happy to sit down with my accountants and break it down specifically, because I would like to know as well.
Yeah, but it sounds like you have some flexibility there if you had to mess with the price point. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. You can always go. It's easier to go down in price than to go up, from what I keep hearing. So we're flexible. We're very flexible. So all of it, we're doing it. So
Juan, great presentation.
Thank you.
I opened the mango.
It's my favorite.
And I gotta say that when I opened it and took the smell, it was like a fresh cup of mango sliced with the tahini, with the little powder, right?
Yeah.
Great job, great taste. Packaging is also very attractive.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
A great job with that. Do you plan to? I see you have like mixed fruit, mango, pineapple. How many different variations do you have altogether?
Sure.
What are, you know?
Sure. At the moment, we created 4 because Brolums was asking us for 4. QFD, everybody was asking us for 4, and like I said, I'm learning as I'm going, and I said, okay, I'll buy what I can, and we'll build. The initial was 2 or 3 flavors. I didn't know that people wanted more, so I started with 4. I would love to add a banana one. Banana seems to be surprisingly popular, and it's a really good margin, and that's our foundation. What I'm trying to do as well is once we get settled and we have a foundation of these flavors, I've been working on what we call super naughty fruit, where we consider adding super spices, turmeric, sage, cinnamon, and increasing obviously nutrients to a snack. Because how many kids love taking those little pills that we give them? It's not fun. But when you add a little bit of cinnamon or a little bit of turmeric to pineapple, you're giving them extra nutrients. And so we're trying to do the super naughty fruit, and then at some point, if we have to, we'd be happy to do what we call naked naughty fruits, where it's just bare, where it's just like traditional, just again to create options, because not everybody wants to have a little bit of spice or even a little bit of seasoning on their fruit, but we gotta give them options. So I've been developing flavors here and there for the last few years. Still part-time, but I'm ready. I'm ready to do full-time, and I'm making those changes as the year ends, and then next year begins. So
This is Caitlin. So my question is, if you were to be an Albertsons in, let's say, 30 stores, would you be able to supply those? And if so, how soon?
Sure. Well, the answer is yes. I would obviously sit down with you and go over numbers, quantity. It would be a couple months, but there's a lot of details that need to be covered. We would love to. We would love to work with you guys. The concept of this was not only to give me some perspective, but also to plan forward. We are already, like I said, we broke down the space that we have. It's not even a half. And I've already been talking to my family about my other business that we need to focus on what's successful. And right now it's Naughty Fruit, and we would happily push forward and expand. But yeah, I would say several months to be precise. But again, I would love to get some feedback from numbers and quantity and so on and so forth. And that comes from you guys.
Thank you, Juan. Great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
How about that, folks? 7 outstanding presentations by 7 outstanding finalists. They're joining us on Zoom right now, and we're getting ready to announce the winner at 6:30. So make sure you stay tuned and join us at 6:30. The winners have been waiting for almost 2 weeks to find out themselves, but we're all going to find out together. So stay tuned. We'll see you back at 6:30. Welcome back, everyone. This is the long-anticipated announcement of the Trail Mix winner. Like I said earlier, our contestants have been waiting almost for 2 weeks to find out who won. It's been really hard to keep that a secret, but we've managed. I have with me Melissa from Albertsons, my fellow co-chair Nick Krabs. Melissa is a digital media professional, and she's here to represent Albertsons for us today.
I am. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Welcome to the show. Glad to have you. Before we get started, I want to sort of set the table. We will announce a second place winner for $5,000 and a first place winner for the grand prize of $25,000 and the much coveted Albertsons shelf space. However, guess what? There's a surprise. We have a third check. This third check is called our Impact Award. It came about through a board member of mine, Andy Scoggin, who's a former Albertsons executive. He's also a partner at Stage.O and runs his own fund called Scoggin Capital Investments. Andy really insisted on giving away an award to what he called the presenter that's going to pull on my heartstrings. I talked him into calling it the Impact Award, and that's how we arrived at the third check. But you know, it's these kinds of partnerships that really make Entrepreneur Week what it is people being generous and willing to donate more money so we can give it away to entrepreneurs.
Well, and we talk about this every year. So we see, gosh, I don't know how many pitches and pitch decks throughout a typical Entrepreneur Week. And each year there's an entrepreneur who maybe won't rise to be the finalist who takes home the grand prize, but we're always like, man, we want to encourage them to keep going, right? The story resonated with us. It was something that was important. And so I give a lot of credit to Andy coming in this year and coming to us with this idea, because I know every year we have like a couple of them where we really know that like they just need that extra bit of encouragement. And so being able to write a check is a really exciting way to encourage them to keep going. Something to note about the Impact Award is this is not just Trail Mix. So there's one check that was looked at through the entire slate of pitch competitions. So one team was picked all the way through the slate of competitions. So that's 5 different pitch competitions. So in some ways it was harder to win the Impact Award check just because you're in competition with a lot of other teams. So I know that's the one that we're going to do first. Thanks again to Andy Scoggin and Scoggin Capital Investments for coming to us with this idea. It's a really great partnership. We know there are other funds who are interested in doing this kind of stuff here in Idaho. We're really excited to be able to offer these kind of prizes in addition to our normal prize package, and we always encourage you to reach out to us. I do want to say that our contestants are live with us here on Zoom, and they're not twiddling their thumbs. I think they're actually on the edge of their seats. So we're going to try and get through these quickly for their benefit, since you already had to wait 2 weeks, and this last 5 minutes I'm sure feels like a lifetime. So thank you so much for everyone joining us, and to all of you tuning in live. So without further ado,
let's fly in a check.
Let's get started.
Yeah. This is the best part of this competition, so we're always excited to be able to hand out checks.
With these giant checks.
Yes.
So the Impact Award winner is
Chicana Foods.
Woo! $5,000 to Chicana Food. Allison, congratulations.
Congratulations. All right.
Thank you.
So what Andy shared with me, Allison, is that him and his entire family watched your pitch and that they were just very moved by it. And so he insisted that you are the Impact Award winner.
And I can say, we all just watched Trail Mix here in real time like everyone else did. And, we certainly had a similar reaction from what Andy did. And so keep going, keep doing what you're doing. We're excited to see you grow. Congratulations.
We love Chicana Foods.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to second place. Should we fly in another check?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yeah?
Yep.
Let's do it, Melissa.
All right. All right. Here we have, can we get a drum roll?
Where's the drum roll? All right.
Drum roll, here we go. Second place.
Cocoa Bombs.
Cocoa Bombs.
Right here. Yeah. Eric, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys. So
you must have been just making some cocoa bombs, which is why you have that hat on, right?
Yeah.
Food safe food.
All day. Yeah.
That's not staged at all. What are you doing?
Safety first, right? Safety first when it comes to food.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, all of us here, we're talking about your pitch as well. I mean, we can sense the passion that you have for your product. It's really exciting to see a founder that is running at this and found so many unique ways to try and get their product in the hands and understanding what the customer wants. Great job. I saw that in the judges' feedback when we were looking at it. So great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thanks to you, I can't say no to my kids when they want hot chocolate anymore. They bring you up and I lose.
You should never say no to them anyways.
All right, I think we've stretched this out as far as we possibly can.
I have like at least an hour more of stuff we can talk about. I mean,
hour isn't bad. We can handle that. We can totally handle it. All right, no, let's not do that. Let's not do that. All right, people, let's fly in this check. This has been 6 months in the making for us, 2 weeks in the making for the participants
All right.
and the finalists.
Here we go.
So ruthlessly, here it is. The winner of the grand prize of $25,000 and shelf space at Albertsons is
Earth Beverage Co.
Woo!
Oh,
And I'm sure we got a drum roll.
yes.
Right here, the switchel. There it is. Functional craft beverages. Sam and Eric, how are you two doing?
Woo! That was suspenseful. I'm sweaty.
Oh.
Thank you guys so much.
That means we did our job, right?
You are wearing a hoodie, though, I gotta say.
Oh, thank you so much. This is amazing. Everybody that competed in this was amazing. And so we had no idea because I was like, any of us could win. We all have amazing products. They're all amazing food products. Sorry, I'm emotional. Also, I'm so glad that Chicana Foods got that check. I'm so happy for you.
So I'll tell you, I mean, we had the Connect VC guys here talking a little bit earlier with us, and I know TM and I were talking earlier. This is probably the closest margin of finalists we've really ever had. And I'm not talking about those who won checks. I mean, all the way through the finalist pitches, the deviation between everybody was incredibly close. In a typical trail mix year, usually we can tell first, second, third place as they're pitching. We didn't know either. Honestly, it was all so incredibly close. You all did such a fantastic job. We were very impressed. Really, really strong this year. Thank you so much for competing and filling out that application.
And for those of you who didn't win any cash or shelf space, I'm going to say this. So this is our 4th trail mix. We have produced a total of 4 finalists who win the grand prize and get onto Albertsons shelves. That's great. At the same time, the other participants have also made it onto Albertsons shelves. So this is not the end of the road for you. 17 showcasers and other presenters who, again, were not winners have made it onto Albertsons shelves since they pitched at Trail Mix. So use this as an opportunity to elevate your brand. The spotlight is on you right now. And we're, as in Trailhead and Boise Entrepreneur Week, we're here to support you to knock over the next domino in your journey of entrepreneurship.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. And I think each one of you has such unique strengths that you're bringing to the table that any retailer is going to be lucky to work with you. And as you continue to iterate your product, I'll tell you, I've been drinking Earth Bev for a while. So I have a little side story about Earth Bev, which is, and I'm not a judge, so let me start there. I have no bearing on who wins.
All transparency.
At all, in all transparency. I get to attend just like everybody else. But I run a micro farm and a farm stand here in Boise, Idaho. Every Saturday during the summer, we run a farm stand, and we've been carrying Earth Bev this entire summer. And so it's been one of the products that's flown off our shelves. I think we sell it of chicken eggs and Earth Bev and honey every week. Like, those are the 3 things that are gone. So it was really cool to see that you applied, and I kind of kept my mouth shut. I was just going to see how that went, and congratulations. I've been drinking your products all summer, so that's really exciting.
All right, guys, I think we're ready to wrap this up. Before we do, I do want to call out that we are very grateful to our sponsors. Without you, we wouldn't be able to take this money and turn it around and award it to early stage entrepreneurs who really need this money to make it to the next phase in their journey. So thank you for your contributions. That said, we'll be right back to close out the night. Nick Krabs is going to talk to our 2019 pitch competition winner, Rob Pilecki. Washi.
World famous Rob Pilecki. You got to talk him up a little bit. One of my favorite entrepreneurs. So really excited to sit down and close the evening out with Rob.
Smart toilet seat. And if you ever are in need of using a toilet and you're really curious about this product, we happen to have some of them here at Trailhead. So I'm kind of awkwardly inviting you to come use my bathroom. We'll see you later, guys.
Innovation and ideas, they need to be nurtured just like anything else does for it to grow.
Really needed a center of gravity, a kind of focal point, the beginning of the center of the spokes on a wheel.
You can actually create a whole ecosystem, a whole economy around a startup community.
It's no longer competing against people across the street. We're competing against people across the world. So we create something like Trailhead to help facilitate the process and give a greater chance for these small businesses to do well. So when someone wants to start a business, it can be in anything. They generally know one thing very well. It can be writing code, it can be making a widget, it can be new recipes for a restaurant. What they need is they need additional help on other things you need to be successful in business. Finance, marketing, HR, taxes, legal, customer support, operations, management, timing, competition, location, luck, and relationships.
What better way to do that than through a place like Trailhead, where you can actually bring all the different talent that we have here to meet, to work together, to engage with one another, to provide programs.
Everything that is needed to make a business be successful, we want to bring it into one place, a large place, where it can be a lot of things to a lot of people.
You know, Trailhead is a really neat, innovative concept. What it's really about is a community center where entrepreneurs can come together to share experiences and services, and a support network that gives them what they need to not only survive, but to thrive in a growing Boise community.
Well, it's very exciting to have Micron support us very early on. With the donation they've given us, they basically are saying, yes, we believe in what you're doing. We believe that there's a reason for doing this. We believe there's a future for it, and we want to be there to be a part of it.
Micron is an iconic company and a really big part of the Boise community. I think it's really important to know that because a company like that is such a trailblazer in terms of innovation, this is exactly what we want to show here at Trailhead.
So if we can help create a place where bright people with great ideas can come together and foster new ideas and growth, we want to be part of that, and that's why we're participating.
For our economy, for our small companies to go from good to great, it's not going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to require investment from every aspect of the community.
Trailhead is what we make it. We need everybody to get involved.
Welcome back, Entrepreneur Week. Super excited that we get to hand out checks. Hopefully you all just saw us go through the Trail Mix winners and congratulate them. Tomorrow we'll have EarthBev down here doing a fireside chat a lot like this to talk about their product in more detail, and we're really excited about being able to do that. Now, of course, I have with me Rob Fleck in the studio. Rob won our 2019 pitch competition, which this year turned into the 2-minute drill. And, you know, when they told me that a toilet seat won our pitch competition, I was looking at the judges. I was like, what are you guys doing to me here?
Yeah.
But the truth is you crushed that pitch. I mean, it was certainly the best one of the day. You really understood how to tell your story. You really understood how to get up there and make a joke about it. So I always like to tell people that Rob is my favorite, crappiest entrepreneur. My favorite one.
Yeah, nonstop toilet seat jokes.
So for our audience that wasn't there in 2019 and maybe doesn't know you already, tell us what you make and tell us about Washi.
So Washi is the world's first smart toilet seat for public restrooms. We're also a sanitizing toilet seat, so the user can swipe their hand over a sensor, sanitizing solution comes to the surface, you grab some toilet paper, and you actually can sanitize the seat before you sit. You know, we've been trying to educate people that toilet seat covers are absorbent. So the whole time, you've been lied to. They're psychological. So once you put that thing down and you sit on it, your body heat makes it absorbent, so anything on the seat can seep through. So,
Let's be honest. All of us pulled that like little thin piece of paper out. We threw it on a toilet seat, and we all went, "I don't think
really?
so." Like,
that little
I don't
thing is
believe
not
it.
going to protect anyone. I mean, if anyone thinks that small thin piece of paper
No.
will protect you, it is not doing the job.
You're right. It's a psychological thing.
Yeah.
And you know, I'll tell you, so the first ones you installed were installed right here at Trailhead. We were very excited that Rob, really picked us to come do this, and it was really exciting for us to be part of that journey and have the first ones here. And Tia and I were like joking. We're like racing down here the next morning, like, I'm gonna use it first. I'm gonna use it first. I'm gonna use it first. And so the product's pretty cool because who hasn't walked into a public restroom and you're like, man, you maybe got a small kid you're trying. I know you tell that was part of your story. And so you take a piece of toilet paper, you wave your hand along the side of it, sanitizing solution comes out of the top of the toilet seat, you're able to quickly wipe down the toilet seat, throw toilet paper in the toilet. I mean, it's why this didn't already exist kind of blows my mind, right?
It's simple.
This should have existed 30 years ago. So,
and I appreciate you guys. You guys were actually the first to buy my seats. The first check that I ever received on a purchase was from you guys. So along, with winning the pitch competition, having the spotlight of being the 2019 winner, you guys bought the first seat. So, man, I really appreciate everything you guys have done for my company.
Hey, man, I mean, the truth is we're proud of you.
Yeah.
Like, you've done a great job. And so I want to talk to you maybe about the harder side of this because I know the story. I don't know how much we'll let you tell as opposed to me just summarizing it. But so you go out, you do a great job of selling this toilet seat. You got airports all over the country interested in this, hospitals all over the place, and then you can't get them.
Yeah.
So tell me about, how you guys went through this last, 18 months of the pandemic, kind of those struggles, and hopefully now how you're coming out the other side of it.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in bathrooms crying about not having product. Inventory has been an issue. Inventory is an issue for everyone. And since I'm the small man on the totem pole, I'm last. Like, I have a container in Long Beach that's been stuck there for 5 weeks. Nobody even touched it. Nobody's unloaded it. I need inventory now. We're having huge meetings, and when they, pull the trigger, I don't have inventory for them. So going along that struggle, especially with COVID blessed us and cursed us at the same time.
Right.
It blessed us because everyone is now a clean freak.
Everyone wanted it.
Everyone wants to wipe every single surface down. However, manufacturing stopped for 8 months, and I had to pivot. I had to pivot to sanitizer, to other restroom products. It was a good learning lesson for me. You know what? The last year has been my 101 to entrepreneurism, right? I've had to go through all these failures and all these losses to make sure that, moving forward, I know what to do. So, yeah, pandemic hit us hard. We're back face to face. I've learned that our product, people actually need to see our product. They can't do it over Zoom. I mean, it's great sending out videos, but I need to meet people. They need to know my story and, be face to face and actually see.
And use it.
Yeah, and use it, and then they get it.
Not really use it, but
yeah.
demo it enough.
Yeah.
Right?
I was like, go take a load off, So, last year, 2021 has been hard, but now coming out of it, and we're rocking it now. We're making some big deals. So
yeah. Well, and what I always like to tell a lot of early stage companies kind of got caught somewhat with their pants down with this. I mean, it's just the phase of where
pants
companies...
down, come on.
Dude, they're like teed up for me.
Let's go.
Right? Like I can't even... So a lot of early stage companies were caught in a similar kind of awkward situation where some part of their business was like really impacted by the pandemic. In your case, it was a supply chain issue. And what I keep telling all these founders is, are you out of business? No, right? Then you are doing pretty good. Like, keep going, keep plugging away, because these supply chain issues, some of these pricing issues, some of these things are gonna normalize pretty quick. And certainly that's been the story that you're having. You're now able to get some of those early products. You're able to start installing them, demoing, taking them to airports. Like, you're finally able to start doing the thing that you pre-sold 2 years ago. And don't get me wrong, if this guy walks into your office, you're probably buying a washi. Like, he's a good salesman. I probably need to get one just because I'm sitting next to him, right? Like, So he's a good salesman, and you did a good job of pre-selling your product, creating some hype, creating some interest. You do a great job on social media. You certainly capitalized on your win 2019 better than any other pitch
You should be my
competition.
hype man. Come on, man. I'm like
That's what
Biggie Smalls.
That's what they
you're
pay me
Puff
for.
Daddy.
Actually, the check they give me is hidden somewhere. I'm just paid the hype. No, I'm just kidding. The truth is you did a really good job. We're very proud of you up here. We talk about you all the time, behind your back, of course.
Thanks, appreciate it.
So kind of what's next, really? I mean, I assume that you're hiring some more staff at this point.
Yeah.
You're now installing these things. And another credit, and every entrepreneur should take a lesson from Rob. Rob installed like the first, 1,200?
200.
200, okay.
200.
Installed the first 200 himself. That's still. And so he really got to understand like what the customers, needs are in those locations. Do they wear out? Are they going to fit every toilet? I mean, that's the kind of dedication that ensures your company's going to do very well.
Yeah. A couple of things just to take from, what we just talked about. First, as an entrepreneur, there's going to be the hurdles, but you got to figure them out.
Yeah.
That's a part of the journey. I tell people, I have a degree, but I don't use it, but I have a master's in Google and YouTube. I mean, everything is out there. You need to go figure this out by yourself. The information is out there. And then, installing toilet seats, man, back-breaking work. If you see your maintenance people or janitor, thank them because they're cleaning up your crap. The people that work for your company that have to do the hardest work, thank them because I had to install 200 seats or more. And it is a disgusting job. But as the CEO of the company, I need to make sure that I'm willing to do every single piece. I know what they're going through. The installers are gonna be highly paid because I had to do that. I had to, my back and my legs the next day from installing like 20 seats. Dude, it's a hard job.
It makes you a better CEO.
Yeah.
You're better able to manage your employees, understand the concerns that they have. Again, you're going to understand your customers better. You're going to understand your product better.
Yeah.
Like these are the kind of principles that we preach and preach and preach, regardless of what industry. I mean, it doesn't have to be toilet seats. It can be a whole lot of other things.
Yeah.
If you get your hands, especially at that early stage, that much into the process.
Yeah. And you know what? Other CEOs that are making it, like we've met with BYU, the Salt Palace, the Jazz. Those people are exactly like us. Mm-hmm. They've gone through what we've gone through. They want to hear that the CEO installed the seats. That you make that personal connection with them, deals are made because they want personal connections. They want to relate to your product. Yeah.
Well, and the truth is people doing business, there's a similar mindset there, and there's a connection there. If you guys are doing the same things, you're acting the same ways, and how you understand your product and how you install them, like. You're right. I mean, that's a very personal connection that ends up being made. So with all the previous winners that have come on this week, and we have a few more that we're going to meet up with throughout the week, I always like to pose this question to you right now. What is the thing that Washi needs to take it to the next step? You got the whole Boise Entrepreneur community right here watching. Yeah. What do you need to take it?
We've gone through product modifications in the last 6 months. I've been dealing with headaches, and we have a product that is ready to launch. We launched in Idaho. We're launching in Utah. We need warm intros. I make my leads. I get all my leads from LinkedIn. So if you haven't connected with me on LinkedIn, please do. But I like to rub shoulders with people, and that's how we get leads. I don't go cold calling. I hate to get our sales team to cold call. That's just not my style. My style is go to network, go to events, and meet people, and they will introduce you to whoever you need to be introduced to at their facility managers, people who make decisions. So I really need warm intros to big facilities. Like if you know someone that works there, give me an intro, right? Give me an intro. I can go talk to them. And that's how we're getting to the next step. That's how actually we've made all of our sales. It's not us calling and hoping to get someone. It is through warm introductions, people who know people. So if you know someone, please connect with me on LinkedIn and give me a warm intro.
Awesome. Well, Rob, On that note, I want to say if you want to meet with Rob, you want to network with Rob, happening right now in 8 minutes is our block party at Jump. You can come down and see bands Wen and Sego, and Rob's going to go down there with me. We're certainly going to grab a couple cold ones and keep this conversation going. Come shake our hands, say hi, and see some great music. It's been a pleasure having you come down and do the studio with us. Again, we're very proud of you. We follow you. We talk about you. We're very excited for the progress that you're making, and that you finally have washy toilet seats in hand at Trailhead that anyone can come use today. So thanks again, Rob, for chatting with us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks, guys.
See you all soon.